Specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fail went on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さとにらめっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, me while you kiss it. Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together. 心の声に耳を澄ませば暗くなんかい夜が明けるもし dumb to feel sad, need you by my side. Forget about and fight, I keep feeling it. 如果听到我心跳声，就首先说奔跑吧。对着老地方，不用另外找地方。在这里忘记时间流，是记录时间流。Can't stop it， 当然一起找北方。这是对我15刻在追求你感到迷惘。让我们起出发抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing that sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたと未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう。Everybody sing that sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. Everybody sing that sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. もう何も怖くない。Everybody sing that sing that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 明日から明日へ歌うメロディー。新しい道をつないでく。Sing all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me.
Or perhaps a temptation to fly once again. Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
trailing behind the golden candlelight. The avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Even in the bright spot of all, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button. I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Time may tell that we just could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is like a step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies and running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From this again. Closer, closer, cruising, traces more and more. Along the faces, through the wire, I must make it loud. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortune's turning, the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost. Time may tell, but that's never get off. I live without a shadow of a doubt. Then we're reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night, I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Identity 5 Championship for Southeast Asia. We're already at the playoffs, day number 3. Poch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic at your service. Nell, talk to me. How are you feeling? Offline is just right around the corner.
Exactly. Offline is the place that where we want to go. I want to go because the best thing about going to an offline event, you get to meet all the fans of IDV.
Yes.
And yeah, and honestly, I'm looking forward to that date. But first things first, how are you doing here today, Posh?
Yeah, I'm excited. The fact that you mentioned, the positive things about offline. Yeah, meeting everyone, feeling the roar of the crowd, seeing the players also, because there's a difference, folks, with how the players have to prepare online and offline, because there's that intimidation factor of having the crowd cheer for you and see your every move, and it's an experience like no other. So if you guys are going to be in Thailand, stay tuned for that offline. But we're at day number 3 of the playoffs. Here's the bracket now.
Wow. Very, very intense matchups today. We're going to start off, we're going to kick things off with FT versus UTP. Very excited for that because both these teams, a little bit backstory, they're from Chinese teams. They're from Malaysia, combination of Malaysia, Singapore, and of course, would love to see Mobius again. But after that, there's going to be Idol versus GH, another very exciting game. Honestly, it's so hard to call any of these games, Posh, because they're all super, super good at this point.
They are, and you guys got to show your love to Chocho and Eli because they will take the third match, which is going to be on the lower bracket with Noir and ADM. So by the end of this weekend, now we're going to get the top 4 heading to the offline stage. So you guys have to tune in, tell everyone that the IVC Southeast Asia is happening right now. And at the end of the weekend, we are going to crown a top 4. So here are today's matches.
Yeah, FT versus UTP starting in as a matter of fact in just another few moments, followed by Idol versus GH, and last but not least Noir versus Adam, which will be brought later by our co-casters as well, as mentioned by Posh, Chocho and Eli. But first things first, FT versus UTP. I mean, tell us a little bit more about FT.
Well, UTP, you know what they are. I will say something about FTP. They are like one of the teams that have been, like the powerhouses. You've had people there like Panda. You have also, I would say, their hunter, which is Kuga, and you got like Mini Blue, Dragon, Adi. These are known players, but UTP though they've also stuck around together for a while, and they also have a powerhouse of a lineup. So some uncharacteristic stuff that did display next week. And speaking of display, we have a quiz challenge for each and every one of you guys. So we're going to ask you guys to interact with this. You can scan the QR code for you guys to answer these questions. Question number 1 in 2023, which survivor got the highest pick grade? Is it A, mercenary, B, psychologist, C, patient, or D, cowboy? I think it's cowboy. I'm kidding. I wish it was cowboy, but it is what it is. Also at number 2, you got the prediction, and also at number 3, it's also another what's that prediction in which would be our first match, which is FT versus UTP. Now I'm calling it 50-50, but how do you feel about this matchup?
I share the exact same sentiments as you, 50-50, because both these teams. Okay, let's just weigh the strengths and weaknesses, right, of these two teams. FT, very, very strong and stable veteran hunter in the form of Kuga. You just brought him up, right?
Yes.
Super consistent. So that's the one thing that's holding the fort for FT besides their survivor faction. And for UTP, they have Mobius, so that's the wow factor going on there. So For me, it's
Yeah.
50-50.
Definitely 50-50. Definitely do not take a second chance at Cupid if you do with that 50-50 in this quiz challenge, folks. And next, also Idol and GH. Who do you guys think are going to win? And you know what? I would say the most intense match would be the main event, because we're going to say goodbye to one of these teams. Is it going to be Noir? Is it going to be ADM? Let your voices be heard by scanning that QR code, folks. And it's not just a QR code that we want you guys to interact with. I mean, this is one thing to get into, but there's also, the fan art that we're going to be showing in just a bit. But, I just want to give a shout out to each and every one of you that's joining us. We're 97,000 strong. I see Maney, I see Hanako, I see Norton, and I see Rokita with the amazing artwork that's being displayed here.
Exactly. Beautiful artwork featuring Xenia. And when we're talking about features, there's also Mal with the IVC poster. I just love the furry Bloody Queen fan art going there. And honestly, I wish I can draw as good as this.
Same here, Mel. I think we're just gifted in talking and not drawing so much. Hey, we can't have it all. We can't have it all. But
yeah.
WZY No Z has a beautiful collaboration art here. I'm trying to. Okay, GH is GH. So again, you gotta love the chibi small style art. I mean, I wish I could just draw like simple stuff as well, but I can't do that. Not even stick figures. I can't draw that, folks.
Stick figures. The truest of all art forms.
Exactly. Can't even draw in Hangman. When you have when you're guessing like the phrase.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, the body doesn't look proportionate to the hands. Anyway.
Exactly.
Let's talk about FT, folks. I did mention, and Nell did bring this up. Veteran hunter Kuga. You got Panda that was on the big stage of IVC. You got Mini Blue. You got Dragon, known survivors, and Adi as well for Team FT.
Yeah, these players, I would say that these players have stuck together for quite some time now. It's been more than a year that they've stuck together. Unfortunately, Shadow, who used to be in FT, is no longer around, has joined another team, which we will be talking about in the later matches. But here, I would say the wow factor for FT. Kuga, super strong. But on the survivor side as well, there's Panda, who has rose from being just a mercenary main into like a playmaker as well. So I would say Panda is a player to watch out for. Super consistent, super impactful. As long as he's plays something more than just a little girl, I think he would do great.
Just to highlight Panda, I think we were privileged to see his acrobat kite, right? So those type of playmaking moments, I definitely want to see that. And we've seen him also in the big stage of IVC, and yes, he has graduated from just a rescuer main to being really like a well-rounded survivor. Exactly. So we're gonna shift things over to UTP. We got Mobius, you got Run, Zed, Rem, and you. And people are saying if ZT has disbanded. No, I think they leveled up. They went to Utopia at this point, so they are still around in Run, Zed, and had the recruit of Rem and you coming into this one. But Nell, what are your thoughts on UTP so far in their performance in this tournament?
I think UTP is also, I would say it's a play in the making. It's a rising team in the making, because it's very interesting. They recruited a top hunter in the form of Mobius from Vietnam, Run and Zed obviously from XCT, and they recruited Rem, captain of BL, who was the ex-champion team which represented IVC Southeast Asia. Yes. So it's a very interesting mix. So I guess the only thing is, what is the glue that sticks all of them together and synchronize their plays? I think if they can get that formula right, they're gonna be performing really well today.
I like that. I what we can see like that makes a team really stick together is either one person, a play style, someone that just a cause in itself, and I think they need to find that now, because UTP, we do have makings of greatness. We have yet to see how far they can go as UTP, since there's moments of brilliance from everything. Like it's like a recipe, sugar, spice, and everything nice. But we need that chemical X for them to be able to get the victory here.
Yeah, the winning formula, call it if you may, the secret recipe of Colonel Sanders.
With 13 different herbs and spices.
Herbs and spices, indeed. It's just all these things that make all the difference. Do you want to have a Zlatan in your team? Do you want to have a Cristiano Ronaldo in the team, or do you want to have a super teamwork-based composition which utilizes everyone's strength? So I guess we're about to find out, because FT, obviously we mentioned before, Panda and Kuga wants to watch out for, but let's not forget as well rising stars such as the Dragon.
Yes.
And Mini Blue, who's picked up a S-patch forward. I would say that's a wow factor for FT. Whereas UTP, like what I mentioned, they are the X team. I would say the X team, the unknown team, simply because it's so new and we haven't seen them for more than. Actually, we just seen them this in this game itself.
Yeah, I would say, being trial. It was more like a baptism by fire, a trial by fire. With how they're going to be performing now, because there is a lot of expectations on them. Same to say for FT. They have been around more, though. I think it's more of them refining what they have together to see if they can get a huge victory here, since they're still in the top, I would say the winner's side of things, or in the upper bracket, so they still have room to improve for sure. But when we were predicting about who are the top 4 teams to make it, these two teams that we're about to see have always made it in the conversation. And speaking of the conversation, we are looking at the conversation chat. I want to give a shout out to Cheese. Cheese did ask if I could give a shout out, and she said Cheese will draw me. So please try your best. I'm just trying to fix my hair and all that. Any shout outs you want to give out now?
I'll give shout outs to Cheese, even though you don't need to draw me. But it's very, very appreciated, of course. But shout outs to Erica as well, Maney as usual, Hanako, Kino, I6 Rival, all these regulars. We never fail to see them. Super loyal.
Yeah, we're taking down attendance, and we'll see you guys in offline if you guys are going to be there, and we'll give you high fives, and also, we'll shoot some content and whatnot. So it's going to be a celebration if you guys are going to be there. So we are going to get back to business as usual. Round 1 map ban and pick. We got Red Church on FT side.
Yeah, I mean, taking out Owl Factory is really smart. They know Kuga is good with Night Watch, but he's also very known for the Dream Witch, and Owl Factory is honestly super good for Dream Witch. So taking it out, very smart. But I guess they still have another map that they can choose. So FT is gonna opt to go for Red Church. Dream Witch honestly isn't the best play in this map, simply because what you usually do is you want the spawn followers to automatically follow the host, right?
Yeah.
So they usually send it in a different direction, but because there's so many walls here, it can be a hindrance factor. But then again,
Nightwatch.
Well, yeah, and Nightwatch is also in the play. So honestly, the maps has been chosen. It's all up to the creativity of the band picks. If the band pick suits Kuga, well, he's definitely gonna go with Dreamwitch if it's very, very favorable. But honestly, Posh, after last week's Itakwa Nation chants going on, I feel like we're just gonna see Itakwa again.
Yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer, or it's kind of written in stone that the meta of Hunter is Nightwatch. Even though there are some Nightwatches that don't get favorable results, it's still quite stable. Given the right circumstances. And my take on this is probably FT also wants to empower their survivors, because again, Red Church is kind of like a 50-50 map. Maybe they also want to give the advantage to their survivors because they know Kuga's super stable. And starting off the bans here, Priestess and Antiquarian to start off the bans on Kuga's side. So again, global picks and bans. First 2 survivors will not see the rest of the games, and we are seeing Barmaid and the Patient, so they're really raring for this Dream Witch to come out.
Yeah, I mean, they have to prepare for it, right? I mean, even though Itakwa is a popular choice at this point, they still got to cover all bases. And because Kuga is still very, very formidable on Dream Witch, even if it's not Arms Factory, still very good in Red Church due to the experience and control of Kuga. As we've mentioned, is a very seasoned hunter. So picking up the Barmaid, I like it. It definitely covers provides support, provides cover against the Dreamwood pick, and it also, if it's a Night Watch, it also helps in a way because you get hit. Well, you can still heal. You can provide that support, and you have a Merc, right? So I would say it's a perfect support in this small map, Red Church, because Mercenary get hit, go for the drink. Like, yo, I know I can't heal you telepathically, but yo, a liquor's the best I can do.
Just forget the troubles, and also, have one on the way.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't mess up your elbow pads when I give you this drink.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
rounding it out, rounding it out with the Prospector as the last one. So it seems like Kuga just denying the Professor to come out. Professor has been brought out before in a lot of matches. I'd have to say, like in especially the last pick. So I'm excited to see how he is going to be used. But for now, he does get banned, and we do know that Zed is really formidable. One of the most stable survivors out there with this Prospector. And if it doesn't go his way, rest assured he's able to bounce back, if not in the round, in the next match.
Exactly. Speaking of rounding it up, we see Easy with the usual
Izzy.
Poshi.
What's going
That's
on,
a cute
Izzy?
nickname, honestly. But yeah, Ishi's
When
here as well.
Ishi, long time. Yeah, what's going on, Ishi? Oh, nervous.
Oh my God.
I'm feeling nervous. I'm feeling nervous too, Ishi. Again, this is
Exactly.
still on the upper bracket, so these two teams still have 2 of their tournament lives, but you know what? We still want to round out the top 4, and we are going to see Itakwa come out.
Let's go, Ithaqua. I mean, we will miss you, Dream Witch, but honestly, it's the rise of Ithaqua at this point. I mean, considering it's sort of, I mean, with the recent successes of Ithaqua in IVC, right? Like you see every single hunter picks it up. With all these successes, even enjoyed by the less mentioned hunter mains, like because of this hunter, this one hunter, and their plays with it, wow, they rose to prominence. So I feel like it's too strong of a hunter to pass up at this point, and we're always gonna see it in best of 1.
Yes.
But it honestly makes sense for all teams, regardless of what strategies they prepare. And I don't know if you agree with this. I feel like you should always ban Ithaqua if you get the opportunity.
Yes.
At this point, at this
I
stage.
hope from last week some teams will pick up on that, because you don't want to roll the dice with how stable Ithaqua is and how stable these Night Watch mains are, because he is the meta. We cannot deny that. But what we can deny is in round number 2 that you're able to deny him coming into this match. For now, we talked about this right now. The strategy for survivors round 1, just survive. They're not the point bringers now. So hopefully that they'll come in with that, because one mistake, one misstep, and then Kuga could take a big chunk of this match.
Exactly. So I'm really looking forward to the performance of Zed on the Prospector. I know we've talked about this backstage, but I feel like Zed is one of those veteran players that's very super consistent in this point of time. So I'm really looking forward to his performance against Kuga's Ithaqua. Obviously, we've seen him do wonders with Prospector against Lanlan's Night Watch in Ever Sleeping Town. So let's hope he can repeat the success in this map. But hey, he's spawning in the middle, so he wants some action there, Posh.
He's choosing violence. He wants to throw hands with this Ithaqua and just give everyone else a good time with decoding. So and Zed always is up for that challenge. The way he was able to control that Night Watch in the corner house, where he was able to mind game, that's just a thing of beauty. If you guys could check that out, again, subscribe to the Identity 5 YouTube channel just so you can see the VODs of last week's matches with Zed being a redemption kiter in his own right with this character. So I cannot wait. We got, one tide turner in you. The rest, you got the broken windows, the flywheel.
Yeah, I mean, perfect composition. Flywheel does help in wonders, unless if you mess up the flywheel and you still get hit regardless. But honestly, after the performance of Oxygen on Cowboy with the flywheel at half health, with that one single flywheel play, he managed to come back with that. So I'm really not underestimating the use of flywheel against Ithaqua. But now it's gonna be the first match, first half. Bringing the commentaries is me and Posh Spice.
So you saw that? The Ithaqua saw the Norton and it's like, no, I'm not going to chase you. I'm going to go after this barmaid. And Rem now, he's gonna have to take this first kite. I mean, Rem has been a veteran. He has stepped away from the game for just a little bit, but this is the team captain of BL before, so you gotta be very careful and you gotta respect Rem here. And now he's just trying to break use the walls and the real estate just to break those wind forces, but sooner or later, Blink is gonna be up and he's gonna be able to try and down Rem.
Yeah, I'm honestly excited to see that Kuga's choosing to chase Ram first, because now we will get to see Ram in action after the stoic, like the hunter doesn't want to chase Ram in the previous games. But the first hit's gonna be registered there. Posh, what? A blink straight away?
Wow, and Zed is still here, and it seems like Zed with a flywheel just to move on away, but his hit might actually connect, but he's able to blow him back, and now Rem is already healed up. He's forced to go after Zed.
My goodness, what a beautiful play. I think Kuga, I have to compliment him on the very aggressive and decisive blink, but because of that, he's gonna lose Ram, who's healed at full, and now Zed, wow, I mean, Zed's gonna get chased though, so Kuga still has this in the bag, because let's not forget, Prospector does not have a lot of magnets to work with in the early games.
He does not. He's just working with this pallet now, but able to use that magnet just to provide a little more distance. Now he's kind of dry when it comes to magnets. He's going to try to go through this pallet by a little more time. The mind games is strong with Zed. Oh, forcing him to actually hop over. He has another pallet to work with here, Nell. He goes for the mind game and goes for another loop around, but the Terror Shock does connect.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really care anymore about getting the Terror Shock. It's all about the risky plays with Zed. And honestly, he's done enough of a job because 3 ciphers have been decoded. But the down factor is Zed's gonna pay with his life in the basement. He's gonna be in the basement. Yeah.
And note, I think the cipher that was at 88% is the one that is in the at church here. So this is gonna be a little tough for them to manage because we did know that Zed was working on the cipher at the center. So I think they just want to buy a little more time. Yu is priming himself for this rescue. He drops down, so forcing the win, but the elbow pad able to negate it.
Beautiful play right there by Yu. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Prospector can get hit again. Doesn't really matter because now Yu is still at full health, can rescue again. Obviously, without the help of Liquor. So Rem gets to keep the Liquor all to himself after the game's over. So, 2 ciphers are about to be decoded very fast. He's zooming in on Zed. Zed's just trying to run far away from the basement. He's like, you know what? I love basement. I love parties, but basement is no party. It's gonna die honestly, in the red carpet.
I felt like flashbacks of when Oxygen was lost. Remember that time when Basement he was able to escape? So,
yeah.
Like looking straight ahead. All right, red carpet, you're gonna fall there. I know where that is. That's fine. You can actually, we see maybe a double rescue happen. Run is here. We do see that the mercenaries also kind of rotating towards this rocket share here. So Run has to eat that hit, gets the rescue, and now Zed needs to survive for as long as possible for them to reach the exit gate, but they're going to pop the last cipher, and now detention.
Yeah, detention, and I think, oh my goodness, beautiful play, but I think Zed has done enough, honestly, Posh, because Zed's going to go down here. But the thing is, Kuga has used his blade to commit, and with the detention, the late game being, the ciphers being popped, they can see the detention, they know, oh, okay, he's got detention, and insolence, no trade change for sure. It's a safe 3-man escape, and that's how you counter Itakwa, not by by bringing in the Prospector. Beautiful play that game, honestly.
Yeah, it was. Let's recall from the start, right? First, it was the chase of Rem, which we were excited to see because it's like, okay, we're gonna see Rem in action, not the stoic Rem of old, but he was very, I would say, very crafty with his route. And he made sure once he ate that hit, he needed the support of Zed, and Zed would gladly oblige. So it's not just one person tanking the entire chase at the start. It was him losing track of Rem and going for Zed and being forced to chase Zed when he was able to build up, I believe, 3 magnets.
Exactly. Also, I just want to point out that I think the rotations was super good as well. Rem deciding to stay at the house. He knows that Itakwa has nothing to catch him with. Like, yes, it's the win and all, but that's a window. You can loop over and over and over again as long as you don't have the what's that called? As long as the window's not blocked, you can keep looping over and over. Even with the speed boost, Barmaid can still easily get through it because he has the broken windows traits, so he can get the speed boost. So I feel like even if he doesn't chase Z, he doesn't change target to Z, I feel like Rem would still be able to kite much better. Still be able to buy a lot of time. And honestly, I honestly think this is the strategy to go against Itakwa. Pick characters that are super strong in kiting on its own. Minimal support, super strong in kiting on its own, and you Cypher Rush the hell out of Itakwa. And that is what UTP did. Amazing job done. Even with the basement, nothing stopped UTP from moving forward. And you can see for yourself, Posh, it's not even 120 seconds containment time. It's everyone did like decently, like 75 seconds, right? And Cypher's already popped.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% with how this is the strategy to face Itakwa. It's not the flashiest, but it's the most conservative. So that's why you don't have to go for the flashy, like, I'm going to be the one to tank everything. No, you need minimal support as much as possible, but just try, once that support does happen, then you kind of switch. It's a team effort, folks. This is a 4 versus 1, and you have to make Itakwa feel that 4 versus 1 with the support, with the rescuing, and also with a Cypher Rush. And I would have to say UTP played an amazing game here. Kind of, if you want to get a victory, I know there's a one person that was sacrificed. This was a pretty flawless run with them aiming to get at least a 3-person escape. So great job on UTP side.
I mean, this is the map choice of FT, right? So getting a 3-man escape is already showing a lot of promise of strength in UTP. And I believe that UTP is one of the first few teams that managed to get a win over Itakwa in their team's map selection. So congratulations to UTP on this success against Itakwa. But guys, let's not forget about UTP's Mobius, because I'm pretty sure Mobius is gonna bring out Itakwa. And the only question left is, will the survivors of FT be able to come back against Itakwa? Because now they need a 4-man escape to win in their map selection in BO1.
Yeah, they do. And considering that Mobius is actually really strong round 1, it's gonna be a tough order for FT. And we do note that FT didn't have the best outing when it comes to facing against Nightwatch, so this is where they're really tested. Nell, I'm recalling last week, it was UTP to go all 3 rounds, right? So I think we're kind of looking at what's the glue that holds them together. I guess they just needed more reps in. They just needed to be more familiar with themselves, because this is the UTP that we were expecting to see in round 1. And I hope to see more of this, because this is a great sign for their team in how well they were able to coordinate, especially going up against the meta in Nightwatch.
Exactly. I would also like to add that I feel like UTP is being very I don't know if I should call it good luck, but they have been really good in selecting the teammates that suits their synergy. And even though this is a very newly formed team, with the exception of Zed and Ran always playing together, it's safe to say it's a new team, but they managed to make it work in such a short time. So I feel like it's either a stroke of really good luck in finding suitable teammates, or they're just ready to put down their egos and just work together super well. So I feel like this might be the glue holding Utopia.
Could be. The way they're able to. That's true. Maybe that's why they named themselves that. You know what? They had different iterations. I mean, ZT, they had really good balance and chemistry there. But here, it's like we're seeing the steps of, or the signs that this team can dominate. And we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves here, because they still have to go up against FT survivors here. So it's Mobius, but we did say that, Mobius has been kind of tearing it lately, and he has been super consistent, especially in round number 1. So FT has their hands full, because compared to last week and the week prior, I think they're still trying to find their footing going up against the Nightwatch.
Exactly. But here comes the secret insider tip. Thanks to Chocho. Thank you, Chocho. She did say that FT was practicing really hard against a Nightwatch with a certain secret composition. So let's see if this composition that FT has come up with and trained hard with can pull one against Mobius Nightwatch in Red Church. So I'm really excited to see if this secret training is going to pay off. Because honestly, they will need it right
would,
now to
yeah.
get a 4-man escape. Yeah.
If only we're able to enter a hyperbolic time chamber to figure out what's the best way to go up against a Night Watch, but unfortunately we don't live in that reality. So hopefully FT was able to come up with a sound strategy. We were talking about conservative strategy versus like trying to go for that 4K. So hopefully they're able to come up with something here. Dancer and Coordinator to start things off. So Dancer will be off the board for the rest of the rounds, but Coordinator coming in. Interesting lock here, Nell. Any thoughts on the first two picks?
First thing I'm thinking of is Adi wants to redeem himself with the female dancer pick. And honestly, music boxes are super good against Night Watch, since he relies a lot on movement and agility to catch up to the opponents, right? The chase is super good, right? So the slow boxes can definitely make a difference and hinder the Night Watch from effectively chasing down a survivor as fast as possible. But I would say very interesting pick onto the Coordinator. I think they just want to have a surefire 100% lockdown skill, you know, that can keep Mobius from pursuing one person even further.
Right.
Yeah, I can imagine that Mobius wouldn't even bother to bring excitement, because then your chase would be cut down in half. You know, without a blink, it's kind of hard to catch up, even with your move speed. So I would say, Coordinator is a really good pick to slow down, a surefire way of slowing down, to stun the Hunter. And right up next, Mercenary, no-brainer pick right there, Posh.
Yeah, Mini Blue has been donning the Mercenary, the forward as well. So I wonder who's actually going to be it might be Panda, actually. Panda has brought out the Coordinator, but not necessarily like first round pick. So I think they just want to be able to bring it out now. So they'll still have more picks to choose from come round number 2 and come round number 3. So it seems like Prospector's banned. I don't know what the third ban is though.
He didn't ban. I think the Hunter missed the banning time.
Oh man, that's
what?
That's rough.
Well, I mean, UTP has a really strong lead in the first half. They managed to get a 3-man escape, but honestly, not banning one character can come back to bite you.
It can. Or maybe that's Mobius' strategy. Like, ooh, you know, that's definitely not. That is definitely not a strategy. So it's unfortunate that it happened. But you know what? This is the pro levels. This is ID95 Championship, so we will hold them accountable for missing a ban here. So it's still a well-rounded banning lineup, I would say. Eliminating the Seer. We also have no Antiquarian and Prospector. And they have the Psychologist. So I agree with you, Nell. I don't think this is enough for him to bring excitement, since there's only technically one stunner in the team in the name of Coordinator.
Yeah. I mean, even though he missed the third ban, at least he managed to ban out Prospector. So I feel like that's the smartest last ban by Mobius, because you can see how Zed was giving Kuga hell. Not to mention, this is not any Hunter that's playing Itakwa, it's Kuga, who has managed to get 4K in every single game he's played in IVC. So UTP is actually, thanks Chocho, UTP is the first team to actually break his 4K streak. So yeah, so you can see that Night Watch, well, let's just say Norton with his donuts. Mobius, Night Watch is definitely not a fan of the donuts right there.
And we've seen also how Night Watch is able to counter the donuts with how like he uses a trap and then like, forces it out. But you have to admit, Zed played that really well, and I think Mobius knows how well Prospectors can be. That's why he banned out the Prospector. So no surprise here. We're seeing a Night Watch come out of Mobius. Let's hope that this was the lineup that they were practicing, because FT still has to face off against Mobius's Night Watch, and this is like one of their kryptonites, right? They want to be able to get a victory up against this character here. So fingers crossed they're able to do that.
Yeah, even if they can't get a 4-man escape, hey, at least try and get a draw. A 3-man escape will mean a draw, which is not too bad. You kind of salvage the situation with a 3-man escape. So I feel like FT should definitely try to make this happen. Though I would feel that Psychologist might be sort of like the factor in between deciding if they can get a 3-man escape or they will get a draw. So we'll just have to see what happens. Dragon gonna spawn exactly where Ram spawned in the last game, at the back of the house. And you've seen how strong that kiting area is. But the exception is, Dragon doesn't have any liquor to heal himself up. But it's totally fine. He's a tanker. And we love Ada for her tankiness. I mean, strong women represent right there, Posh. Strong women.
But hey, there's, you know what? There's Mercenary. You guys are Kenough. And Mercenary is Kenough. If you guys have seen the Barbie movie, please watch it.
Bro.
You are Kenough. Everyone's Kenough.
Kenough.
Yeah.
Kenough. Oh my god, please.
So among these characters now, who would be the most juiciest chase for you?
I would say I would chase Dancer first. I would chase Dancer first. Don't give him the opportunity to put down the boxes. At least not everything. Chase him first, down him first, because I mean, based on recent data and based on history itself, Adi hasn't been enjoying success with female dancer yet. Okay, we'll just say yet, because he hasn't been enjoying success yet. So I feel like Mobius can definitely lock in onto female dancer, or he can do the exact same thing, lock in onto Dragon, remove the healing factor, and if Panda decides to come in with the gun, then change and hit him instead. Yeah, but I really feel like he's gonna go for female dancer. Yeah,
seems like it. We do see that the dancer has set up the boxes once again. Nello, Mellow, and Poch Spice on the mic for the second half of round number 1. So he can actually clean this up for so he doesn't have to worry about it as the round progresses. But seems like he has already lost sight of the dancer. But this is Nightwatch we're talking about. He can catch up in a split second. So everyone has to be aware of that.
Ooh. Yeah, he has denied us, but he's wondering, where exactly am I getting it from? I know I sent something, my spider sense is tingling, where is it? But Dragon decides to do the preemptive pallet drop. He's gonna be taking the first kite, which is not too bad actually, but Dragon's gonna get that first hit. Oh my god, and that's exactly why Psychologist is a really good chase.
Wow, gets the blink hit as well. So Mobius is actually farming so much hits and farming so much presence out of this one chase. Dragon doesn't have much real estate to work with at this point. You only have just, he was trying to rotate to Shaq, but at this point he could just go for the wind force, but he was able to avoid that. So Dragon's still hugging around these pallets, or actually this window. No more pallet, it's already been broken down. And Mobius could just go for that swing and a hit, and that's his first survivor down in relatively quick fashion now.
Yeah, I think Dragon really doesn't have much of a choice. He doesn't really have a skill to help against his kite against a Nightwatch. And not to mention, obviously this place is not a weak kiting spot. But because he doesn't want to disrupt his teammate Cypher, he doesn't want to disrupt the Cypher in the graveyard, right? He doesn't want to disrupt Panda. He chose to stay here instead. And honestly, because of that decision, he's gonna go down really fast. And now, Panda, he's gonna get hit, but...
Whoa! Avoided the flare gun! A downed coordinator! This could be a double down now!
Oh my goodness! That was so important, and that's why I don't like to play coordinator, because the wall seems to get in the way.
The wall seems to be working out in his favor, but Dragon's making his kite work, so... This is a down coordinator. We are seeing a heal happen, so Psychologist is doing a really good job providing that time for this coordinator to heal up. Yes, the objectives aren't being moved now, but at least the coordinator is back up. No flare gun for her, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's gonna go down. The mobility is super good. I would say if Psychologist had a flywheel, could have definitely made that kite work much better, because broken window is not going to help you much, right, if you're kiting in an area against a Nightwatch. But thankfully that rebound kite allows Panda to self-heal and move out of harm's way. So now he's gonna go and complete the Cypher in the graveyard. Mercenary is gonna come in rotation to rescue instead. Mini Blue, you can see he's making rotation, has healthy supply of pads. Let's hope he makes the rescue in time.
It seems like he might not be able to make it now unless Mini Blue... Oh, just feeding that tinnitus. I feel like they're decided to just try and go for this tie. We are going to see Mobius disrupt this Cypher though, and yes, the Psychologist does fly away, unable to get that dash in, so allowing Adi to actually make a rotation towards the church area.
And this is the dancer's playground. Oh, he
Oh my
doesn't...
god!
Wait a minute! Pirouetting away! Beautiful pirouette that time. Adi's gonna rotate back again. Mobius shouldn't commit. Shouldn't commit in this prop. He knows that the cipher in the small house is being done. So he's moving back, so great awareness by Mobius coming back to stop the cipher. But honestly, if Mobius' plan is to camp out the ciphers, FT survivors should find the opportunity to heal up Panda.
Yes.
Find a new item and probably start a new cipher.
Yeah, I was actually really scared that vaulting that pallet would not be in favor of Adi, but the slow boxes were able to make it work. Mini Blue vaulting just in time, still hugging the walls here, so it seems like he is resided to camping out this area. But again, Mobius can play for that tie. FT, though, their strategy has had a certain wrinkle to it, but they're still trying to make the best out of the situation. Mini Blue tried to go for a U-turn elbow pad, unable to get it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to
go straight
pad
or,
away. Yeah, but if it's not the attraction, because Mobius is just pulling him straight off, so the pad doesn't work in this situation. And now a second hit and using up all the pads as well, Posh. This is not looking good. Now he only has to deal with the 2 remaining survivors. He's just gonna slug Mini Blue. He knows that, okay, he's got an idea of the cipher progress in the back gate. Panda has to make this kite happen. He has nothing to work with. Adi's trying to finish his cipher as fast as possible. Oh my goodness,
wow,
Panda.
this is so much pressure. He's gonna get the swipe, he's gonna have the speed boost, and now Panda, double down situation once again, the second double down of the game, and now Mobius, a stronger foothold in this match. Adi forced to actually go for this, go for the heal or go for the rescue, but he's just gonna camp out this last cipher at 88%.
Exactly. Like, this is not the situation you wanna be in. I feel like it was a little shaky. The mercenary trying to pad while being in the wind vicinity. I feel like once you get that one hit, build some distance, and before the attraction even happens, pad away. You cannot play it too safe against a
Adi taking away the box here, unable to get that swing though. So coordinator, you know what, she has that extended chair time, but now we are gonna see Mini Blue try to close out the distance. They're going for a double. Well, no, actually. The dancer gonna try to go for that pop while the rescue is gonna happen. He's gonna try to harass him away.
Oh my god, the rescue! Oh, fortunately it's before half, so that's good. But now Mobius, I don't think he should proceed. I think he should just go straight. Oh wait, never mind. He's proceeding. He's gonna try and down Mini Blue again. Wow, but ciphers are moving super fast. Adi's trying to complete the cipher as fast as possible. It's already at 90% mark in the little... Oh, Panda! Surviving! Panda has to last a little bit longer!
Panda, you maniac! Breaking ankles, and now it's already primed. Now Panda's done so much. He gets the pallet slam too. They pop the cipher.
My goodness, beautiful play right there. But Mobius, again, with the awareness, great awareness going on. He knows that Mini Blue is only half health, doesn't have pad, and honestly, 3 is the...
Oh! Tried to go for a blink, unable to get it, and now Mini Blue still extending the kite. No one's at an exit gate just yet. Mercenary falls down. You gotta give it up to Mobius, right? There are moments where he kind of had a misstep with that, but he's aware that, all right, this isn't going my favor. I'll change targets. I'll go towards this mercenary, and now it seems like they're resided to get a tie.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Posh, I feel like, yes, Female Dancer is a really good counter, and you can see that it works very well in the middle of the church, right? But there's actually one sweet spot at the small house where Adi could have placed it there to help the rotations even better. Which is at the, you know, there's like a really small pallet which doesn't really help your kiting. right outside, right? At the chair. You put it down there, you put down the pallet, that's gonna help your teammates for sure. I feel like he was kind of focusing the music box a lot on the middle of the map, which is the red church, and ultimately it didn't help anyone but himself.
Yeah. It helped him only in a couple moments when he was being chased inside, but maybe self-preservation, preserving strategy at the end there. A tie they're not out of the woods yet. It is okay. It's definitely a step up to what we're used to seeing with how they're able to counter the Night Watch. but unfortunately for them, UTP takes this first round. Let's talk about it, Nell. The secret strategy, or the strategy they've been preparing for. We were hoping that, you know, at least get a tie. They were still able to get it, but how would you rate their performance against this Night Watch? Because both sides, you could say, is kind of shaky.
I would say the picks were just okay. But I did have my doubts about coordinator because I shoot the wall a lot. So, but then they are pro players, right? They know what they're doing. But the thing that I feared the most happened. Panda,
the sum of all our fears.
Yeah, because it's not exactly an instant thing. It's like a homing device, right? The only people I see that has successfully pulled off the coordinator gun, 100%, right, so far that I've seen, are actually the AI bots. The coordinator AI bots. They never miss the gun.
Right? They never miss. Hit or miss.
Bro.
No, it's always hit. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, for reals. But honestly, Panda did really well in rebounding kite. Dragon as well, rebounding kite. That's one thing. The missed gun, that's one thing. Second thing, the very unfortunate hit and pad loss. He used up all 3 pads, but he still got hit. So that's very unfortunate. And last but not least, Adi did an amazing job, almost 300% of decoding. But Music Box, again, it's sort of like the factor of supporting. Not utilized to its full potential, but hey, at least he got out alive. So
he did, yeah. So that's the self-preserving strategy, folks. Again, if use the music boxes for yourself before anyone else, then you could help your fellow person. And also, Nell, I don't know if Adi's gonna have a redemption of the dancer, since the dancer was picked at the start. So the global bans dictate he's not gonna use that for now. So hopefully in the next matches we'll see him use it. But them getting a tie, I think they wanted to just go for. Given how the situation played out, this is the best possible outcome with how the psychologist fell early game, the mercenary unable to get the pads off. But, you know, them having the redemption kite. Again, we talked about how Panda has been kind of evolving and leveling up in front of our eyes. He had an amazing kite, you know, at 2 pallets, able to just break the ankles and get a pallet slam. I think you should add that to his highlights coming into like more competitive tournaments.
Exactly. I mean, they're not out of the woods yet, as you pointed. It's only 5-3. It's still a round win for UTP. A very strong performance so far. But just to bring us back a little bit towards the game itself.
Yes.
I'm kind of surprised, actually, and I didn't say it because I got it in the middle of the game.
Go for it.
Why wasn't Dragon playing Professor instead? Right?
You're right.
He does play Professor, and if you want to do that kind of kiting, like, you might as well play Professor, because Psychologist, yes, you can take 3 hits, but you're up against a Night Watch, and you don't have Flywheel. So he does have a Professor in his arsenal.
He does.
So if he used it, I feel like Night Watch would have second guessed himself before hitting. That would have bought a lot of time for him to reach the other side of the map, or however he wants to play it, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good point that you bring up. Maybe it could be the whole, they wanted to stick to that strategy, that winning formula, and get it tested, and unfortunately it just went to a tie, because I see so many scenarios where that kite would have lasted way longer, even though Professor does. I mean, he's just like a regular character. He just can get that absorbed, but just it's the scales in itself is just the mind game of its own. So maybe saving it for the rest of the matches that we're about to see. We can only hope, right? And this is where Team FT have to really step it up. And UTP picking the ever sleeping town. Let's hope they ban Night Watch.
Exactly. They have to ban Night Watch at this point. Don't let your... I mean, yes, you practice hard against Night Watch, obviously, but at this point, Night Watch is... You can't deal with it yet. UTP managed to deal with it, so they're looking confident, but for FT, they're not dealing with it yet. It's still a draw, still pretty good, right? But at this point, in Ever Sleeping Town, Mobius had enjoyed success here as well, so I feel like don't go crazy, just ban Night Watch, right? Just ban Night Watch and get it over with. Why expose yourself to risk?
Yeah, I would say you don't have a point to, you have anyone to prove, right? You guys are a strong team, it's all good. It's just that Night Watch is just that good, that consistent. You have nothing to prove to us. I mean, these are definitely pro players in their own right. It's just even the best of the best from IVL and IJL. They're like, they know the power and the threat that Nightwatch brings to the table. So I don't think they want to risk it. Hopefully that is going to be the case, because Ever Sleeping Town's a map that Nightwatches have gotten 4K out of easily.
Exactly. Like 4Ks, it's like what's 2K? Never heard of it. I enjoy my screen in 4K. Honestly.
Exactly. I can only count to 4, ladies and gentlemen. HDMI 4K. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. That's good. Yeah, and just looking at the chat itself, very, very nice seeing all of you here. And they said, "What is bling? I never miss my bling because I never bring bling."
That's good.
Super good.
You can say that. I never miss my blink because I never bring it. Always excitement, always abnormal, just those skills that you don't really miss.
Exactly. Like yeah, I mean, it's super technical, honestly. Like sometimes the bling, I don't even know how they do it, but you don't just click bling. There's an angle. If certain angles you miss the bling, so
yeah.
Oh. But
I see in Kino in chat saying seeing an Anne makes me want to play her because of the A skin. I had a fun fact that I learned this week. You want to know what it is?
Okay.
A group of cats. Do you know what it's called?
A litter of cats?
No, that's like for kittens. Those are kittens, right?
Okay,
but a group of cats. You know what they're called?
Okay. What's it called?
They're called a glaring. So we can use that in commentary now, like avoided the glaring, because there's 2 cats, right, that try to swarm. It's either a glaring or a clouding. Yeah.
Oh, glaring.
A glaring. Yeah, that's a group of cats. That's what it's called.
Wow.
They're glaring.
Did you get that reference from the Barbie movie?
No, I did not.
I'm just kidding.
Unfortunately, there were no cats there. Nell, you haven't seen the Barbie movie. Why didn't you see the Barbie movie?
Because I heard that it's too complex for a guy like me to watch.
That's why you're enough, dude. You are enough to watch the movie.
Right.
It's a fun time. It's a fun time.
Is it like a feel-good kind of movie? Feel good?
It's good. Yeah, there's a lot of dancing. There's a lot of See, glaring. A group of cats. See, Chocho, thank you. So you can use that. Yeah.
Bro, my grammar's so bad.
No, it's just more of a my friend told me that. So shout out to the Quattro. He told me like, oh yeah, because I was telling him about like Anne being crazy. There you go. They're glaring at you.
Wow, that's a chicken though.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's up with Chocho.
Chocho, it's a cat.
Chocho, it's a group of chickens. Why are you giving us a gif of a chicken? Anyway, that's backstage stuff. Anne, we don't see that much of Anne as of late. Well, not in round 1 at least. Yeah. Round number 2 usually comes out round number 3. So hopefully we'll see that. Maybe we'll see a glaring come out. Who knows?
Exactly. Well, I did mention that I love the Disciple, but honestly, with the rise of so many strong hunters, and namely Itakwa is in the meta, in the trends now, trending. It's trending now, right? So everyone's the Itakwa cult going on, with the Itakwa cults and the Itakwa nation going on. All players, I agree with you, all players are super good, but I think people some people might underestimate the importance of a really good draft and the picks and bans draft, right? Yeah. And that's why you have all these coaches hired in competitive level. You can always see the coaches in IVL, in IJL. They're hired for this specific reason, because they analyze your strength, they analyze the other teams. Super good, and the bans are win from there. So I feel like going with the Itakwa is definitely part of the winning drafts.
Yes, the winning ways, or the winning formula. That's why I mean, you gotta love how there's even more mind games in these picks and bans. We have the global bans, UTP starting off with the survivors first. Kind of shades of how the first round went. I'm really looking at the lower left side of the screen. They have to ban it now. Please ban the Night Watch, because I want to see some survivors. Some survivor gameplay, because I would admit Night Watch has been kind of terrorizing and dominating the scene as of late in this meta.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if they are confident enough to face Night Watch and decides to ban the Dream Witch again, right? Oh, and they are gonna ban the Dream Witch. They are confident.
Yeah.
I feel like they think Kuga is not. They can handle Kuga's Itakwa, but they don't want to risk handling Kuga's Dream Witch. So it might work because I feel like UTP has cracked the code, so to speak, Vosh.
They might have. And the fact that they're double downing on it, I think they want to make sure, they want to leave no stone unturned. They want to turn doubters into believers, that they know how to go up against the Night Watch. Because, yeah, you could say round one, it could be stroke of luck. But if you're able to consistently get a 3-man escape against a Night Watch, then that's not luck anymore. That's hard work being presented in front of you folks. So I think that's what UTP wants to show us.
Yeah, and let's hope that they can make it, because otherwise it's gonna make not banning Itakwa look so sus, right? Because I've been saying, please ban Itakwa when you can, especially if you can't deal with it at this point of time. But since TP has done it, well, I don't hate the Dream Witch ban. So let's see if this composition is gonna do good. It's gonna do good against Kuga.
Let's see if it's Kenough. I'm sorry, you should really watch the Barbie movie. Actually.
Bro, what's with the?
Watch it, it's really good. Shout out to Izzy. Yeah, you're Kenough too. Izzy is Kenough. Kino is Kenough. Ishi's enough.
Kenough.
Yeah, Cheese also. Shout out to everyone of y'all.
Shout out to you. Oh yeah. I mean, I should watch it now that you mention it. But hey, Eli is out of the jail, guys. Do you miss Eli?
Wow.
Yeah, bro, we are gonna see Eli, though not the Eli in our backstage.
You'll see him again. You will see. No, but this is surprising. You barely see Eli getting chosen, especially late draft. So it seems like they're kind of relegated to that since the Prospector was banned. So this also puts Zed to the test, because we know he's very consistent with the Prospector, but now he has to be forced to use a different character. We're going to see how he's going to fare now that he can't necessarily stun the Hunter.
Yeah, very wise choice banning all the stunners, right? Because Itakwa realizes that, yeah, Prospector has to go. But if Prospector goes and they still have access to Coordinator, then it's still going to be the same thing, right? Because of the stun. So good choice, getting rid of everything that hinders his stampede. And looks like Kuga wants to do the redeeming Itakwa in this game.
Yeah. So this is what's interesting, right? We talked about like the winning formula, having minimal support characters. And does that draft, or does this drafting lineup scream that? Can you see a lot of synergy coming out from these survivors? Because you don't have stunners, but you do have a lot of kiters potential, like quote unquote kiters.
Yeah, I mean, who needs to kite when they can fly? Like they can soar through the sky, and with the toy merchant, you can definitely do that. Beautifully set catapult can help you leap all the way into the graveyard. That's 1 point. Secondly, you can leap towards the second floor, which is also good with the elevation, helps you against the suction by Itakwa's wind force. Acrobat, I haven't seen success
not much
yet.
Yeah, right. Panda had a decent kite with the Acrobat, but that was that wasn't Ever Sleeping Town, that was Moonlit.
Yeah, he made it happen with Acrobat, right? So let's see if Ram will be able to do the kiting with Acrobat against Kuga, because he is spawning right next to Itakwa.
He's spamming him, yeah,
bro. I was waiting for you last game. I waited for you until this game. You better start chasing me now. And honestly, I think Kuga has to, because Zed's definitely gonna make that rotation away. He's not gonna want to chase you. You's gonna be aware of what happened to Mini Blue last game, and he's like, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna give you a chance. And with Run, bro, just vault through the window. You can practically glide away, and you can't get affected. So
yeah,
it's gonna be tough for Kuga for sure.
Erica's asking how many tram hits you think is gonna happen in this
Erica, for you, 2 tram hits.
The total, like this half and second half. Okay, total. All right, I'll go with that, because I don't know. I'm feeling this match might go until BO3, so I have a feeling, you know what, Kuga's gonna bite back hard here. 2 tide turners here. We got Acrobat and also Mercenary, while you got Broken Windows on Run and Zed side. So let's hope Rem is gonna have an excellent kite, because he might be the first potential chase of Kuga, since we do know that this matchup does favor the Night Watch in terms of chasing the Acrobat.
Yeah. Not to mention Ram's the one bringing Titan alongside you as well. So we just have to see what happened. Bringing you the commentaries for the second game. First half is me, Elmelo, and Posh Vice. So let's enjoy this.
So it seems like the one that's getting the heartbeat now is Eli and the Mercenary. So I think it's actually Zed that was about to take that first kite, but the rotation unfortunately didn't. He did not run into the Acrobat. So now Kuga has to start sort of from scratch. Yu is actually also down in the middle two-story part of the map, but it seems like he's still trying to look for the best possible chase. Seems like he might be actually forced to chase Zed.
I mean, that's the only one in the vicinity that's close enough for Kuga to chase. He's probably, there's a lot of mind games going on. Probably he's like, okay, survivor might be rotating away. I have to go to this area to catch one survivor off. But unfortunately, Zed's the only one who can find. So yeah, you know what? Getting an owl out might not be too bad. But Zed's already far and far away ahead. He's so far he cannot even be attracted. But Kuga's gonna persist. I don't know, man. Zed has enjoyed a lot of success against Night Watch, but this time let's see if his SEA is up to the task.
Oh, yeah, just playing it safe there, just wanting to make sure that he won't get terror shocked in that vault. We do see that Kuga already has Blink online. Zed has already expended the owl, but still rotating around. Can he go through? He's just gonna eat that hit. Okay, practicing that discipline. Let's hope he can, he'll be able to, you know what, last a little long for these 3 ciphers to pop.
Yeah, but now that they know Kuga doesn't have insolence, it's Zed! Why did you wait?
I was wondering why. I was asking the same question, Nell. Why did he wait? The $1 million question. Kuga's gonna clean up the catapult here. That could have extended the kite 30 seconds more.
It's not enough. Yeah, use it right.
Thank you for the reference.
I think he was getting greedy. He's like, oh, I almost have an owl. I'll do it. But bro, he forgot that Nightwatch still has the blink, right?
Yeah, forcing you for an early save here. Now he does not have the catapult. The tram! I was so scared that he was going to get hit by that tram. That was so scary. But Zed now has to be forced to, rotate around this part of the map.
Yeah, and this part of the map is actually super good. You kind of force... Yeah, Kuga just has to break this off. Zed, last effort has been popped. Kuga's already at final presence, but Posh, ciphers are looking very healthy, approaching the 3-minute marks. 2 ciphers have been done. The 5th cipher has already been worked on with 2 ciphers close to completion. So UTP is definitely keeping up to pace so far.
Okay, Run setting up a catapult here, but possibly gonna eat that hit. And now this actually makes the backdoor rescue possible. Kuga actually focusing on Run for a little bit, but this allows the backdoor rescue to happen. I did see the Mercenary kind of rotate. Oh, wow, able to get it. It was Ram that actually rotated. We do see that Zed has to work with this map. He silenced him!
My goodness. And oh my god, this is so super good for UTP, because now I was like, oh yo, if the Acrobat gets chased, how are you gonna kite? But now it pays off, right?
Now Ram forcing the hit here, so now this forces attack recovery, but he's still got the dashes on point. Does he have an owl? Doesn't seem like it. Can he farm one in time? It seems like it's not gonna happen, and this is gonna be the Seer's last chair.
My goodness, yeah. With all the time waiting there, right? Waiting for the Itakwa to come. I expected the owl to be done by now.
Yeah.
But obviously you cannot underestimate it. Yes, 1 cipher remaining, but with Itakwa on the teleport and Ram down, 2 survivors down, Posh, this might seem like a comeback for Kuga.
Yeah, it could be. He wants to go for more than just a tie, able to down the toy merchant here. Now it's going to be tough because all of them are injured, so Kuga going for a slugging strategy. This is definitely the way for him to go here. He cannot let out. 1 cipher does remain, so Yu has to be able to buy enough time for his teammates.
He has to dash forward, force Yu to use up all of his pads. That's what Yu's gonna do. But now Yu is running raw without any pads. He has no more pads to use. Yu, if he gets hit once, rest assured, you're gonna see the teleport straight to Acrobat Cypher. Oh wait, he's gonna go straight away. Ram still has a bomb to work with. Come on, the awareness. Oh.
Trying to go for the attract, but able to change elevations here. He's going to try to go back down to the slow bomb, forcing Kuga to rotate away from that bomb. But then again, this is Itakwa we're talking about, just like that, able to dash through.
Oh, he's gonna slug him. He's not even gonna bother. Very super aggressive play going on. They stop decoding straight away when they realize that's happening. But run. Oh wait. Okay, he wants to down the mercenary. Very smart choice. Wait, has to break one. He at least has to break one pallet to get him. But run is still continuing the
Cypher. Oh my God, you has to be able to. Oh wow, forcing him to actually switch targets. So now Kuga making sure that he's gonna add ample pressure on the Cypher, forcing Run down. Run has already used her self-heal, so she cannot get up at this point. Last Cypher is at 76%, so the slugging strategy seems to be working out.
He knows that Toy Merchant doesn't have self-heal anymore. And Ram doesn't have self-heal anymore, right? So that's why Mercenary was trying to help him there. So if he downs Ram again, that's it. He might be able to win, and his teleport will be up in 20 seconds. But Kuga wants to play that game because he knows that Ram, I got you off that Cypher, so I don't have to commit to you. All I have to do is find the Mercenary who is lingering around, probably trying to finish the Cypher, probably trying to heal up. And Kuga has to be careful not to miss the mark because Ram's touching the Cypher again.
Yep, Ram has to get away from that Cypher. He's trying to force it. He's not actually close to that graveyard area. He's at the 11. This hallway is actually really tough because he could actually just go for that attract. Trying to juke him out, but then now you see that the Acrobat is down. He's already used up the self-heal. We're going to see that teleport, but the Toy Merchant has already been healed up.
Wow, he found Ram straight away. Beautiful awareness of mine. Now all he has to do is just use a suction, get run down again, and 2 players on UTP has no self-heal, Posh. This is the moment that Kuga is looking for, and oh my god, this is so hard.
Trying to heal him up, he's gonna pull him away. Mercenary, he can actually get that hit, force attack recovery, and just get the heal off the Acrobat. Now Acrobat Rem has to be able to provide enough cadence here for him to be able to move on away, but at this point, Kuga is looking at a 4K, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, Posh, I don't know why, but it feels like I jinxed it. I'm like, yo, you have to ban the Night Watch again, regardless. Kuga's not gonna make the same mistake twice. This is the Kuga who got 4K back to back, right? And at this point, everyone is being slugged. Only the Mercenary has self-heal, Posh.
Yeah, and he's like one of the slowest healers. So at this point, it's gonna be a GG. Man, Nell, don't you hate it when you're right? This is what we were talking about with how
my god,
Kuga is with this Itakwa. Yes. Dream Witch, we understand she is like one of the deadliest hunters out there, but this is the meta of the Night Watch. It's the season of the Night Watch, folks. You have to respect that ban.
Yeah, with the Prospector, you bought yourself a 3-man escape in the first game, but now that the Prospector is out of the picture, I was like kind of like looking at the Coordinator ban, but all of it makes sense now because no one was able to disrupt the Itakwa at all, right? So honestly, it was like, I feel like they're probably gonna beat themselves up for not banning Itakwa now. But if I were Utopia, I would probably think the same thing, like, yo, we did it in game 1, who's to say we can't do it again in game 2? But guys, don't forget, this is not any hunter we're talking about. This is Kuga. Like we always say, we don't make the same mistakes twice. And he's definitely not one to do that, right?
Yeah.
So 4K, bro.
And that's the thing. You know what? Facing Itakwa, I think your best chances are round 1 since you don't have that much bans. But now you're dealing with more bans, and he's able to ban out the Prospector. He's banning out a lot of the good characters that go up against this Night Watch. So I guess hopefully lesson learned with UTP that they will respect Kuga and his Night Watch. And hopefully this is a cautionary tale also for Survivor team of FT to not risk it with Mobius. Yes, they did get a tie, but I'm pretty sure they have the same mentality as Kuga. It's like, okay, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, okay, that's not going to happen because I've learned from this.
Exactly, and that's definitely enough for FT to.
You gotta watch the movie. I will ask for a ticket stub for you to quote.
Okay. Put on the feeling. Who knows? Maybe I can watch it when we go to the offline events.
Hopefully it's still showing. Yeah. I only watched it once.
Not,
so we'll see.
Yeah. If it's not, I'll watch it somewhere else.
Yeah, watch it in Malaysia, dude. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Bro.
Yeah, this is
4K.
4K. The ciphers have stopped moving at 4-minute mark because that's when he's already eliminated the last survivor and started slugging everyone. Kuga, a man on a mission here. This is his house,
Exactly.
ladies and gentlemen. This is his Mojo Dojo Casa. That's another Barbie reference, by the way. I don't know if you're gonna get that.
Bro, I when you put it that way, I kind of have to watch it, right?
Yes,
But-
you gotta watch it. His Mojo Dojo
Yeah.
Casa, bro.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But now that we know the winning formula of UTP, it's actually with the prospector pick. You know,
Yes.
at least a character that can provide a little bit of resistance towards Kuga, right? Zen actually kited good. He
did.
kited good. It's
Mhm.
just very unfortunate that he has nothing to
Mhm.
buy that extra time against Kuga.
I
Right?
will bring this up now. Like, let's bring it back to the catapult moment. He didn't jump at the right time. Ooh, I feel like that's
waited.
when. Yeah.
Yeah, he waited too long. He waited until it was like, you know, class starts at 7. He decided to go in at 6:59, but the gates closed.
Oh, you wake up at 6:59. I'd be fine. I'll make it.
I can make it. I can fly.
I got a
I mean,
catapult. Whoops.
Yeah. Whoops. Apparently your little brother destroyed
Have
the
you
catapult.
ever had that experience? Like, I got time. Don't worry. And then you realize, oh shoot.
Yes,
20
yes,
minutes.
I did. I did. Okay, here's a true story, right?
Okay,
I
go.
think
Story
it
time.
happened.
Let's hear it.
Okay, I'm very busy.
Mhm.
Every day I'm super busy. I know most of us are, but I'm just super jam-packed. And I thought that, well, I went to my brother's graduation recently, right?
Oh yeah.
I thought,
Congrats.
yeah,
congrats.
and
Mhm.
thank you. He just graduated from Hong Kong as a doctor. But okay, long story short, he came back. I came back from there, and I thought, hey, I can squeeze in this meeting the next morning,
Mhm.
right? But I overestimated it, right? I'm like, oh, it's fine, I can do it. I overestimated because I put an alarm. It
Uh-huh.
didn't wake me up. It didn't
Oh,
wake me up because I was overnight in the airport. It didn't wake
Uh-huh.
me up. By the time I got up, it was 10 o'clock. My meeting was at 8.
Mhm.
There were a lot of angry phone calls, and I was like, yeah, I'm never doing this again.
How many phone calls? How many phone calls is that?
10 phone calls.
When it's double digits, you know you messed up. You're like, ooh, I'm so sorry. God
Yeah,
darn it.
I
Okay.
yeah, I explain it, and I'm like, yeah, from now on, never push your limits. I mean, never, don't play it too
Yeah.
risky, right?
There was one time when that story reminded me of a story. I had like this event to go to. The call time was like 5 a.m. So I woke
Okay.
up at 3:30. I'm like, oh, it's still early. I dressed up, and then I dressed up. Then I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna close my eyes in the breakfast table. I'm just gonna close my eyes and just lie down for a bit. Dude, I woke up. It was like 5:30. I got like around 20 missed calls. Where are you? Because I was one driving. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my god! But did you make it in time though? Like, it's call time 5 o'clock, but you start at 6 typically, right?
I didn't make it. We didn't make
Oh,
it. And
oh
so
no.
that was my bad. They had another person take over, so it was fine. I was able to make it to the next because it was like a recurring team building thing, so I made it to the
I
next
see,
one.
I
But
see,
like,
yeah.
not the best. So guys, once again, don't tempt fate. If you guys are in the clear, just take it. Don't go for the fancy. Let me close my eyes for a bit. I'll be able to wake up. Nope.
Exactly. No, that's not gonna happen. It's like going into a bar and say, yeah, I'm not gonna drink any liquor.
That's
or-
what Demi wants. That's what the barmaid wants. She thinks, yeah, no, it's gonna
exactly,
heal you.
yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, it's like you know, hanging out with a friend and saying, yeah, it's okay, we're just friends. Hang out with it.
Whoa.
Okay, that's a little out of the topic, but anyway, it's just don't procrastinate. I think that's the thing.
Yes. So now we see FT batting out the Itaku. Okay, they're listening.
Let's go.
They're listening.
Yeah.
Mobius does have a wax artist, which again, compared to how the Night Watch has been, more manageable. So that might come out here.
Exactly. He that can count out, but I don't think it's gonna achieve the result to beat the 4K by Kuga.
Yes.
So if FT can manage to get a draw here, they're in a super good position. Because if they draw this game, it's gonna be 7-2. And if they tie the last game, FT is in no pressure if they tie the last game. Because UTP is the one that has to make something happen in game number 3.
Right.
So Mobius now, he has to focus super hard. We've seen this situation before, right? Mobius coming back with the 4K. So it might happen again, but unfortunately, it's not without the Itakwa. So let's see how it's gonna turn out, because all the mains are getting banned out.
Banned, yeah.
Eli's not gonna be seen.
True. I think I will have to admit, right? Hunters have been, struggling for a while, but the rise of the Night Watch has kind of made them eat well for a while. But now being banned out, it's gonna be a little tough. Forward coming into the mix, little shades of meta before. Let's go. Yep.
Let's go. Mini Blue finally gonna be able to show us what his S match forward's made of.
Yes.
And honestly, it's super good, right? It's super good against to buy time to support not the best decoding as one might expect, but hey, with the combination of the stun, you might be able to help your teammates get further. Plus the catapult, yeah, I mean it's definitely enough to fly far away from the hunter.
You have to watch the movie. Oh yeah, it's good.
I will.
I know you're Knuff, so you'll be fine. Yeah.
Thank you. You're Knuff too. Easy thinks so too. So.
Hey, everyone thinks everyone's Knuff. Kino, Erica, Strawbini, I6 Rival too. Shout outs to you, Zosier. Any other shout outs that I'm missing out here now?
Idea, Shroud, Joy
Thou.
Mendoza.
Mhm.
Yeah, Thou.
Shout out to Thou.
And of course, Zosier always see Femboy, Pollen IDV as well. I miss
Hey.
BW. Is that English commentary is so fun? I caught that comment. Thank you so much. We're just trying to have a good time here, and hopefully you guys are having a good time here with us as well. Please do share some stories of your own or some jokes so that we can read it out in the chat.
Procrastinating. Make us feel better about ourselves too. That we woke up late to our alarms. We've all done it. We've all done it, for sure. But now it looks like Barmeat's gonna complete the lineup of FT. I mean, it's pretty solid. Forward can definitely come back for the heal of the liquor. So it looks like the Knight of Demi Bourbon, because she's the one that's gonna be starring in a lot of the games today. She's the one providing the heal support. So Dragon is gonna pick Demi up instead of the Ada, because Ada's banned. So Panda's gonna be the one making the kite work. Mini Blue, Adi. So yeah, I can see a lot of things happening. As long as Adi's catapult is on point, I think that this should be a very strong draw for them. But then again, of course, we still have to see what Hunter that's actually what my next question would be at, because Itakwa is gone. Yes, he does have the Wax Artist to come out, but I mean, Breaking Wheel also made its resurgence with God J. But it seems like he's gonna go with the Sculptor, which was the Hunter that got him the 3K to win up against, I believe their team were up against, is it ST? It was against ST. That was an incredible back and forth.
Exactly. I mean, let's see what happens here. Obviously, it's super good. I mean, I don't see a lot of people playing it anymore. But when we do see them, usually they're just super confident, and let's hope that Mobius is able to achieve the result he wants with Galatea, because right now, UTP, all of a sudden, UTP is in the position where they need to get a 4K, not to win, but to draw the game. Just to stay alive.
And coming into the next round, right? You don't want those 5 points lingering, or even more points, right? So I think FT is in a good position. I think they realized from round one, all right, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So let's get conservative here. Let's go for the tie, then continue on with this and how this is going to play out. Because compared to the other draft, the fact that there's a forward and they're still able to bring in like the Acrobat and the Toy Merchant, I feel like they have the stunning available for them, and also have the support of Demi. Now we're going to head towards the map selection here. Kind of the same layout here, where Dragon, Mini Blue, and Adi are actually surrounding. Again, Toy Merchant spawning at the middle part there, the second floor, just to provide that catapult in that alleyway area. Mobius, though, has Demi like locked in with.
Locked on, yeah. I mean, the difference here with the Acrobat from both games is that this Acrobat doesn't want a piece of the action. He's actually swap positions with the Barmaid, and honestly, if Mobius does go for the Barmaid first, it can be super risky. So I'm not really sure if they should put Dragon in that position, because yes, she has the healing, but one statue can cancel it off yeah, the chip damage. You might not even make it through the window because of the statues blocking it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things can happen, and
Right.
but this time, at least the difference is the barmaid has flywheel. So
Yes.
I like this choice. Yeah, I like
you
the
really have to
more.
time, like you said. But then again, you have to time the flywheel, right? In theory, bring it is a good choice. However, you have to time it properly, especially. I mean, tier 1 statues, pro players can deal with it. Tier 2, on the other hand, it's going to be a different story. Seems like Adi is the only rescuer in this lineup with a tide turner, so he's probably going to use the gliding just to, have a safe rescue, while Mini Blue is going to be the harasser. So, folks, second half here. Did he get hit by the tram?
Hey, did first hit on Panda. Okay,
That's one.
prediction coming true.
So,
I mean,
Watch by
dreams do come
Mellow
true.
on the mic. Go for it now.
Dreams do come true, and Panda's the one fulfilling the first one. Mobius is gonna chase Dragon as expected. I mean, this place. Oh, incoming! Another trend coming in. Let's hope that it doesn't happen. Not getting sandwich is good enough. He's avoided it left and right. Mobius still has a little bit of statues to work with. As long as he doesn't get chipped, it's fine. He got chipped!
One chip. Yeah, he got one chip. Now he's just trying to bait out possibly the flywheel, but it's already off cooldown here. He's gonna eat that hit. He has one flywheel left now, but he's gonna use that drink to try and close out the distance. He's going forward. Oh my god, the patience! He's just gonna go fall through it. He has a free hit.
Bro, the patience of Mobius? What is going on? I don't understand. Now he's gonna go after Mini Blue.
Oh, forcing Mini Blue to use the entire football, so that is actually negated because he knows that the barmaid's gonna use the drink. So now he's forced to go after this forward, able to eat one more hit. Oh, the elevator, and now he's gonna try to swing at him.
Oh my goodness, forward's gonna go down pretty fast here. Statue's gonna make it. And just like that. Boss. You wanna do that kind of stun? You have to stay out of sight. Because I'm so sure Mobius has I see it. Mobius has definitely seen it. Like he was just hanging out outside the window.
He was.
Of course I know what you're gonna try to do, right?
And now he's got tier 2 statues. He's got this. He's got the chisel, and now ciphers. I mean, yeah, 2 ciphers are pop, but man, they don't have their last cipher ready yet in order to reaching that 2-minute mark of the game. So now Adi forced to rotate here on foot. Watch out for the tram. Okay, good. We're good.
Okay, it's fine. Adi, yeah, you're fine. I mean, honestly, this looks like the worst case scenario. In the sense that Mobius has full presence, in the sense that forward has no rebound kite potential. But one thing that we shouldn't forget, UTP needs a 4K. If FT can get one single survivor out, things are gonna yeah, because now they know, okay, Mobius, he's used up his bling, he has nothing to control the ciphers with, and if you vote in, I'm gonna just fly out.
Oh my god. Oh, able to get the rescue now! He tried going for the glide-in rescue. Adi now still holding on to the tide turner. One more statue and he's gonna fall down, and Mobius still in the lead here.
My goodness, this is something that shouldn't happen at all. But very nice attempt though. As long as you don't die in the basement, things should be good. Adi is still trying to stay alive here. Last cipher is being worked. Oh, did it get cancelled? Was it cancelled?
He was able to drop the catapult, but he was still able to get the hit.
Okay. Yeah.
That was close. But yeah, last cipher's already been worked on. But now the sole wielder of the tide turner is on the rocket chair. So now they're going to have to make a hard decision here. Barmaid or Acrobat will have to go for the save. He's just going to clean up the catapults at this point. So now, and they still have yet to work on the last cipher. It's only 10%.
Yeah, looks like a full blood rescue. Honestly, I would say don't go for the. Okay, I don't think they're gonna make it in time. It's still only 11%, and by the time, yeah, they have to make this rescue. If they don't rescue, okay, what's gonna happen
need to buy time, yeah.
Yeah, Mobius is just gonna change the last trait to teleport, and it's just gonna go over, right? So,
Panda now. Here we go.
Panda
drop down. Tier 2
Okay,
statues,
nice,
good
nice
avoidance. Okay. Now he's gonna have to use. Oh, the
Teleport.
Oh,
Okay, good.
canceling it out.
Yeah.
No, Panda knows. He respects the teleport too much. He's like, I don't want to risk this at all. Gonna be forced to go for the slow vault here. Toy Merchant's about to expire. I don't think Panda's gonna make it. He's gonna have to be very clutch, but no, unable to. I think he was considering it, but at this point, it's a barrage of statues. Acrobat has fallen down.
Yeah, it's just too much statues. It's at that point it's just like spamming, honestly. Dragon needs to stay safe and find the dungeon. That's the only thing he needs to do. He doesn't even need to pop the cipher anymore. Dragon is out of sight, but oh, the footprint has been spotted. I wonder if Mobius has actually seen it. Dragon needs to hide a little bit more, but Tinnitus is gonna pop pretty soon. I think he saw the footprints.
Yeah, and also you could actually sniff him out with the tier 2 statues when it starts to home against you. So we're just gonna have to see. CCTV is gonna look if anyone is in that part of the map, but it seems like he's actually gonna run straight towards him.
Yeah, but it's fine because I feel like with the addition of a flywheel, hey, at least he'll be able to make that kite happen, right? Towards the he can definitely clutch. But honestly, with what happened, like the statue spams, which got Panda down, I feel like it's gonna be super risky playing that. But Dragon, jump down. Okay, Mobius
hasn't seen it. Oh, he didn't know. Oh my goodness, this is a big opening. He's gonna try to rotate towards it. Does he see the scratch marks? It's wide open. The dungeon's right there now.
Oh, yeah, the statue's not gonna make any difference here. There's no way you can like chip damage him 4 times in a row. And with a flywheel, FT managing to get one survival out. Honestly, that was so clutch. It looked like Mobius would have gotten the 4K there, but because oh my god, now they have Kuga to tank for the 4K. Otherwise, that would have been a 3K draw in the worst case scenario.
Let's recall now. Let's back up the moments here. How was the 4K a possibility in this matchup? Because we were thinking that Mobius is gonna have a tough time. This is a tough lineup to go up against, but he was able to make it work. Almost the 4K there.
Yeah, exactly. I think if we want to recount the steps, right?
Yeah.
It all started once upon a time.
Okay.
When the Galatea saw the forward lingering outside. So she was very patient and waited for the forward to spin around and like, yo, are you trying to make a highlight montage or something? So he's just waiting until he bumps, and forward, honestly, he already wasted so much football doing that move. So getting rid of the forward, super smart. No more tight turner, right? There's only one person left with tight turner. I think that's the start of everything. Dragon was kiting good. Dragon was honestly kiting good, and even if the forward wasn't there, Dragon would have easily been able to make it away with the heals going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that I think it's the standard play. It's just very unfortunate that Mini Blue has been spotted outside. And secondly, Adi with a very, very close, I would say it's a very good play, a decent play where he tries to glide and rescue, but it fails. He did manage to contain the hunter long enough, like 45 seconds. But the saving grace is at least he didn't die in the basement. Panda not buying a lot of time, but hey, I think very, 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 very smart decision by Dragon not to pursue. And last but not least, Mobius missing that one spot instead of
turn
right.
Oh, he should have zigged when he should have zagged. Like it's you hate to see it happen, especially if you're a hunter main out there. But it happens to the best of us. It happens to Mobius too. But at least the point differential, like they're slowly catching up, right? The best case for them was to tie things out, but FT still wins this round in terms of Kuga. So yeah, FT survivors really have to thank Kuga for getting a 5-point game and denying any points from UTP. So this round actually ends at a 6-3 in favor of FT. Again, it goes by round wins at this point. So I think coming into the last round, potentially last round, just play it out. Just don't look at the points anymore. Just go for the wins.
Exactly. And I see some people also saying, why did you chair? Honestly, I think he has no choice but to chair, and hopefully he can find. He was betting it all. He was just being being super aggressive because one thing, he has used up his teleport to stop Panda in the first place. So obviously he doesn't have any more traits to stop the last cipher from being popped, right? So if he doesn't chair there, what's gonna happen is he's gonna move. Dragon is going to continue decoding the cipher until Galatea makes it all the way to that side. and then he's gonna rotate away. Panda's gonna self-heal. They're gonna finish the last cipher, and the result is still gonna be more or less the same. So he has to bet everything on finding Dragon first.
Yeah.
He actually spotted him out, but unfortunately,
yeah, the rotations weren't on point, and I think that was the best possible scenario for him to chair, and just to get him off that cipher, because he knew it was shaking. He didn't know how ready it was to be primed. So if you left it on the ground and slugged him and lost him, it would be even tough to push for that end game. I don't know. I'm not even sure if he brought the tension, but that's a moot point. He did.
Yeah,
Okay,
he did. Yeah. But honestly, it can go either way. At that moment, like, it's easy for us to see from outside, but the hunters, they are playing at that exact moment. They have a split decision to make. They cannot waste like 5, 10 seconds, 15 seconds thinking, should I chair? Should I not chair? Should I chair? Because every second you waste, Cypher's gonna keep going on. The moment he sees that, oh, he's picking him up, I should stop decoding.
Yeah. Look for dungeon. Yeah.
Look for go towards the dungeon, don't pop anymore, don't decode anymore. But some hunters, they do have this tendency. We've seen a lot. They pick him up, hopefully that they're gonna stop decoding, and then they drop them again. Right?
Just to bring him closer,
Yeah, just bring him closer. But in this case, Mobius doesn't have teleport anymore. And perfect statues, believe it or not, at far range, it's you can still kind of dodge it in a way.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
it's not a 100% surefire thing.
Yeah, the foot race towards the dungeon, right? And no
Yeah,
perfect statue
sure.
could have stopped that from happening. And also, it's kind of poetic that Dragon was the first chase and also the last one to leave the game. He was the sole survivor coming into this. And now, FT versus UTP, we didn't think it'd be this close, but round are equal, 9-8 at this point. This could be potentially the grand finals because of how, I would say formidable these two teams are, FT and UTP. So they are bringing out the best in each other. I would say UTP a little more well-rounded because the survivor team was able to get the victory in round 1, while the hunter was able to get in round 2. FT survivors do want to get that redemption coming on in because the best that they did was a draw. So hopefully around number 3, this is where they shine, and it is FT to pick the map next.
Exactly. FT is gonna pick the map. If there's one, if there are two things that I learned from last game, is don't predict on tram hits because you're not gonna get it right. That's the first thing I learned.
We were one off.
One off. Yeah.
I know, it's like, what? I like you, Nello Poch. I'm just gonna get hit by the tram at the start of the game. Don't worry. It's not gonna. It didn't have any bearing in the match, but there was still a tram hit. So there's that.
Yeah. The second time it was like hit by a statue. Does that count?
Does that count? It's almost a tram, right?
Yeah, it's almost a tram. Yeah. And the second thing I learned is, you definitely have to ban the Itakwa.
Yeah.
Because that was the 4K from Kuga that made all the difference. Imagine if they ban Itakwa against a Dream Witch that might still be able to make a 2-man escape, 1-man escape. Would have been a different story. But everything when all has been done and said, in game number 3, let's hope that they are going to continue banning Kuga's Night Watch. Right?
I'm pretty sure they will. Yeah.
Start banning the Night Watch because it's too much of a threat at this point. Even if you choose whatever maps, right? Doesn't matter. Just get him out of your worries. Deal with anything Kuga brings. Ban his Night Watch. Ban his Dream Witch. Right? And deal with whatever he has to throw. Play a bonbon? Fine. Let's go for a draw. Let's go for 3-man. Right? So just get it out of your system. Very unfortunate for the fans out there, though.
Look at this. Mobius is actually being benched now. Nilu is coming into the mix here, folks.
Ooh, secret weapon.
Secret weapon. So if you guys know anything about Nilu, do let us know. In my notes now, we have not seen Nilu perform in the big stage, or at least a recorded match here. But if you guys know anything about Nilu, if Chocho's listening, if you know anything about Nilu coming on in, secret weapon coming at a clutch moment because Mobius is going to be benched. So this is going to be very interesting to see now.
Yeah, I mean, they probably realize Mobius has already done his job, his part, Night Watch and Sculptor. So Nilu, I'm not sure about Nilu, but I think he might be my secret cousin from Japan, Milu.
Oh, he's like Led Tasso.
I like that last one. But yeah, at least now we know that he's from Japan, right?
Okay.
So yeah, thanks Jojo for the info. Yep, Nilu from Japan.
Nilu.
So apparently if you go to Japan, Nello's gonna be Nilu. And if Posh goes to Japan, it's gonna be Poshy Poo.
No, I'm one. I'm
Pucci,
the same
Pucci.
person. Pucci.
Oh, Push. Probably. Yeah.
Pucci too? Yeah,
Uh,
probably. Mhm.
Yeah. I think this is the X Factor.
Yeah.
Posh. Nilu, unknown, right? Unknown. He's except for the part, he's Japanese. Yeah, I think FT has another thing going on for them. Just when you think that, yeah, FT might think we got this now. We got this now. But
I'm
Posh-
actually really nervous for this matchup now because it seems like UTP might be hunting first, and they're actually gonna throw a curveball at the survivors of Team FT. So how do you, Nell? Like, I mean, we talked about this. How do you prepare for something that's not that you don't even know about? I know people say ignorance is bliss, but in this game, it is definitely not. If you do not know what you're going up against, it does not favor you at all.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's my hypothesis.
Mhm.
Here's my hypothesis against this situation. In this situation, UTP has faction selection, right? They can choose to send survivor or hunter first.
Yep.
Right. So here's the thing. If any faction gets 5-0, if FT gets 5-0 in the first half, it's over.
Yeah.
Second half doesn't matter anymore, right? So I would say, whichever faction they send out first, that's going to be the faction where they think is stronger. So if they decide to send Nilu out first, then rest assured UTP would feel at that moment that Hunter faction is stronger than the Survivor faction at the moment. Which is kind of like a statement because UTP Survivors have been doing great so far, right? Except for the second game. Yeah, but if they send the Survivor first, then FT can assume Nilu might just be the point guard keeper kind of thing, right?
Yeah, the seeker of the snitch. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right? That's a win condition. You just got if you play Quidditch.
It is. British, yeah. I mean, the HP legacy going on here. But yeah,
Sorry, I was
just
giggling every time you say Nilu. That's I never thought you'd say that because
Nilu.
That's your alter ego. He's gonna be hunting here now, and I like the way you painted that picture because you're right. The UTP does have the deciding factor who's gonna go first, and the fact that they're gonna make Nilu come in first, they know that Nilu is that X factor. And how do you ban according to what you don't know if you're Team FT? If they were so adamant about getting this strategy up against a Night Watch, Nilo might not even have a Night Watch. He might not even be a Night Watch main at this point because how come we're only seeing him now come into round number 3? And that's why it's super important for you to have like a God Jane Seichu or have like a sub hunter in the mix.
Yeah. Secret recipe. I mean, secret hunter, secret weapon for sure. But I think we were spoiled. We got the spoiler just now because the winning position was FT for escape. So that means they are sending out Nilu first as the hunter. So they put all their faith in Nilu as the hunter, right? So I would say I would have high hopes for Nilu. Like Nilu has to be super strong. If they trust him enough to carry it the first half.
Let's bring it back to that point you said. One of the secret ingredients or that X factor or the strongest things about this team is that they know how to draft players coming into this.
Yes.
So again, if we look at the track record of Run and Zed with who they've actually been with, they've been associating themselves with the strongest of the strong. So again, I might be expecting a little too much of Nilo here, but the fact that, like you said, adding to the mix there, if they're making him go out first and they recruited him to be the sub of Mobius, I think he has I think he's going to be a strong one coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely the veterans of this game. Call it confidence. Call it confidence. Call it call it how do you say, clarity, call it call it whatever you want. They have an idea how to play this, and with Mobius doing his job, they are definitely prepared for best of 3. I would say Nilu is probably the saving grace they need here.
Nilu. Yeah, sorry. Shout out to Giselle.
I heard that. Shout out to Giselle. Where's Giselle? Is she in the chat?
No, but like she calls, she says Nilu a lot, so she must be one of Nilu's biggest fans. That's why she says Nilu.
For reals. And you'd see Nilu Hell Ember pick. I mean, who knows? Anything that gets them to second half. right?
Exactly.
Anything that gets them to the second half. But one thing's for sure, even if it's not a 5-0, they need to at least get like getting a draw is still okay. Get at least a draw if you can get a 4K.
That could be the mentality of Nilu, right? He could just want to get a draw and just set it up for the survivors. Maybe put Mobius on a break for now, because the last match was pretty draining, to be honest. So we are going to see FT ban the Hunters, which is going to be very interesting because we have yet to have data on Nilu, but they seem to know he might have a Sculptor. So now banning out the Sculptor and banning out the Takwa. This is kind of dangerous territory because this is Dream Witch territory.
Either that or they just assume Nilu is Mobius. They just ban whatever Mobius is. Because no way, right? No way they know who Nilu is. Like, because people change their name so much, even if they know him, they don't know him. Something like that, right?
That makes sense. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. But here comes the twist. They are gonna bring out Antiquarian. This one time. Antiquarian, Merc, Mini Blue doesn't have anything to do with Ford anymore. Wise choice, because Antiquarian's gonna do it now. He just has to sit back and relax on the Merc. There's no suction by the Nightwash, so I think he's confident with his Merc here. But one thing's for sure, Nilu is banning out all the supports, banning out the decoders, Prospector, Mechanic, and Seer. So you would expect he's playing something that's afraid of Cypher Rush. A Bonbon?
Possibly. Especially in a small map like this, keep it close quarters. Yeah, but then bring out this Barmaid. I guess they just want to be able to make sure that they have their grounds covered if he has a Dream Witch. Yeah, Naiad's also a popular one. An Anne, most probably. Entomologist, the bees do to counter the cat leaps. So, but you can also say that with kind of Bonbon and also the rest of the Hunters. So we just have to wait and see. So Psychologists rounded out. So they're really bolstering up their defenses here and healing factors with the Psychologist as the last pick for Team FT.
Banning out the Entomologist as well. No way it's gonna be a Geisha, right? No way. No way.
We want to be proven wrong, folks, so I wish.
Yeah, no way it's gonna be a Geisha here. It's so hard to think.
Maybe Bonbon.
Yeah, but is Bonbon afraid of the bees? Maybe, if it does his movements, but if he's playing a Bonbon, then banning out the Prospector would be kind of weird, right? Because everything that they ban is like single hits, right? So
true.
Probably a Hunter that focuses a lot on single hits.
And
you think?
Maybe. I'm just thinking as Entomologist, Cypher rushing, you got Prospector, you got Seer that's banned in a small map like this. But just to get a draw, most probably. I mean, we're talking about how we do enjoy the Disciple match, but again, your guess is as good as mine, chat, with who Nilu will be bringing out here. So we just have to wait and see what's going to be coming out.
If it's up to me, I'll bring out the smiley face.
In this map? Let's go.
In this map, bro. In this map. But then again, it's mobile, so I wouldn't put my hopes up. But Naiad. Okay, I like this. The stick is gonna be less of a problem here because of the humidity. So I think we can assume how good Nilu is by the play of his first puddle. Okay.
Like how he cuts off the survivors. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see how big his puddle is. Honestly, here I feel like the best choice would be just to cut out. But I think it's gonna be kind of tricky too, Posh, because they have two healers in the team. They have a psychologist. You chase the barmaid, fine. You have the psychologist. You chase the psychologist, fine. You have the barmaid.
It's gonna be tough. Yeah, it's even though Nilu is gonna come in with, I would say, a stable hunter and one of the most picked hunter in Koa, that she was actually the sub of whoever. It's gonna be tough with these double healers, and maybe I'd think that FT would be more. This would be in their neck of the woods. This would be more of their play style, going up against I would say conventional hunter like Naiad, knowing just to kite away from the puddles, knowing how to kite her out when she's in the swim form. So maybe this is where FT can really shine coming into round number 3.
Exactly. And who knows? Surprise, fun fact, Nilu is Aka in disguise. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was gonna
I'm just kidding.
word what? How come we're
Just
not
kidding.
seeing the
Yeah, exactly.
Mad Eyes.
Okay, yeah. Mad Eyes. Oh my god, yeah. Who can forget the Mad Eyes play? But here we have it. Grace will make up the spot on the left. It's a cross spawn going on here. Mini Blue's gonna be the one taking the middle of the map. King of the Hill. Dragon obviously has that spot to work with, can rotate easily towards the factory. Panda wants to be in the close vicinity, probably gonna do the backgate Cypher. Adi wants to. Honestly, I would chase Adi first. Wi-Fi heal is like, if you have to choose between two healers, I would chase Adi first. Because with Barmaid, at least you have to run towards the location to keep the liquor, right?
Right.
The Dublin, right? But with the psychologist, you can still decode while healing remotely, so you don't waste time with the distance. So.
And note, if you do chase the Barmaid first, also she has that speed drink. She has better kiting of potential, even though Adi does have the 3 hits. So I agree. We have to chase Adi first, get the presence up. Being a presence, insolence detention on the side of Nilu. So that's also something to take note of, folks. You have one flywheel, and I got the broken windows, and you got Nello, Mello, and Potch Spice for this next round here. Seems like the Mercenary just hanging out here. We're gonna see the first puddle come out. Mercenary feeding that tinnitus. It seems like he wants to go for another survivor here. Hasn't spotted anyone yet, but he knows someone's at the factory area.
Yeah, I mean, Fish Lady wants to chase the dragon first, and looks like that's exactly what he's doing. And judging by the size of the puddle, wow.
That was actually
70%. Oh my god, is he gonna drown?
He drowned!
He's gonna drown!
Holy smoke! Able to get that first skill unlocked. Mercenary's here too. Nilo isn't playing around. He's watering off this entire center part. A Mini Blue dropping down that pallet, but the Barmaid 92%. This is so scary, but the heal is gonna get off.
My god, Mercenary had to use the pad as well, because that's gonna be like a freaking
flywheel
double hit. Oh my goodness!
Flywheel, oh my goodness. And now baiting out that early hit. We do have Blink already online for Nilu to work with. He's gonna try and go for the swim. No. Forced to break it, go for the Blink. No, he just chooses to break it.
Yeah, I mean, when all has been said and done, he's in no hurry. I mean, he's already stopped 2% in one swim, right? Dragon, my goodness, getting popped in the first puddle. Not to mention forcing Mercenary out. Super good. Super good. And now Dragon has nowhere to go.
Forced to go around this area. If he did not hug that pallet, it would be tough. Psychologist, the only healer here, still working on a Cypher. They still have Tide Turner in the Mercenary, but I mean, his real estate management and control of this Naiad, for him to be able to pop Dragon at the first seconds of the game is really telling that he is really a Naiad specialist.
Exactly. Not to mention that, well, at least we can sort of imagine it's not going to be a 4 escape at this point, simply because of how great the control is. And as a matter of fact, I think like they're just gonna leave.
Yeah.
Dragon, like no rebound kite potential, just gonna leave. And Adi's gonna be the next one. Oh my goodness, this is so hard. Ibu's coming in already. Probably gonna do the rescue once. Nilu, and can I say, Nilu hasn't even used his trade yet.
He has not. They don't even know what he has yet. So this is actually kind of scary for Mini Blue to deal with. But it seems like he's just gonna feed that tinnitus, but at least that just shows that Mini Blue is off a Cypher. So yeah, we could definitely see a second half here, folks. So now Mini Blue is gonna have to take this chase. He's gonna try to swim right for him, and he's forced to leave at 61%.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of stuttering at this point, right? Like, Nilu knows, like, he knows what the survivors of FT wants. He's like, okay, Mercenary is not in the position to rescue. So with such great decision, like, he's very decisive. He just goes, chases Mercenary away, now focuses on Adi.
Unable to get it. There. It seems like he's gonna try to go for the hit, finally able to get it, but yeah, missed the Blink attempt. Seems like he's gonna try to focus his attention on Adi this time.
Shouldn't try to loop here though. Because he's gonna make that puddle. You see, the puddle's
Yep.
gonna be done. Oh my god, 100%. Can he run
my
out of
God.
time?
Oh.
Oh, he can.
95%. If he throws it and swims for it, Adi has to be very careful. Now, dropping the pallet just so he's going to make that rotation around. The humidity is dying out. Adi be forced to move on along here. He's going to try to water him down, able to get it. And now one more hit, he's going to fall down.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful awareness by Adi. Just keeps running in. Honestly, you don't see Nayat using charge attack a lot. Simply because it just takes too long. People know what you're gonna do. Nilu gonna change target, I guess. He knows that the one cipher in the middle has a lot of progress.
Yep.
Is that in the middle? Yeah, it is.
I believe so. Yeah, the one that the mercenary's working on, he already popped it. So now we're at the final end game. He does have that detention to work with, so he still can get that tie. I think it's more of that, right? He wants to just set the survivor team up for a win, but a 3K would actually be great on their side to tie things up. Now Antiquarian out in the open.
Yeah, and with Antiquarian, it's like you have to play mind games. That's why you don't swing. You don't charge attack because it gives time for Antiquarian to see, oh, you're trying to hit me. Okay, I'm gonna smack you here. I can be so sure in smacking you here now. But now he's changing targets. Such an amazing start for Nilu's Nayat, right, Posh? But
yeah.
FT, this time they managed to pull it back so well.
Yeah, I think it's more of just a constant changing of targets here, not really focusing on one. And oh my god, Antiquarian got hit by the puddle, so that's kind of unfortunate because he wasn't even committing towards the Antiquarian, but now Adi's gonna try to water him off.
Yeah, I think he just gets hit because he wants to
pop the cipher.
Do the cipher. Yeah. I mean, Nayat has no teleport.
There you go.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Rest assured, it looks like at least a two-man escape here. Blink's gonna be up in 15 seconds. Adi has no flywheel, has no broken window available yet. Yeah, I think FD's safe bet is just to go for a draw at this point. The Blink is gonna be up really soon. Yeah, I think FD poses a draw here.
True. I mean, you got to give it up to Adi trying to rotate towards that dungeon, the dungeon escape area. But I mean, excellent first game. I think they were just kind of feeling out the process, but FT really showing that they have that resolve and resilience, still being able to bounce back from not the best start. So at least we're able to get some tape on Nilu here, getting a tie with a Naiad, which again, Nell, in this meta, I think that's the most you can ask for with a Naiad.
Exactly.
Against Antiquarian, at least.
Yeah, I mean, but one thing is for sure, that Naiad play was super good. It's just that, like you pointed it out, the constant changing of targets.
The long charged up hit, like you said too.
Yeah,
it was a little weird.
Yeah, it was a little weird because usually you see Naiad go for the precise, sharp hit. Like it's like the 1-inch punch, you know, like you don't see it coming, right? And you fly far away. But here, I would say his puddle making skills are good. He's good. But in terms of normal attack, kind of sus. I know that he's probably trying to bait a flywheel or something, but still, that animation is gonna buy so much time. It's still gonna buy time. You can see, like, you know.
I think you could definitely make the case. You could buy more You could bet more on a flywheel happening if Naiad's just standing there, because their hit animation's so quick. Like it's just a direct hit, right? But the fact that she retracts the harpoon, goes for a long swing, and up against an Antiquarian which has no charge up time, and the frames on her hit is just so fast. Yeah, you're not gonna beat that out with the charged up hit of Naiad.
Exactly. But nice job though, Nilu. And as Hanako would like to say, and I think most of us will agree, thank you for playing Naiad, because we definitely miss seeing Naiad as well. So thank you for doing that. But here comes the important question of the day. UTP's Hunter score is pretty much settled, right? It's a draw. Will this score be enough for the survivors of UTP to go up against Kuga?
So the thing is, right, they're at a 1-point win, FT. So if my math is correct, survivors need to get a 3-man escape or they lose.
Yeah. I mean, either way, they still need to anything but a draw, right?
Anything but a draw.
They still need to get a a draw means FD wins.
And that's when your point comes in, Nell, if they're gonna get haunted by not banning out the Itakwa in round 2. This is where it really haunts them, because They need to perform
Yeah.
like really well above a tie at this point.
But honestly, I feel like last game, yeah, you can say Itaqua's a menace, but at the same time, you have to think, if the survivors didn't make that few mistakes that they did, they would have probably had a better result, right?
Yeah.
If they didn't allow that free hit onto the toy merchant, if the seer didn't wait for the catapult, and all those things combined, right? It might have been a good thing, right? I would say Dreamwish is still scarier in the hands of Kuga, but because they made those mistakes, so they, who knows, with this kind of thinking, like they're thinking, yeah, we could actually handle him. It's just that those slip-ups and those overconfidence, late waiting for last-minute hits. I just hope that they don't think they can handle Itako again by not banning him in Arms Factory. I mean, there's a lot of high walls here, but
there are. Because it seems like a no-brainer at this point. Ban Itakuwa, ban Dreamwitch. Easy, right? And then just face whatever comes. Face the Naiad, face the Wax Artist, face the Bonbon that Kuga had and can bring out. I don't know if they want to roll the dice again. It's really up to them at this point. Because you can make a claim like, yeah, it's not the best Night Watch map, but it's still Night Watch.
Exactly. But of course, you gotta go for the draw. Bonbon is still okay. It's still good. But honestly, like, I always hate the situation where, yeah, you get one survivor down, you camp that survivor the whole game, the rest of your teammates sell you or rescue you once, right? You get that person down again, and then all of a sudden, ciphers pop, you have to chase that last person, and all of a sudden, you have to face a situation where the last survivor is running towards the dungeon with a flywheel, and even though you have detention, you can't reach that survivor, right? So, that kind of situation, it's always like, yeah, the pain in chasing with short legs. I mean, let's face it, he can't sprint, right? But Naiad, wow. Phew.
Swimmer, dude. Michael Phelps just going for all the gold medals when she swims. Again, Nilu having an amazing, I would say, skill or showing or grasp of how he can draw the puddles out, draw survivors out of good hiding areas. I think this is just the first we've seen him, so I can't wait to see how well, or if he's going to get utilized even more come, a top 4, or even like if unfortunately UTP goes to the lower bracket. So you know what, I can't wait to see more of Nilu. For now, at least we're able to see his Naiad. Shout outs to him for bringing that out. So now this is where all the chips lie. I don't think there's going to be any there's not going to be a tiebreaker at this point. It's either survivors get a 3-man escape or they get the victory. FT gets the victory.
Yeah, there's no way you can make it a tiebreaker here unless my bet is it doesn't happen. No, it's either a win. It's either a win or a lose. Yeah, for sure. I was like, unless we make it a 3-1, then the score's gonna be 13-13, but it's still gonna be round wins.
Round wins. Yep.
Yeah, but still, this situation is still pretty much anyone's game. The only thing good for FT coming is at least FT Hunter Kuga can just settle for a draw. That's the good thing. Like, he doesn't have to stress on getting more than that. It's very doable with a 2K. Whereas for UTP, Nilu has done his job getting a draw, securing a tie. A 3-man escape is still very, very doable for UTP. But then again, the only problem is it's Kuga. The only problem is Kuga, right? So.
And here you have it, folks. These are the conditions for this next round. This is going to be the last round that they will be playing. They need 3 escape for them to be able to win. If it ties or anything lower, it's going to be FT to take the victory here, because Kuga is able to get a 5-point game out of them in round number 2. So I think it is possible, but first of all, you're going to have to draft accordingly. And considering that FT did pick this map, I'm pretty sure they kind of picked this also just to empower Kuga coming into this with whatever hunter he's going to bring to the table. So I would say UTP is in a disadvantage in this one, even though it's kind of even with just a 1-point differential. They need to do a lot of lifting in this match for them to be able to get the victory, to move on in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, with this map selection, they're kind of forcing UTP's hands to ban. They only have 2 bans on hunters. They're kind of forcing UTP to ban out his Dreamwitch here. Yeah. So with Dreamwitch ban, what choice do you have? Are you gonna ban out Bonbon? Are you gonna ban out Itakwa? If you ban out Itakwa, you have to face a Disciple. You have to face a Bonbon. You can play Nayang as well. I mean, I'm not surprised if you can play anything at this point. So, like what you said, yeah, UTP has a lot of heavy lifting to do, especially when they have to face Kuga in this decisive match. But then again, that's the benefits of being in the winners bracket. Correct, Posh? Like,
yes, upper bracket.
in the winners bracket,
They got two lives.
2 lives. Yeah, so it's not goodbye for any of the teams that lose in this matchup. They are just sent to the losers bracket where they will fight out for the remaining top 4 spots, going to the finals in the offline. And speaking of offline, I hope that if any of you are going to the offlines, please do say hi to us. Approach us. We can go for tea or cha. I don't know what tea is good there though. What
tea
brand is popular?
Gongcha. I don't know.
What brand of tea is good? Gongcha probably.
I'm not sure. Remember when we were there? We had like fruit tea. Remember that tea the one we had at the 4th floor? Yeah, it was really good. And also the egg. What was that? The breakfast we had.
Oh, breakfast. Yeah, super good with the pork.
Egg. Yeah.
Anyway,
wait. I'm getting hungry. Remember the egg?
Yeah.
Everything about food
it was
now.
super cheap too.
It was.
Yeah, honestly.
Alright, folks, I'm getting hungry. I hope the survivors are hungrier for more points here coming into this because they need 3 and above for them to stay alive here. While Kuga can just rely on getting a tie. Oh my God, they allow Itakwa.
Exactly. Let's go! I think they are very confident going against Itakwa. Honestly, I don't blame them for not going with Itakwa because Mirrors. I mean, Bloody Queen might not be the 4K hunter that everyone goes for, like a 100% 4K hunter. But with the Mirrors, there are a lot of characters you can't really dodge. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like you hype wall, But with Itakwa, you can't hit through the wall, so I guess that's the one thing going on for him. But then again, you have a Bonbon, so...
You do. I think the draft has to play around accordingly. The fact that they picked Zed's Prospector, they already know, alright, this is an all-in type of draft. We need to be able to get the best of the best here. You and Zed going with their mains as of late. Hopefully we're going to see a good draft. A Postman coming out, so this could be actually the work of Rem. Shades of his old mains too, also with a Postman coming in. So he's going to have that Cypher Rush, so this might deter the Bonbon pick from Kuga.
Exactly. Cypher Rush might come in, and as we know, Itakwa's afraid of Cypher Rush. I mean, obviously, in normal circumstances, you might not worry too much, but since it's the deal breaker,
yes,
you kind of have to get a draw. A 3-man escape's gonna mean UTP clutch win it, right? So, yeah, you still have to feel nervous for it, right? But while all of that's going on, thank you. Shout outs to Horton Hines. Thank you for asking for if we've been drinking water. Thank you for reminding, because sometimes we keep talking and talking, we forget about drinking.
That's actually a good point. If anybody also needs a reminder, thank you, Horton Hines, for always reminding us to drink water. Everyone in the chat, please take a sip of water while we round out the last pick here. Seems like they're going to go with a coordinator to round it up now.
They are super determined to play against Itakwa.
this is what we saw at the first, right? With FT using the coordinator, didn't work out quite well. Hopefully this shot will definitely hit its mark. There's a lot of walls in this map too, so we're just have to see if Kuga will go with Itakwa or the Bonbon.
I think if he goes for Bonbon, they might know how to dodge. They might know how to dodge his bombs, and he has to face a gun. He has to face the magnets. Honestly, I feel like both picks are also super hard in this situation. They obviously came in with a mindset, hey, we're gonna stun you as much as possible to help buy time for our teammates to decode ciphers. But if they really want a good chase potential, I still think he should go for Itakwa, because once you use up the gun, hey, that's it. You don't really have anything to help except for the Prospector's Magnet. But you've seen how Zed's Prospector kinda gave Kuga a lot of trouble.
It really did. So
yeah.
my apologies, folks. It's actually Run that is on the Postman, and we have Rem sticking with the Coordinator. And no surprise here, we're seeing Kuga go with the Itakwa. This is not the rare occasion where we see one hunter just pick Night Watch all the way. I think that also happened in the previous match with ST. I think it was Kwong that was just Itakwa all the way. So I mean, if it's on the table, you might as well take it.
Yeah, I mean, he was allowed the Itakwa. Idol has graciously given Itakwa to Kwong the entire time. But here, TP seems to be sharing the exact same sentiments as well, giving the Itakwa pick to FT. Twice, not once, but twice. After the 4K, they're giving it twice to him. But then again, I would say this lineup is no walk in the park. But let's not forget, UTP needs a 3-man escape. With this lineup, can they make it work? Because I don't know, man. Once you use up that gun, you have nothing to go for. And if Zed goes down first, or if Run goes down first, you kind of down. Like if he chases the Postman first, then what? Right? So it
seems like an all or nothing type of draft here. They really want to just go with one very specific scenario that has to go their way. And more often than not, we've been commentating this game for a while now. If one team comes in with a strategy that's very one-sided, they're the team that usually it doesn't go their way. So you want to be able to have plan B, C, D, and the rest of the alphabets in this mix, especially with a specific win condition like a 3-survivor escape. And having a Coordinator here, you only have that one shot of the one flare gun. After that, she's just basically a person that stays long on the rocket chair. So hopefully that shot does land. And we do see that he has his fair chase of either the Postman or the Coordinator, but in a tough part inside that factory area is going to be both those chases. So it seems like we're going to see the personas of the characters here.
Yeah. You can see Flywheel on both Postman and Prospector. Very, very useful. Tide Turner will be brought on the Masonry. Coordinator does not have Tide Turner, has broken windows. And meanwhile, Kuga has a top-down build, which is the detention and confined space. And Posh, I normally say go with the blink. But here, I feel like if he commits towards excitement, it might pay off. It might pay off. Yeah, because if he chases the... First, like, they don't know what skill he has, right? If he commits towards one player, the excitement has slower cooldown. It can help, it can save a lot of time when chasing, right? Like, he's chasing the Coordinator now, so it might happen. But you know what? Second half, all or nothing. That's gonna happen straight away.
Anytime Rem able to get the flare gun off already, and that's a lot of distance being established. So early gun spent, and this is possibly one of the best chases to go for, and it is excitement, but unfortunately he doesn't have to worry about that now unless he goes for Zed.
Yeah, Zed shouldn't have been in that area, because once you shoot the gun, you practically have nothing to stop the hunter from. So Kuga's gonna rotate away. Zed's gonna rotate away, trying to be in the middle. Oh, beautiful! I missed.
Oh wow! So that sequence did not go in his favor. So such expensive early seconds here for the Survivor team. We have spent a magnet. We've also spent a flare gun, and also no flywheel on Zed's side. He's gonna create that distance here, and he's gonna be able to jump through the wall.
Exactly.
The shack area.
Yeah, jump through the wall. I wanna jump through the pallet as well when we're talking about it. But Zed, he has no blink to worry about at the moment. But Zed's just slowly tiptoeing. Has to be careful. He has no more magnets. Gonna go down now. Cypher progress is looking pretty healthy. That's practically a 3-Cypher kite if you combine all of the progress together. But again, let's not forget it is a draw. That's gonna help FT win this. And not to mention, Rem has no more guns to work with, so everyone has no harass or stun to help Prospector do the rebound kite. And by the time they rescue Prospector, Kuga's excitement might have already been done.
Yeah, it's already done the cooldown. So now it's you able to get into the mix here. We do have a magnet that is ready for Zed to use. He's going to use the wind force just to jump on over. Going to get the push away and still stay in this part of the map. At least Yu was able to get the rescue before half. Zed, though, last effort is going to get popped out. And now he's just going to reside to just going down in a corner here.
Yeah, die in the corner, buy more time. For FT, I mean, at least Kuga is still not at full presence. Excitement in the late game. I don't know, man. What can you do? Like, get stunned by a pallet. Excitement.
Force someone to stun you with a please stun me with a pallet. Just so I can use my trait once again. So now it seems like they do have their last cipher, which is good. They just need to rotate accordingly. It seems like you getting spotted out early on here. It's gonna be a little tough. Good avoidance here. Still has the last elbow pad. He's gonna go unscathed, but yeah, he can actually just get the pull off of him. He's gonna get that speed boost from getting that hit. He can actually keep harassing here, able to get through. And now he's gonna try his best. Able to get the push, but the excitement. Okay, Zed though. Oh my god.
Body block going on! What a play! He has to pick up. No. Oh wait, he's gonna pick up.
No, the flywheel now! Oh my god, the last ciphers, they're already primed. They have to pop it now.
Oh my goodness, this is exactly what I'm afraid of. Zed's Prospector is a menace, even with the excitement. Oh my god, it might even be UTP's comeback here, but oh, he's gonna go down. But the gate, everyone's already going towards the other gate. It's already at 30%. Can Itakwa make it though? I don't think so. This might look like UTP's game to take.
Oh my goodness, Nell, he has no wind force to use. He's finally able to chair, but he has no trait. And just like that, folks, UTP
My goodness.
Three-man escape. Nell, what did we just see here?
We just saw that Nilu's 2K was enough. And we just,
it was enough, bro.
It was enough. And we just saw FT's Kuga be like 3 escape for the second time. Guys, UTP has broken the Itakwa code. Congratulations to UTP.
God. That was
honestly well deserved. Yeah.
Yeah, you. Oh my god. Can we talk about you being able to juke the hits and still able to body block and harass? Because you called it, right? Oh yeah, endgame excitement's gonna work out. He used it right away, but the body blocks, the harassment, and at that point, I think Kuga started to lose control of the match. Yep, they definitely cracked the code here. This is definitely not a fluke. They were able to get another 3-1 up against Itakwa with more bans, by the way. They were able to make it work with a coordinator and a postman. So UTP finding that secret, that chemical X, or that secret formula to make this team work. And kudos to them. They fought really hard in this matchup.
Exactly. You would thought that 6-12 build is really, really good, but unfortunately, the only place, I mean, you don't really see it much, but the confined space wasn't exactly used a lot, like maybe once or twice. Once they realized there's that, trump card would have been good there. But at the end of the day, I have to say, yes, Prospector played really good, but like what you pointed out just now, you as a mercenary, I feel like he's super stable, he's super strong, he's super stable, and the body block to block the dash of Itakwa, we saw that was amazing.
Ooh. Yeah,
God, Itakwa, like, you wanna dash? No.
no.
My shoulder's broad enough. Yeah. It's not enough.
Bicep.
You gotta do better than that, bro. You gotta do better than that.
Exactly. Not in my house. Not in my Mojo Dojo Casa, bro. Not today. You gotta watch it, guys. Yeah, people were. Not today.
Yeah, please do.
But can we just talk about Kuga though? Like, he tried his best, and I agree with you. If he brought more if he brought trump card detention, I thought that was a more conservative way. But I think he saw how they were really good at looping him, that he decided to go with confined space. And yeah, we didn't really see the effects of it. Maybe a little bit in Shaq, but they really played this super well. Zed and Yu, a tandem to be terrified of if you're a hunter.
Exactly. I also want to point out, I think this game can be a future reference to the IVC teams as well. Like, honestly, that game, Prospector was the playmaker, right? Like, the magnets were on point. and with great timing as well, not resetting the attack recovery as well. So Prospector is obviously a very strong kiter at this point in the hands of UTP Z against Itakwa. So if you're playing against UTP and you want to play Itakwa, you gotta ban out the Prospector first.
Yeah.
Because that's what's helping them win so far. My God. But yeah, I mean, after all has been done and said, I mean, if you have to pick an MVP in from the side of UTPs, who do you say it would be?
You can. I mean, this was a long game, right? Not one. I mean, it's very back and forth. Like everyone had their highlights and lowlights. I would have to say if it's gonna be survivors. I know you're gonna say Zed, but you got to give it up to you, man. He's just so good at being a very consistent rescuer. I know, rescuers don't get that much MVP, so it's really important that we show our love to the rescuers out there. And you can have also a fair shake at Mobius too, because Mobius was able to make it work, but unfortunately, he didn't play out all the way. Nilo did have to come out, so it's really up in the air. But what about you? Who do you think gets the MVP?
I have to say Zed, because he's been consistently, like even before the start of this matchup, I said Zed is one of those very consistent and stable player who consistently plays good. With the exception of the Seer, who
he's not prospector. That wasn't canon. That wasn't canon. Don't worry.
Okay, that cannot count. Yeah, because he wasn't on prospector. But if I have to say, he is one of those prospector who doesn't need a badge to prove how good he is. Like sometimes you see a lot of those characters, and might sound sus, but a lot of the badges, like, you don't need a badge to prove that you can play well, and Zed is the embodiment of that statement, because he plays super good. And honestly, if I had to pick an MVP, that's gonna be the guy. That's gonna be our guy. You did really well too with the rescues, but hey, if he doesn't kite that good, even if the rescue is super good, it wouldn't even be long enough, right, for the ciphers to be completed at the point. So I would say I would consider the kiting of Zed first before you. But let's not forget Mobius as well. That 4K in the Red Church. On the Hunter side, I would say Mobius. Mobius doing super well in both in both the Sculptor and Itakwa.
Yep.
4K, 3K. Yeah.
Consistent.
That's someone needs to watch out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a very terrifying. Actually, I think he got a tie with Itakwa, Mobius, by the way. So I think his Sculptor was the one that got a victory here at 3-1. So again, Mobius performing really well, and we also saw shades of their other hunter in Nilu. But we are gonna claim MVP UTP Zed, folks. His prospector is definitely one to fear and one to ban and respect. So I'm proud to say that he was the MVP of this match because he gave us such jaw-dropping moments. Him and you, but it was Zed that was more of the playmaker, and his kites really did count for a lot of containment time.
Yeah, congratulations to Zed. Definitely worthy of the MVP status in this game. Yeah.
Shout outs to Crit, by the way. This is the first Survivor MVP of IVC. So he's the first MVP, Survivor MVP.
Yeah. With that play against an Itakwa, why not, right? With that play up against Itakwa, and not just any Itakwa, Kuga from FT, who has been consistently getting 4K. That is definitely very worthy of an MVP for Zed. But let's not take anything away from Mobius, as I was saying, because Mobius played consistently good as well. As a matter of fact, 4K, 3K against FT, so FT, not an easy feat at all.
For sure. So hopefully we'll see more of that. Not the last we'll see of FT. They are going to be sent to the lower bracket, but we will be sending you guys to a break because we have to get ready for our next match. So folks, that's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We're going to take a short break. Be right back.
See you.
When, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of horror. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
After sunset, I'm an engineer for Sonora Aero Club. When the final screw was put in place, it took flight like a blessing from fate itself. But the sun always rises. Fate hanged me high above on frames of steel. Luckily, I had a loyal companion. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. Until I sold my blessing for a decent fortune. He took flight at a price exacted by fate. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. As for this letter, is it a way to escape the curse of fate? Or perhaps a temptation to fly once again? Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse.
Yo, welcome back to IVC. Like, oh my god, this is just so exciting. If you just tune in, we just witnessed UTP with the clutch plays, sending FT to the lower brackets. I mean, Tosh, that was an amazing game, but next up, we are gonna have an even more amazing game in the form of Idol versus GH.
Yeah, defending
God.
champs GH going up against the idol, the super idols of this.
Super Idol, the showroom.
I don't know how to say. I'll let you sing that song now. Not much of a singer, but
that's okay.
yeah, we were talking about like the start of the day, right? We were thinking about who the top 4 would potentially be, and you know what, these teams that we're seeing right now that we're commentating made it in the conversation. GH has been performing in the league of their own, but Idol being I would say a super club of just different who's who of a hunter and survivor mains out there. So that's the thing, right? We talked about finding that secret formula in UTP, and they were able to pull it together in a clutch situation. They've cracked the code up against Kuga's Nightwatch. Now you can say the established team is GH. They're the defending champs. Now Idol's chemistry, Idol's resilience, and I would say teamwork would be put to the test in full scale because GH has been looking stronger and stronger each week we've seen them in IVC.
Exactly, stronger and stronger, very much like a Super Saiyan, powering up every time they face a strong adversary or come back from the brink of death. Day 3 doesn't get any better than this, the playoffs of IVC. GH versus Idol, I don't know, man, against a team whose icon is obviously good luck, have fun, versus seeing ad-targeted a water ad targeted song, Idol, Super Idol. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Idol is still pretty strong. It's just that they made a little bit of sus decisions by not banning Nightwatch. But hey, we're gonna be introduced to the lineups first because Meow Pai, representative of Koa, ex-ZT member, is the hunter for Idol. Leah, also an ex-hunter main, apparently plays for in Wolfie's team as well, also played for AR. MX, the new addition, also XZT. Xenia, also XZT. Shadow, XFT. So a combination, you can see the reshuffling going on, a combination of superstars, I would say. Probably why they're going with the Idol name, right?
Yeah, superstars in their own right. That's the thing, though. Yeah, they you know, the Harlem Globetrotters, the ones that make up a super team. That's the thing, you know, the Avengers, they need the Captain America, they need the Iron Mans to run the ship correctly. And GH, this team has been around. I mean, this is the same lineup we've seen since last year. They have their captain and Cap Kun. They got Nero-kun. They got Lil Boy. They got Zhao Kan. And obviously they got God J. And not to mention also Seichu coming in like the 3rd rounds just to kind of supply any support that God J needs. So, I mean, you know this team. If you've been following the competitive scene of Southeast Asia, GH is the gold standard that we measure everyone else by.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that I noticed, I noticed that there's, I mean, this is just a random thought. There's Capcom, there's Nero-kun. I wonder what would happen if Little Boy decides to change his name to Little Kun. Chao Kun.
Also Sky
the A to the U.
And Nelu-kun, Poch-kun.
Nilu-kun, Poch-kun, God-kun. Oh my god, God-Jake, God-kun, Sei-kun.
They should do that.
Oh
I feel like they should.
Yeah.
GH then Kun, GHK.
Yeah, G-kun, the good kun. Yeah, but hey, we are going to be introduced to the lineups. I mean, no surprise. We know that Leah's a mercenary main. He's been entrusted to the Rescuers main, but it seems like Capcom taken a different role from what he usually plays before this, right, Posh? Like he used to play Seer, he used to be the kiter of the team, he used to be an entomologist main, he used to be a magician, and now he's playing more towards the support rescue role. And Weeping Clown, he actually picked up Weeping Clown, which not a lot of people picked up actually.
Yeah. So, in the previous matches, he did bring out Psych, Entomologist. I think he knows the strengths of his teams. He knows that Nero-kun is the Z of the team. Like he's the one that wants to take the first kite, and that's fine. I think that's a sign of a great captain that realizes the strengths of his teammates and just accentuates them and doesn't get in their way. Speaking of strengths, MX has his own strength in this lawyer in the Thief, in the Gardener. Very unorthodox picks. Some might say he's very persistent with it, but that's the charm he brings to the table, and that's the unknown factor coming into this matchup. Will MX play conventional, or will he play to his own? Will he, walk to the beat of his own drum? Who knows?
I mean, he plays lawyer so much that he's being featured as his most played character.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he carries a flashlight, but he's no thief. But he does play the thief as well.
Yes.
Maybe that's why the name is Idol, because the lights shining from the torchlight. Yeah, just showcasing. Bro, and speaking of another light, Xenia with the Mind's Eye feature. I mean, lacking a little bit of light there. The world's black and white, but she's still pretty strong, especially with the tap of a cane. Slows down the hunter interaction the closer they are. Which is why when they do a rebound kite, they just tap their cane, even though they know where the hunter is, right?
Yeah.
So it's good in that sense, but nonetheless, Helena is still kind of disadvantaged in terms of, like dropping down pallets, going through windows. The vaults are definitely slower. As compared to Little Boy, who's picking up the Professor?
I mean, I know he knows how to play the Professor, but he's not really known for it. Little Boy known for the Toy Merchant, sometimes bringing out the Antiquarian. Xenia, prospector, psychologist, seer, all those. So again, we are going to highlight now Shadow, a player that we did bring out before, and also Zhao Kan. Not necessarily a prospector, more the mercenary. He was kind of relegated to being the very stable rescuer of GH. So can't wait to see the clutch rescues coming out of Zhao Kan, and also on the other team.
Yeah, for real. I mean, you know what? We're just gonna have to see what these two teams are gonna bring into the table. One thing is for sure: only one team can emerge victorious out of the clash. Idol, a little bit of background story to share with you guys before we continue. For those of you who are unfamiliar with who they are, Idol is XAR team, most of them at least. And they are the recent winners of IVA, an official community tournament.
Yes.
So that's the origin of where they came up from. MX joined the ranks, and you know what? That's about it for the time being.
There's Super Idol origin story. Shoutouts to IVA for giving that platform, right? Even ZT, their platform was IVA. A lot of the teams, I mean, GH even joined a couple of IVAs here and there. So it's really, if you guys really love seeing Southeast Asia action, and can't wait for more Identity 5 action after IVC, look forward to IVA, folks. Again, shout outs to Nell and also the production team. It's a whole spectacle, so I can't wait for the next one. But for now, we are in round 1, map ban pick. We are seeing Moonlit River Park, and I believe it's going to be Idol that will be hunting first.
Idol hunting first. Idol
not Idol. Idol not hunting first. It's God J hunting first. My bad.
God J hunting first in Moonlit River Park. Yeah, they want to give God J a little bit of taste of the roller coaster action, I believe. I mean, the roller coaster is a real menace on wheels. I mean, it helps the survivors a lot as compared to the tram, who is unbiased, grabs anyone who gets in the way. Right? That's true, right? Tram can be a factor here, but Gotche, I don't know, man. Gotche, I mean, will he join the ranks and rise up to Itakwa Nation chance as well? Or in this big map, do you think he has to change it up a little and play something he's accustomed to?
He did bring out Breaking Wheel, and he got a 4K with it. And I think it was Seichu again. I already watched last week, and them going up against, I believe it was, I forgot which team it was, but it was Seichu only came out in game number 3 for him to be able to bring out the Night Watch. God J, I have yet to have notes on his Night Watch, so maybe he might save it, or this is the perfect time to bring it out. But if he's good with that Breaking Wheel, why change something that has been giving you so much good results? But that's my take. How about you, Noah?
I agree with you. I mean, he might have a Night Watch, but considering that Idol has chosen this map, it might be something that they are trying to counter Night Watch with. So basically what happens is, since Idol is made up of a lot of individual individually gifted kiters, namely MX, right? MX senior gifted kiters. I call them gifted because they are always it's always very showy when you see MX kiting, right? So I would say they probably want to pick a big map. One person kite as long as possible. The other person come in for a after half rescue and hopefully make it out with a 3-man escape. Might be the plan here. So with Itakwa, yes, you can dash around the map, but you kinda have to. I mean, you can't beat the roller coaster, right? So the roller coaster is there for a reason for the survivors. Hunters can't operate it, as everyone knows. So maybe that's the game plan. Make it a big map. Itakwa, are you gonna bring Bling? Yeah, you're gonna bring Bling. You don't have teleport, so I think the game plan is to leave it to the kiters. Leave it to MX. Might be the strategy for Idol here. So
fingers crossed that is the strategy. We did see a little bit of shades of that, but I think I forgot which match that was I saw of Idol where they didn't chase MX first and he was kind of relegated to support, and that's not really the role he was kind of going for, and it came to a bit of an over support at that point. So they can leave it to the kiters, but knowing Godjay and his veteran experience, heck, maybe even Seichu, they might have some footage to see like, oh, these guys are too gifted, let's respect it and let's try and go for someone else. But if you're kind of forced to go for the chase based on the map spawn selections, you might have to bite the bullet and just try your best to go for one of the kiters, either Senior or MX here. But we are gonna get to the picks and bans in just a bit, folks. Again, big shout outs. I see Eli in the chat giving some insights on Team GH. Yes, Skyfall retired, but I feel like he's still, an honorary member of GH. I think he also still shares insights, and he's like sort of like one of the boys or one of the teammates if ever there's gonna be. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be there offline for sure.
For sure. I mean, this is the game that he's grown up for. Like, I've been there when he was starting out IDV. So he's a pretty chill guy. Even when he comes from humble beginnings, made all the way until now. Even after his success, like like growing a huge fan base of IDV in Thailand, still super nice, and that's what you want to see, right? Humility in success, right? And this guy, Skyfall, definitely a very chill dude. Would love to meet him again. I know we both would love to meet him again. Yeah. But yeah, without further ado, we are going to see the first two global bans, Priestess and the Acrobat. Sorry, not the global ban. The first two bans,
So Mercenary Entomologist to start things off. This is interesting because you usually see Mercenary third pick. Now Mercenary is banned throughout the entire matchup here now. So this is quite the interesting take. I know Eli who's talking to us about this. Usually Mercenary, you want to save it for third and fourth rounds of picks, and then usually save it for the third map. But it seems like they want to go all out here to secure the Mercenary Entomologist. What do you think is the logic behind that?
I think the logic is they pick the huge map first. So they kind of have to invest on Mercenary to close in the gap, right? And then on the later rounds, they are hoping GH probably wouldn't pick up on this, and they'll go on to smaller maps like Have a Sleeping Town, Arms Factory, Red Church. Then they can opt to go for other characters like First Officer, Gravekeeper. But in this first game, they just want to make a huge impact with Mercenary. In later rounds, they probably don't really need it. I guess that's the only thing I can think of, because if they don't pick it now, Gotcha is definitely gonna ban Mercenary. But speaking of which, Posh, the superstar of a Super Idol is gonna choose Thief in a huge map like this. We're seeing the unorthodox pick again going on here.
I saw a look in your face. It's a huge map. Usually you'd want like those alleyways or those hallways for you to set up your flashlights. Being a map like this, you have full 360, 180 way to kind of juke around the flashlights. So let's hope that MX is able to bring his A game in this matchup, since I would say this is a very heavy start for them, that they are able to secure Mercenary. They had to make this one work because they're going all out with their survivor picks to start off, so they wanted off on the best foot, and it seems like they will have one technically stunner in the team with a thief, but overall, how do you like this lineup of survivors now?
I don't like it a lot. I have to say I don't like it a lot for a reason that you've mentioned that I think about as well. It's a huge map with a thief. Are you gonna flashlight the hunter till he's
in the roller coaster? Just...
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe he'll make it work. The thing is, I have to say this. I'm really amused when he started bringing out all these unconventional characters in, but in a big map like this, he's already a gifted kiter. Imagine if he plays an even more meta character. What would happen? Wouldn't it help enhance his skill even more? Enhance his kiting even more? Right? Like, if he can do that with Thief, who's to say what would happen if he plays something more meta like Prospector, or something like that, right? He would have been able to help even kite even more. But you know what? He probably has his own idea on how to do things, and who am I to judge his Thief? He has enjoyed a lot of successes in previous tournaments, but it looks like the normal zigzag spawn points is gonna happen. GodJ spawning next to Xenia because he just wants to block that Cypher at the very far end.
Right.
Xenia's gonna probably be the first kite here, Posh.
Yeah, it makes sense because, you know, once you get the owl away, I mean, he has the wax just to kind of slow things down and kind of bait things to happen. Yeah, that's definitely the best first chase. And for him to be able to, I don't know if Shadow is going to commit to clicking that second stop and not go for objectives at the start, because GodJ, I think, realizing, all right, this team doesn't have that much mobility. I can go with Wax Artist. This is the hunter that got him so much acclaim in Koa, and he has been winning a lot with this character. I think he just wants to go for a stable start because we know that GH survivors are just really stable and they can win a game or two in the first and second round, more than just a tie.
Yeah. I mean, not to take anything away from GodJ, like he's like we see a lot of Itaquas now, but GodJ's Wax Artist is still to be feared. I still remember he's got his Wax Artist, the positioning of the wax super good. But you know what? We're getting into the game straight away in the Moonlit River Park. First game, first half, commentated by me and Posh Spice. Let's go.
Yeah, it seems like he's using that trait hunt just to look below. The Seer's gonna make his rotations around this first stop. Doing a good job so far. I don't know if the owl is back online for him to use, but now Xenia will be kiting away from the first stop here. He's got his owl back, so that's something that GodJ has taken note of.
Yeah. I mean, oh my god. This is so dangerous. Oh, I think he has to go. He's not even. He's gonna wait until the owls finish. If he gets hit here,
Whoa, GodJ, a little early swing, and now forcing the attack recovery, but he's not leaving yet because he's still not injured.
Wow. Yeah, the moment he gets injured again, but I don't think he should play like that. He should probably go for a. Yeah, he should probably go for the tram now. Yeah,
the bomb though. Yeah, so he's gonna try and stop him in his tracks. He's got to avoid this as much as possible, but he's able to cut him off here now. So he just gets the regular swing, but the flywheel. Oh, but the wax bomb able to cut him short, and that's a downed Seer. Cypher progress still looking okay, but this is where the map starts the bigness of this map is gonna start to feel like a like it's working with the hunter here.
Exactly. But like what you pointed out, Cypher progress is really healthy. Honestly, Xenia, 3 Cyphers kite, almost a 3 Cyphers kite, judging by the progress of the Cyphers. Very, very good. Lia's already in position to rescue. He doesn't want to be too far away. But the dash, kind of short, right?
Yeah,
kind of short.
Going with a hot wax trick. He's going to try and go for the mercenary here. Gets the... Wow, able to get another owl. Oh, so now it seems like... yeah, he's not able to go on the tram just yet because he's got the tide turner going on. Xenia, forced to actually eat this hit. Last effort is going to run out in just a bit now.
I'm not sure if he should use the owl in that situation. He probably should save it because there's no one else with tide, right? He should just take the hit, move to the side. Because with Tide Turner on, even if you get the owl out, you still have borrowed time. Sorry, you still have the last effort. Like, you can't ride the train. He should save it for this rebound kite, which is happening now. Oh, blinded! MX.
MX,
Yeah,
so,
he's gonna try it
he's
again.
got 60. Yeah, he's got 60% of wax on him already. He's changing to the hot wax. Let's see if he's able to get the thief. Oh my goodness, the thief was already injured. But now the bees though supporting, and now this is where the support has to come in. God J, he's trying to time this one well while still saving some wax.
Yeah, beautiful support going on. You know what? I think the thief makes sense. Definitely makes sense now. Cancels off God J's wax. They've definitely prepared for the wax artist. So now they're gonna try and ride the tram safely. But God J's gonna take the ride with them. A little bit too slow on the take. Now MX has to cover for Xenia at the point. Oh wait! Oh, nice main game! And MX gonna take that.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Okay, so now this is buying a lot of time. This could be a little over support. God J's welcoming it, but now goes for the wax. Oh, another owl is ready, but he needs to wax him off before he's able to get the owl going. Oh my god! The slam gave him the hit.
Very unfortunate, and this is exactly what you need to watch out when you're playing against a wax artist. In normal circumstances, the palette will make super good sense, but because of that wax, hot wax, MX has to last until he has to go up the tram and take a tram again. Does he have flywheel available? Flywheel? Nope, no flywheel available. Oh!
Blocked off, and the thief has fallen down. But we're already at the last cipher. He's gonna try to wax bomb. If he's able to get this lineup, man, look at Godjay. He should be a pro FPS player with how well he's able to wax bomb that. Leah was able to shake it off, so I'm not sure if he got it. Yep.
He missed. He's continuing the cipher, but now he knows where the last cipher is. And honestly, I feel like Entomologist needs to start working on cipher. Leah should stop decoding this cipher.
Oh, the over support! Oh, the mercenary is gonna fall, but he's able to struggle free.
Nice. Beautifully. Wow. Oh, okay, makes sense now. But mind you, though, Posh, beautiful play, but Leah doesn't have self-heal anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, you're right. That's true. He's already spent the self-heal, so now he's going to have to get picked up. And now MX is going to get waxed off again. And now Godjay has the thief down for the count.
I don't know, man. I really enjoy it. I feel so guilty at this point, Boss. It's really flashy. We love it, right? But at the end of the day, what is the most important thing in a 4v1 game? Achieving objectives. Yeah. And right now, objectives, like going from a possible draw into a possible 3k. And not to mention, MX will not have any more torchlights to play with after this. The flashlight's about to end. And if Leah insists on decoding that last cipher, Godjay can keep wax bombing it again and again.
There you go. Yeah, lower left side of the screen dictates that Mercenary is kind of put on timeout here. Shadow actually caught out in the open here, so far from actually gaining the rescue, and now he knows that Leah's rotating to get this rescue going on. Thief still has some seconds to stay on this rock. He spent the self-heal, and now, he's gonna fall down. He just has to chair the Entomologist, and that's gonna be GG.
My goodness. Like what I mentioned, flashy plays. Flashy plays, enjoy it, super hype. But unfortunately, it's not the lineup to get the result that you want. I would say having a
I'll take over here now because I'll try to process what we just saw. Again, it was a great start. You have to admit that the kite for the seer was good. He was able to get a lot of owls. But I think where it started to fall apart, and you can agree or disagree, was when the over support started to show. We did, claim MX. The thief was able to kind of show that they the flashlights. But like you said, flashlights, flashy plays, great. But a thief supporting and mercenary not on its cipher really plays well. You know what? Yeah, maybe Godjay takes a stun here or two, but he's the one with the last laugh because you're not able to finish the objectives. And at the end of the day, that's what a 4v1's all about. You got to escape this game. You got to escape the gate. And you have to finish those ciphers.
Yeah, I mean, Wax Artist loves action. Yeah, fine, you want to stun? Come ahead. I love action, which is why I want you to come. And this is exactly what Idol is known for. That was obviously a case of over-supporting, right? That's obviously a case of over-supporting. I mean, the flashlights did provide support, but at
did.
what cost, right? At what cost?
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like communication could have been a little better there.
Yeah. And if you consider, like, we'll go back to like maybe the meta prospector. You can push it away, even though you're gonna get a little bit of the stun. It's not kind of limited to just a single area. It keeps respawning. I really think that MX had the right idea. However, the over support, the timing of their objectives, I think they were focusing more on rescuing. And yeah, you think it's more of the aggressive play to kind of be in the hunter's face, but no, aggression here, folks, is popping those ciphers, making sure objectives are done. And unfortunately, they didn't really prioritize that as much, and Gajay really just capitalized on it. He was actually just going with the flow. People were coming to him like a moth to a flame. We didn't see how the mobility of Wax Artist was actually exploited here, because everyone was constantly going to him for the action, and he just had to chill. He had to just play passively, and he got the win there.
Yeah, I mean, by no means are they playing poorly. Like, Xenia has definitely kited super good. Like, as you can see, 146 seconds. But here comes the big question. Why is it that when other teams, like for example, the previous teams that we watched, Zed kited not even 70 seconds. The whole team kited like, what, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 70 seconds? Why did they still manage to get a 3-man escape and ciphers are popped? Because they focus on objectives, and I feel like this is the thing that Idol is not focused on. They are starstruck. Like Super Idol, they're
and
the ideology is like getting caught up in the attention and not focusing on the goals.
That's true.
I feel like that's one way to put it.
And just to add, also, it's also not just that. It's also they kind of set themselves up. This Moonlit River Park, it's huge. This map is big, and they didn't have anyone to kind of close the distance to pop those ciphers. They didn't have a main decoder. They didn't have like Priestess was banned, but you don't have anyone to kind of give you that mobility like Toy Merchant to just jump from cipher to cipher, popping left and right. So again, maybe a miscalculation on their part that they could contain as much as possible. Containment is good. But I think the point here is more of, we want to emphasize on the objectives. That's how you're able to, at least form that tire, at least form that pressure. And you saw how Gajay, he knew, all right, you're pressuring this cipher. I mean, Sep create another pressure point. It was just all in that vicinity. We didn't even see the other side of the map. We were only at first to second stop the entire time.
Exactly. I mean, at this point, I feel like it's just... Yeah, they gotta focus on objectives. That's one thing. But if you gotta look at it play by play, if you recount the actions, Xenia did an amazing job. Absorbed another owl. Honestly, that first hit, he should have just taken the tram to the second stop. Even if God J hits him once when he gets down the tram, it's fine. He can go up the second floor.
Yeah.
There's elevation. It buys him time. He can hide behind the second floor as well. Once he rotates through the top floor, through the window, go through the back. Go through the back. There's high walls. It helps you block. But at the first station, you notice not a single high wall. So why are you still staying there, right?
Yeah, just creating that separation. It's again, like you said, flashiness. Yes, it's a good place to kite, but if you think about the matchup, Gajay would gladly take a no-walled place, even though you're really good. My Wax is still gonna reach you somehow, and I'll be able to get it. And also good discipline, good trigger discipline. Waiting for him to get a regular hit, leaving the 98% Wax and making sure that was gonna happen. So just a little nuances there. So congratulations to Gajay. We will see him again in the second half. But now GH survivors will come in, while Meow Pai will be hunting for Team Idol.
Yeah, I mean, Meow Pai, he's faced with the impossible task of getting a 4K against GH. Close to impossible. The reason why is because now GH survivors, they can play much, much safer.
Yeah.
They don't need to commit. They don't need to give so much action. They can just easily go for a draw. And from a draw, depending on... Because Meow has to make something happen, right? So if Meow Pai plays more aggressive, they can even manage to turn a draw into a 3-man escape. So now... Well, it's up to Meow Pai to get that 4K for his team. I mean, again, this is a very, very, very unnecessary pressure put onto the hunter of Idol, Because let's not forget, Posh, this is the map selection of Idol. Right? This
True.
is the map you choose. You should have an idea what you're doing in this map.
Yeah, the setup was, I would say, miscalculated or misjudged, because now GH is kind of like in a check situation in chess that they're gonna get this. I mean, they could just easily tie. They don't have to go too aggressive at this point. And I agree with this toy merchant and forward pick. You know what? They're still accounting for late game or late game picks, adding the toy merchant in. Since, well, I mean, they didn't ban out the priestess at the start, but still, you know, little boy on this toy merchant's really good. Now to round it up, they still have their, you know what, they could go with psychologist, they could go with a decoder, and it seems like they're gonna go with patient, another person that just, all these guys are really good transitional kiters. So they're really playing to their strengths at this point, and they might go with like a you're on your own strategy and just go for the pop tie, and we're good.
Yeah. I mean, everyone is just so prepared to play against a possible Itakwa by Miaopai. Unless if Miaopai is ready to go breaking wheel. But then again, his breaking wheel, I mean, everyone is countering it. Yeah, they're used to it. Miaopai would probably go for Itakwa here.
Yeah.
Or a Geisha. I mean, everyone has mobility here, but a Geisha... I mean, I don't know, man. Here, Itakwa or Geisha would make sense. Or even a breaking wheel, but against this lineup, he kind of has to go with a hunter who has good chase
4K potential, right? And yeah, I sympathize with what you said, because it's unnecessary pressure, right? They went with a go bigger, go home strategy, didn't work out quite well. And I'll quote Edux here, EUDXII says, what hurts even more is that they got 05 with mercenary first pick. And it seems like Miaopai is going to be tested even more, because we're going to see a Hermit.
Yo, Hermit! I don't know that. Is Hermit the way to go? Is this the comeback of Alva?
Okay, so we talked about how even Godjay felt that pressure, right? He was in a do or die situation, he picked Hermit, it didn't work out. Yeah. You need to play this character with a cool head. Most likely, like, that your Survivor team won, then you could play and add more pressure, but Miaopai has to have nerves of steel and ice in his veins with this character. Yes, this game will last a while, but all these guys have really good kiting potential up against the Hermit.
That's true, that's true. But then again, this is a... Okay, you know what? This is a good character. Because what happens in a big map is, you can heal each other, you can take turns tanking damage and heal each other after half, right? But the thing is, you have to walk. You have to walk the distance to reach your... And that's when time is wasted, right? And when time is wasted, the ciphers are going to be slower. Not to mention the connected ciphers. And there's a lot of open air spots here in Moonlit River Park. So maybe with this kind of lineup and banning out the psychologist as well, everyone has no healing potential, right? Everyone is just flying around. So maybe with this, it can work in this place. Not to mention, he can go up to the tram stop, use his Eye of Sauron skill, reach all the way to the other station, station 3, station 4. So
True. Now that you mention it like that, yes, that's definitely I think that's the way Miaopai is going to be working here. All I'm concerned with is his mental stack. You need to make really good decisions in this matchup, and your first chase needs to be flawless. And GH, all known kiters in their own right, I really feel like they just have to rescue because it's part of the game, but they just want to kite if they could. Note that there are 2 flywheels and 2 tide turners, so they want to go for double rescues is possible. But if Miaopai can get a stranglehold in the first early seconds of this match, it's gonna be a tough one. So back to the action here, folks. You got Nello Mello and Potch Spice giving you the commentary here in the second half.
Yeah. Coming in strong. Patient is going to be the first target. You can see Miaopai already coming in. This is honestly a very, very good spot to kite, just circle around. And against a Patient, he can just hook, come back. But a little bit quick, a little bit too soon with the hook, right?
Yeah.
Because now Miaopai can just double back and hit Chao Kahn. Chao Kahn, oh!
Careful. Oh my goodness. Slow vault as well. This is going to be tough. He's going to use another hook. So buying a little more distance here. So Miaopai, note that he did bring insolence. He needs to get one hit for him to be able to unlock his first skill. And Zhao Kan now working on his last hook. He's gonna go for another one. A little too early here, but you know what? You could say otherwise, but Meow Pai unable to get that electric shock.
Wait, Tosh, he didn't connect the ciphers.
He did. Oh my god, he did not. He wants to get the first down, and then so that he's gonna connect it so that they can't share the charge.
He's missing everything.
Yeah, this is not gonna be good, Nell. Oh, good eye on that. I didn't notice that. He's just gonna eat
Now
that
he's gonna
hit.
ride. Oh my god, yeah.
Now he's gonna connect. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna go Eye of Sauron, but ciphers are moving by pretty fast now.
Too fast. It's too fast.
Hermit,
yeah, it's too fast. Even with Eye of Sauron, you're not gonna get caught up. Patience gonna pick it up, but by the time you catch someone, the ciphers are not gonna. Oh wait. Okay, he went in. Zhao Kan.
Catapult to the second floor, and Zhao Kan just running circles against Meow Pai, and Meow Pai unfortunately spending the blink, and he's gonna actually have a tougher time trying to down Zhao Kan here. He hasn't gotten a charge in just yet, but as I say that, oh my goodness, he was able to get the magic wand, but finally able to down the patient, and now he connects.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is so.
Forward.
Okay. Forward's coming in. He knows he has no excitement. Okay.
He knows, and now he's gonna go for another stun. Oh wait, okay. I don't think he'd get that one. I thought he was gonna go for that support, but Zhao Kan gonna try to go for the tram here. Now is he able to get it? He's gonna go for the leap. Just goes for the hit.
Yeah. Neru is there to support. Nothing to worry about. I think he should put a charge onto Neru first. Yeah, put a charge onto Neru first, and then put another blue charge down. Yeah, super smart. That's good. But oh wait, he dodged the blue charge.
Yeah,
Was
he
it?
did.
I mean, it's kind of stuttering for me. But
oh, okay. Yeah, he was able. He didn't. He only put down the red charge. So now he shared that hit with the acrobat. So now Neru in the mix in terms of damage, but 3 ciphers still remain. He's not going to be able to get the coaster now, but the Eye of Sauron able to land him at the second stop. This forward does not have any football to work with. He is going to just hang around in the second floor here. Meow Pai forced to go up, and he's still riding the tram. Oh, he's going to hit that second hit. He's just gonna, oh my god, he tried to swing, but he got out in time. And Neru's still by enough time. That red charge is gonna land though, and now accelerated decoding is gonna be a factor for Meow Pai to worry about.
yeah, I mean, this is exactly the thing that you're afraid of when you're playing as an Alva. I mean, good awareness of mine, right? Like, don't connect the ciphers first. But that only works if you down one survivor fast enough.
Yes.
But Zhao Kan, realizing that it's not connected, he uses all of the pads. All of the hooks.
Yeah. And now we're looking at the last primed cipher here now. I mean, GH just knew what to do there. Again, Zhao Kan didn't have, I mean, one hook was displaced, but he was still able to make that kite work. This last cipher is sitting at 83%. He's going to try to switch the connections. And everyone's damaged, but Patient is sitting on a syringe here, so he's probably priming that heal. We do see that, Acrobat is also in the area, and it is Capcoon that will go for this rescue.
Yeah, and everyone has died, and now a bomb, and now he's changing targets, and now Cypher's almost primed. They used all their tides so well. Even Patient still has another tide.
Yeah. And the Patient can easily just heal up. Capcoon knows that he's going to be the next onto the rocket chair. So he will just fall down here in the carousel area. I'm pretty sure someone's already waiting at the exit kit because GH just is 2 steps ahead in this matchup.
Go forward? What's he trying to do? Wait,
Little boy, it's little boy. Yeah. It's a little blurry too. But yeah, little boy, toy merchant here. He's going to just go for that rescue. I mean, he has all the time in the world to just be able to eat that hit. Capcoon now sitting on 2 slow bombs. Nice drop onto that pallet to just create that that distance between them. And we do see that Meow Pai will be forced to just go for this hit. The pop is going to eventually happen. And we see Capcoon able to get the jump. Beautiful placement there.
Yeah. Sauron. There's obstacle. He can't use it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a roof on his head. Oh
there
my
we
god,
go.
3 mana
Sauron. And now Capcoon, he's got, oh god, he's able to stop him in his tracks. That was so close. Yeah. He was gonna go for a
Yeah.
catapult there, and now it could have been it. And he was unable to
late.
actually connect the gates, and that's a 3-person escape, folks.
Yeah. I mean, all the actions are delayed. GH is 3 steps ahead of everyone. By the time he wants to connect the gate, it's too late. I think he should have connected the gate first before pursuing anyone else, but
Yeah. It's we set a scenario, right, of how you're supposed to use Hermit. Oh man, you have to be really cool, calm, and collected, and not have the pressure of getting a 4K. That's the first scenario, and second is that you have to go up against a team that won't have a good first kite. But unfortunately, Zhao Khan wanted to play a different game there, and he wanted to prolong that kite. And like you mentioned, Nell, and I'm sorry I didn't catch that earlier. They didn't connect at the start, so everyone was just rushing ciphers left and right. And for a Hermit match, that was pretty quick.
yeah, GH left no crumbs in 8. I think the safe thing to do was to, honestly, I feel like they should just connect the ciphers. It doesn't matter if Zhao Khan has 3 hooks. You connect ciphers. I think the wisest thing to do was to bring teleport instead of blink. Wisest thing is connect all the ciphers, distribute the damage. Even if Zhao Khan can still manage to go away, as long as you deal enough damage, you teleport to another cipher with the most progress. You teleport there, you hit that survivor, you start chasing that survivor because they are caught off guard, they're in open area, right? So I would say that would be a play as well. But not connecting ciphers, not the way to go. Not against GH. GH left no crumbs. They ate. They know exactly what's going on. They're like, oh, okay, you're not connecting ciphers. We know what you're up to. So our first kite is gonna be super strong. We're gonna spare no expense. Use up all the hooks. And
Yeah,
that cipher kite.
Exactly, and Neru with the support. I mean, it was we did see more of the map, right? And they really knew the rotations. And this is the perfect case of not over supporting and just supporting when you need to. Everyone had a highlight here. Capcom was able to come in late into the mix. Little Boy's catapults were seen all throughout, helping Zhao Khan. And Zhao Khan having the most time since he was the one that was there. But you got to give to Zhao Khan and Neru-kun that did buy in the early to mid game containment time of this hunter. So again, a great effort by Meow Pai. A lot of people in the chat were wanting him to go clerk, but you know what, you want to be able to control ciphers in a big scale in this map, which is the right choice. However, going with I would say the aggressive strat of downing at the start and then connecting after, it didn't work out well. GH knew what they had to do, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, Clark wouldn't be good, honestly. Sorry to say that, but I don't think Clark is a good choice here. First, the map is so big. Yes.
Yeah, that's why he went with Hermit.
Yeah, yeah, because everyone can fly. Like you're walking on your foot. Like yes, you can blink and get the hit. But after that, what? How are you gonna chase? Especially Zhao Khan with 3 hooks, you're gonna be left so far behind, right? So I think it's just a case of a splendid ban pick by GH. Splendid ban pick. Like what are you gonna do against this lineup? You have to choose someone who has chase potential. Clark doesn't have chase potential against this team, right? And the victory condition is just to get a 1-man escape, but they got 3 men out, so it's already at 8-1 in favor of GH in the very first game. Posh, I don't know, man, but GH looks unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, and considering Meow Pai is one of the not veteran, but like he's relatively young to be honest, but he's the known hunter in this in Southeast Asia, and for them to be able to do this to Meow Pai, I'd like to say it's also it was the really good picks and bans on the side of GH, and considering that this was the map Idol picked, so it's kind of like they shot themselves in the foot with this one, because GH, it seemed like they were the ones that decided this map with how well they performed, because now it's an 8-1 point difference. Round is definitely going to go to GH at this point, so a lot more pressure on Idol's side, considering they have to be the ones to go into the map selection of GH in round number 2.
Exactly. At this point, GH look so strong. It feels like they are the tram in Ever Sleeping Town. I mean, I feel like a lot of the teams have strong potential, but when it comes to GH, the one thing that separates them at this point of time is they have, number one, they stuck together despite all odds. They stuck together despite all odds. They share responsibilities. There is no superstar in the team. There's no like, yo, like, depend on Narukun to carry us. No such thing. Oh, depend on Capcom to carry us. No such thing. Depend on the Hunter to rake in the points. No such thing. Everyone shares equal responsibilities. Communications on par. They have a undeniable bond. As a matter of fact, fun fact, Zhao Kan even picked up learning Thai in order to communicate even better with his team. So that's the commitment they show. So I would say this is not a easy feat to achieve without effort. They did a lot of homework behind the scene, and honestly, I mean, I'm a believer at this point.
It shows. It really shows. Like, their hard work is definitely paying off here. And you know what? It is a trend in Southeast Asia where teams, you know, aside from changing their names, they keep swapping in and out and they keep changing things. There's no replacement to years or months of experience. I know GH, this has been their same formula, or this has been the same starting four since since they started as Team GH. So the way that they were able to execute that, it just shows that they have each other's backs. There's no team. There's a team and there's no one single superstar, like you said. So I hope, I don't know, maybe this will inspire other teams to pick up suit and actually also stick it out through the thick and thin, or through the tough times and through the good times as well.
Yeah. Not to mention, just to add a little bit more, not to mention, you gotta play the roles that are synergizing well with the team. Like Zhao Kan, he's not a rescuer main.
Whatever, yeah.
He's a main. He's a fighter main.
Stunner also, yeah.
Yeah, he's a star. But because of the team, he sacrificed his role. He adapts to his new role. So I feel like a lot of the team's members, I know a lot of people want to be like, yeah, I want to be the kiter. I want to be this. I want to be that. But at the end of the day, you got to look at someone who's good and at the same time humble enough to make that, willing to go through that changes with you. And willing to go through the thick and thin. Not like, yo, okay, we didn't do well in this one event. We're gonna disband. We're gonna reshuffle. No, don't. You have to stick it out and work things out. And
I think that's
if it still doesn't, then
that's like a clear case of you know what, fixing the problem instead of like, okay, let's throw it away. Let's start from scratch. Like, just build on what you have. And I think also having being humble enough to know, all right, there's a stronger kiter than me, there's a stronger rescuer than me, what other role can I fill? There are no small roles, only people that think it's a small role, because in this game, even though you're not seen in the spotlight, we still highlight the decoding, we still highlight the support, even though you're not the main kiter. So it takes 4 people to win this game, folks. So I hope that's a little tidbit for you guys, if you guys are thinking about competing in the highest level. Take inspiration from GH, them sticking it out. So sky seems to be the limit. Again, not over for Idol just yet. We are going to see Chinatown come in GH's map selection. So Idol has to pull this one out of the fire now if they want to stay alive in this upper bracket.
Yeah, and this map favors GH as well. I mean, Soul Weaver here, Wax Artist here. What are you gonna ban in this map? Because at this point they can do anything they want, right? Like God J, even if he gets a draw here, totally fine, because GH members have shown that their survivors can handle Miao Pai at this point of time. Miao Pai, I would say he still needs to learn to calm down. Because in that game as Alva, I feel like there were a lot of shots missed, right? There were a lot of shots missed, and Zhao Kan, on the other hand, there was one point where Miao Pai almost caught up to him, because he doubled back, right? So that's good. But Zhao Kan recovered with that precise hook to the other side of the tram. So I feel like that's the one thing you kind of have to adjust with. But other than that, I feel like there's a lot of potential in everyone in the tournament. Miao Pai, but you know what? Give your love and support to him as well. I mean, it's not easy, man. It's just his second year in competitive tournament, and he just turned 17. So,
But for him to see dude, I mean, the sky is the limit, right? For Meow Pai, and he's already seen the big stage of Koa, and he's also, been in big feats in IVA, and now also in IVC. So, again, what we talked about is more of like just still sticking it out. I mean, we talk about the survivor side, but when it comes to the hunter side, yeah, Meow Pai, sky is still the limit. Gaje has been in this game for the longest time, but I think this is definitely a learning moment for him. Again, you don't lose, you only learn, but it's a real loss if you keep committing the same mistakes or the same things over and over again. So hopefully, with Meow Pai coming in, he'll be able to improve. And now, flipping it over to the survivor side of Idol, definitely not over for them just yet. We're just hoping to see a little more like countering, or at least so Gaje would actually be able to kind of get pressured even more to kind of be forced to make irrational decisions, or like kind of forced to not play in his element, because we have seen Gaje kind of rattled, but that was in the big stages of Koa and other international teams. So can Idol do the same here in the second half? Because it is going to be Meow Pai to start things off for Idol come into this first half of Chinatown.
Yeah, I mean, Meow Pai, I'm not sure. This is the decision of Idol to send out Meow Pai first, right? So I'm not really sure if Meow Pai, like as a hunter, it takes more time for you to recover as compared to survivors. Because for survivors, hey, we got each other, man. I can cover you, especially if you're tilted, like, cool down, I can cover. But as a hunter, man, you kind of deafen and mute yourself in Discord, and it's harder for you to recover because you are. Who do you have? You only have yourself to depend on in this one game against 4 survivors, or in this case, 4 hunters. So it's like 4 predators versus 1 alien, or
other way around. Yeah, that's true. So look at this, GH. They know and respect the Itakwa. They ban it right away, and I think they smell blood in the water because they want to go for the win already, because they're going for Mercenary Prospector. They want this to be the last round that they have to go for. And they already secured Zhao Khan's Mercenary. They've also secured Narakun's Prospector. And now, the other 2 is going to be... Little Boy and Capcom, they can adjust to whatever's left.
Exactly. Adapting to whatever the team needs. And that's the key and recipe to success, because too many cooks spoils the soup.
That is true. They'll be in hot soup, as you'd like to say. That's where Meow Pai is right now. I could go for some soup right now.
Yeah, mushroom soup.
Tom Yum.
Pizza.
I was gonna get, because we're going to Thailand.
Yeah, for sure. I would like some tomato soup because I don't have appetite, but I'm hungry. But I don't have appetite, but I'm hungry. So
you just want to taste good food. Yeah, I get you.
Exactly. Yeah, I drop a lot of weight. But anyway, Mercenary, no doubt it's gonna go to Zhao Khan. Prospector on Narakun. Little Boy probably gonna be on the Acrobat, or Capcom. Yeah, probably would be on the hands of Capcom or Little Boy. I mean, we have to see what the last pick is, but now that Itakwa has been banned, Meow Pai, what can he play? Geisha? Can do Geisha here.
He could. Magician.
Capcom Magician. Okay, you see that thing, bro. Capcom Magician.
Exactly. His Psychologist was banned out, so now you're going with the Magician. Again, all these characters really good when it comes to containment. Again, not much traversing here because the Toy Merchant was banned. No Priestess as well. But yeah, it's going to be a tough chase. So Geisha could be really good. But, I mean, going after Magician, if the magic wands are used really well, Acrobat also could really counter the Geisha's dashes with the bombs.
My head hurts. I don't know. It's so hard.
Yeah, Breaking Wheel. I mean, we've brought it out before, but that wasn't as consistent. His Itakwa's banned. Go Naiad if he wants to play it super safe.
Safe is not the game with Capcom. How with GH. But if he decides to bring Breaking Wheel, he has to play it with a level-headed mind, because I'm pretty sure he got tilted with the Alva game. At least affected. I would say affected by the Alva game previously. So sending him out again and playing a Breaking Wheel, bro, you're gonna be drifting left and right and not hitting anything. And
True.
yeah, because right now survivors, they are fully awake. GH survivors are awake. They're fully awake. They can deal with the breaking wheel. Yeah, and your geisha. And honestly, even if you get a 2-man escape here, it doesn't really matter because right now it's not just about Meow Pie. It's about how Idol has to get points from Gotye. So here, Meow Pie, if he can get a 2-man kill, it'll be good.
This might actually
but
be
breaking wheel, I feel like he's going big here.
Yeah, he has to go
going
big.
big.
That's the thing also. He went big with Hermit as well. Cause he was kind of forced to because of how the first half went, right? And again, I share the same concern as you, is that if you come into this match not ready, or if you're still feeling the effects of how the other one went because of how he was playing, like he was missing those shots, you also need technical proficiency using this breaking wheel and kind of a cool head, especially if they're running circles and you still don't have your first spikes, and it's like you can't get them down and you're forced out of wheel form. So, and note that they do scrim with Gotye, and Gotye is one of the best breaking wheels out there. So this could be a mirror match. Gotye can bring out the breaking wheel also in this matchup.
Yeah, but this might sound unpopular, but I don't agree with breaking wheel. I think he should just go for something that can help him get a draw.
Get the momentum going, right?
Yeah, get the momentum going. This is an all or nothing, right? All or nothing. But if you get nothing, your survivors are going to be pressured even more. I feel like the points really come in from Idol survivors trying to get them from Gotye. Breaking wheel, yes, if you can get the 4K, splendid. You can definitely make a comeback. But what if you can't? Then the survivors are not going to have any chance to play, right? So, but you know what? Believe in the super idol Xiaorong, right? So, I mean, he has a smile there going on, breaking wheel the smile.
He believes, guys. You gotta believe. Yeah, hashtag believe.
Hashtag believe. Hashtag trust. He has a smile going on. How did I not notice it?
You didn't notice? Yeah.
I just noticed it now. Yeah.
Well, it depends, right? That's you. You're the top one. Chocho is the bottom one. She's the most angry one, right? I'm at the center because I'm like, oh no, what am I happy or mad? Like, what's going on here?
She's mad because she has to carry both of us.
Exactly.
So.
That's basically the story of us ranking with Chocho. She has to carry us.
Oh my god, I missed that meme. Yeah, honestly.
we are gonna cosplay as that. Chocho is gonna be the bottom of the break.
Yeah, in Thailand. Yeah, Thailand. Chocho, get ready to lift some weights because you're definitely gonna need them.
Yes, I know Nels lost weight, but I think I found whatever weight he lost. So we're gonna head to the match, folks. Idol versus GH, first half of round number 2. Magician is gonna take the first kite.
Yeah, Magician. I like this. Magician. Oh no, I don't really like this. Yeah, because he's at the window, and you're not gonna hit him here. You're not gonna hit him here. Look, go through. Okay, I dodged you a little bit. I double back. Oh, first spike. I spoke too soon. Now he's just gonna leap through the window.
Yep. And now he's just waiting for him to actually, just rotating around. He did bring insolence though, but he's not able to get his extended spikes, now forcing him out of the wheel form. This is what Capcoon wants, and now he's forcing him to actually guess. Able to get the trap though, so this is big.
Believe! False believe!
Believe in the 3-pointer there. Now he's able to get him to the basement.
Bro, that was like a, oh my god, that was like
Hail
a
Mary, right?
Yeah, Hail Mary all the way from the second floor, right on the position. Yeah, that's calculated, right? That has to be calculated.
Yeah,
but basement, tinnitus.
Yeah, tinnitus. Actually, I think the mercenaries, or one of the rescuers, is here. Already going for the rescue. I don't think Meow Pie even noticed that the rescue did happen, and now he's forced out of wheel form.
Oh, wait, does he not know?
I think he's still, he's waiting, but he's gonna have a rude awakening here. He's actually just seeing, he's delaying the chair time here. He's gonna check, and now he's gonna find out.
He got hit. Right. But now Chao Kahn has to be careful not to get hit too. Otherwise, this is gonna give full presence. Nah, they're just separating. Nah, he's going all the way to the other side. Doesn't really matter though. Oh, another hit. Nope, nope, nope,
Just
nope.
buying enough time here, but yeah, this is the he's just gonna make sure he doesn't give away a free hit. Prospector is here. Nero's gonna try to go for the harass. He drops down a trap, but Nero's gonna be in the mix here. He's gonna try to go for the blink tech, and he's able to get it, but Nero's here.
Nice.
Okay, he has to walk away.
I love that. I love that. I think we saw that happen before too, right? Like, what was it again? I can't remember. But that happened before. The blink all the way to the other side. Okay, he's just gonna take away the blink. Honestly, super smart plan. Dying at that corner so that Prospector can keep harassing while Capcom shakes it off. But they kind of forget that Capcom died without Meowpai using the blink. So
Yeah, so that was a good call by him. He's already switched to Peepers, by the way. So this Magician's rebound kite is going to have to last a while because Cypher progress uncharacteristically slow here on the side of GH. Magician has already been saved from that rocket share. Nice avoidance here of the big spike, so the snap is not going to work out well here. Capcom's still holding on to his last one. So he's going to try and avoid the transition away. And look at that. It actually retracted once he was able to get close to Capcom.
yeah. Oh, getting the spike onto Neru as well. Nice. Nicely done. But Cypher progress. 3 Cyphers about to be done. Fortunately, the 5th Cypher is not done yet. So now he should know where he's going. With one burst, it's going to happen.
Able to get the magnet.
Nice. Full presence
Neru?
now.
Okay. Unable to get close enough. Oh, he drops it down. Did he break it? Oh my god. No, he did it. Oh, but it's not. He didn't have anything in the way. And now Capcom sent back to the manor. This is the start now.
Believe! Peepers, Meowpai! Oh my god. Yeah, and there was just signaling for them to just start decoding. Zhao Kun, elevation. Oh, one. Did that hit?
I'm not sure. Oh my god, I think it did. It slowed him down just a little bit, so thank god he dropped the trap.
Oh, he
Tried
missed!
to get the snap, but no, unable to get it. Mercenary able to pad away.
Oh my god, that was so close. And honestly, that was so risky, like using a pad there. Sorry, doing the snap there. But looks like they are gonna start up a new Cypher. Nerukun's already running away from this vicinity. 2 Peepers to keep the Cypher in the building in check. Little boy's gonna be the one taking it now, but oh, the flywheel!
Good avoidance of the spike there. Acrobat unscathed in that sequence. And he also used the slow bomb. Let's see if he's going to get behind this pallet. Well, but no, drops it down. And Meow was able to punish him.
Yeah, I love that. That's what Meowpai is so good at doing. Baiting the drop pallet while hitting. That's one thing that I really admire about his drop hit. So now he's just rotating around, and this is familiar territories, Posh. Like Peepers, controlling Cyphers, slugging, super aggressive, going through and there, back and forth. I love this. He might have a chance to actually pull a win with this strategy.
Neru flywheels the second spike there. That's super important. And now able to get a magnet here. Just goes for the snap just to injure him. But now Meowpai back on the offense here. He's going to try to guard these Cyphers.
Well, can I just say his breaking will? It wasn't this consistent before, but now with how it's going, he's applying so much pressure. Cyphers, yes, a lot of progress, like more than half. They have to start a new Cypher, right? But because of how decisive he was, changing to people straight away, he's slowing down the progress so much and going back and forth. Oh, Zhao Kun.
Whoa, Mercenary able to expend his last elbow pad just so he won't get double spike. And now, yeah, dropping another Peepler here just to make sure that nobody touches this Cypher. So now it seems like a stalemate of who is going to touch the objectives. This could be the opportunity for them to actually try and go for the heals, but Meowpai has created this spike, this separation of the survivors to try and heal each other up.
Oh my god, super good. Oh, he's gonna spot Little Boy now. But this area is quite strong to kite, I believe. He's gonna try and dash through with the extended spike, maybe hit. Oh, it hits. Does he have flywheel?
No, able to get the extended spike, and now I think. Oh yeah, he's gonna go for the slugging strategy at this point. Nobody goes for the chair. So this kind of opens. Yeah, this creates an opening for them to push a Cypher, but it seems like they're just making the rotations happen since Cyphers are still at 15, 60, and 44.
Yeah, beautifully done, may I add. But because he chaired, right? So now here comes the difficult part. Neru's just gonna decode, right? Because when you rescue, it's instant health recovery. Like, right? If you're gonna allow that free rescue, why bother chairing in the first place? Make him use the
Yeah.
self-heal.
True, because now it just seems like, yeah, he still has a second chair. Neru now forced to actually eat these 2 spikes. Oh, gets the stun in the process, though. He's able to try and get the trap, and now Neru's down.
Slug. Put the peeper down, slug again.
There, he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, I think he has no choice but to do this. He realizes that, right? You give that free rescue, but hey, at least little boy's down to his last chair. So this might help Meowpai in the long run. But now, Masonry is coming to just finish this cipher.
Oh, they're really pushing it. Yeah, they're pushing that last cipher, the process. Neru still has the self-heal. Mercenary, 2 hits. He's got to be careful. For 3, Mercenary able to avoid. And nice. Hang on. There's still 1 more hit. He's going to eat that hit. Little boy trying to push that last cipher. It's not going to be enough. 80, 90. Oh, but the breaking wheel's going to catch up to him.
Yeah. Wait,
hang
is
on.
This a
Is he gonna force it?
It is. He is.
Force it.
Oh wait, no, he can't. The other cipher, he has to wait for the other cipher. Acrobat. Oh my god, this is hard.
Uh-oh, hang on.
He can't snap. Yeah, he's... they have to finish the last cipher. They're not. Okay, they're running towards the last cipher. Oh.
That is the last cipher. Okay, now able to pop it was Neru, and now we're at the end game here. No detention, by the way, so Neru is gonna have to kite this one out. Drops a magnet here, but he's still at wheel form, so it's not really gonna affect him. And now he could just easily. Oh, the lamppost was able to block the trap.
My god, he needs to snap here. He's not gonna snap. Is he not gonna snap?
Oh my goodness! He's able to silence him. No, not quite. He still gets the stun. Everyone is out in the gate now. He tries to go for the snap. Can they get the 3-man escape? It's gonna happen. What did we just see?
All or nothing. Oh my god. Honestly, beautiful play, but... Oh my god. I have to say, the teamwork, like making the unthinkable happen. We thought it was gonna be a draw. We thought it was gonna be a tie. Most of the people in the chat also thinking, yo,
tie.
Can be a tie. But GH, leave it to GH survivors. They are trained for this kind of situation. Getting that 3-man escape with the block, even with the trap, doesn't really matter. And can I just say how precise the flywheel was to dodge that snap?
The flywheels, the elbow pads of Zhao Kahn just to avoid the spikes, like they knew. I mean, you got to give it up to Meowpai. He played very aggressive. He played really well. Maybe though that chair thing did buy a little bit more time. If you went with the slugging strategy, it could have been different, but he really put them on edge the entire time. So, again, a great strategy. Breaking wheel, you know, he made us believe in the breaking wheel. We were believing in it. But this is GH. They're operating on a different level here now. So they just seem like world beaters at this point.
Exactly. I honestly feel relieved that they found a place where they belong. GH is where they all belong. They obviously form a very strong bond and teamwork in that team. So when they say that they are, prior IVC champions, I think it's safe to say they are the team to beat at this point.
Yeah.
Like in that situation. Meowpai was obviously in control, but the survivors' comeback was so coordinated. And the 3-man escape, I did not see that coming.
I feel like Meowpai and everyone else watching did not see that coming as well. Again, an excellent start for Capcun, but it was just the miracle 3-point shot of Meowpai that was able to cut off Capcun while he was jumping down the bridge area. They got a basement rescue courtesy of Zhao Kahn. It was just a constant back and forth from the 3-minute mark up until the 8-minute mark, where Meowpai, very decisive, switching to peepers like you pointed out. Man, GH was just so good at rotating around, making sure that, okay, Meowpai's on me. I need to be able to avoid these spikes. They understood the assignment. They knew how to counter, and they really wanted to get 3 person out.
Yeah, my goodness. Just look at the kiting time and you can already tell. Neru-kun, I have to say Neru-kun, aside from Zed, when I said that Zed was a very consistent and a very stable player, right? I was talking about the teams that are out there outside of GH. In GH, you have to say Nerukun is also super, super stable with Prospector. And that's the one good thing about having a really strong Prospector, making all the plays. We haven't seen Neru flunk yet tonight, and it shows. Timely flywheel, the Prospector plays. I just have to say they are really, really the communication is top tier. But at this point, Posh, you gotta wonder, what can Idol do in the second half? Because it is their plan. It was their plan to send Meow Pie out to go strong. And at the start of the game, in the first half, I did mention go big or go home, right? Go big or go home. Do you really want to do that? Wouldn't it be better to try and get a hunter that is a super strong Thai character and then hope for Idol survivors to win against God J? Because God J, if you have to choose between God J and the team of survivors, no offense, God J, but I would have to say survivors are, at this point, super coordinated. It's harder to get points from survivors.
Yes.
And hunter.
And that's crazy because this is God J we're talking about, right? He's got a good survivor team that's got his back. And here we have it, folks. They need 4-man or nothing. Or 3-man, sorry. They need to tie this one out. So it's an all or nothing strategy for Team Idol. It also, I agree with your thoughts there. Them sending Meow Pie out first is a bit tough because now it's like I think Meow Pie is kind of stressed with how that match went out, and considering if they could push for a game number 3, it's going to be even harder for him to kind of reel in the effects of how the survivor team is just, fighting tooth and nail to get at least a 3-man escape. So hopefully Idol can kind of resurrect the confidence in or the survivors can resurrect the confidence in Meow Pie, because now it's their turn to kind of do the heavy lifting to try and make this one happen. So this is actually an opening for them. I don't know, this might be the debuting Itakwa of God J if he's going to be bringing it out, because this is the perfect map to bring it out in.
Or they can swap in Seichu.
They could.
Yeah, they can do anything they want at this point. That's strategy at play. The team with more or less similar skills, like high tier skills. What separates them? Of course, coordination. Secondly, the draft picks and bans. And they can swap in Seichu, they can play Takwa with Seichu, or they can keep with God J, force Idol to ban Soul Weaver. They can force Idol to ban Wax Artist as well.
Yeah.
And then ban Wax Artist, what do you get? You get Soul Weaver.
Soul Weaver, Breaking Wheel, not to mention. So there's just a lot. There's just a lot in that mix that will not go in favor of Idol. So they really have to really play out of their minds if they want to hold on to their upper bracket spot in this matchup. So definitely a do or die for them. They can't just rest on a tie. They need to, I would say, not even go for a 3. Go for a 4-man escape, because you need to resurrect the life or the lifeblood in this matchup, just to give that confidence back into Meow Pie.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things involved, but honestly, it's just one step of the journey. By all means, let's remember this is a run in the winner's bracket. The team that loses in this matchup doesn't get sent home just yet. They have 2 tournament lives. They're just going to be going through the lower brackets. So stay put until the very end, because we might, who knows, like Idol needs a 4-man escape to win round number 2. And you know what? They're idols. They might, who knows, they might be able to summon some miracle, which they really need at this point.
The Super Idol. I swear,
Idol.
Someone should come up with a different name for this name called Super Idol, and then complete the song. So it seems like they're banning the Wax Artist of God J, and might probably prepare for a Breaking Wheel, but that's gonna be so hard since Entomologist and Mercenary have been globally banned, and he's already gonna ban the Antiquarian, and he's gonna ban out the Priestess. So that kind of leaves you with, I don't know, I would say mid characters to go up against this Breaking Wheel with. So who's gonna be the first pick? First Officer and Acrobat.
Yeah, no choice, right? No more Merc. They kind of gambled everything with the Merc pick first in the first round, so now they have to deal with the first officer. With a breaking wheel, you're not exactly afraid of the hypnotism, right? If you come in for the rescue, fine. I'll just ram you with the with the spikes. You touch the chair, that's it. You get the spike. When I get out of wheel form, you're basically one snap. You're basically injured or down.
Exactly.
So yeah, but hey, leave it to Idol to try and make a comeback in this second half because that's what they need. 4K. Sorry, 4 escape is what Idol needs, ladies and gentlemen.
And hey, I do have to also bring this up last year. GH was put in a similar position. They actually were sent to the lower bracket, and they were able to make the run back happen. So this doesn't. I mean, the offline stage is still going to be at the end of the month, so there's still some time for them to kind of know their glaring holes and kind of patch it up. So I think Idol, if I were them, use this as a learning experience, figure out a way for you guys to synergize and go up against the team. And also, if you're Meow Pie, okay, learning experience. I want that run back to happen. Hopefully that fuels them and that they're able to come back from this, because right now points are definitely not on the side of Idol, but they could definitely learn from this now.
Exactly. But hey, that's the respect ban onto the Thief by GotJ. So probably doesn't want to deal with the Thief again. If he wants to play
Prospector?
Soul Weaver, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Soul
Yeah.
Weaver. I mean, his wax artist has been banned. Gardener. Yeah, I mean, leave it to MX to come up with these unorthodox picks.
If you guys are fans of Southeast Asia, you know, I know we usually like pop off like, what, Gardener? But if you've been following MX's career, this is his wheelhouse of characters. Thief, Gardener, Lawyer. I mean, just put Doctor in the mix too. He's got the veterans, right? He's got the OGs.
The veterans. Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah, he's gonna be using the Gardener. Huh? Sorry.
He hates meta.
Yeah, he does not. He creates his own meta. This is his world we're talking about.
Yeah,
So,
that's his meta.
we just have to wait and see what GotJ is going to be picking. Soul Weaver could be good too, especially to counter the Dancer's boxes if he's able to set up the webs. But I mean, he can also go, you know, mirror match here. He could go for the breaking wheel.
Yeah, breaking wheel definitely doable. I mean, he doesn't have to.
Itakwa?
Yeah, I mean everyone's picking it up.
Debuting.
Yeah, GotJ debuting his Itakwa. I mean, everyone's picking it up. It doesn't make sense if he doesn't pick it up himself, right? So that's just being lazy.
This was the same when Wax Artist started to rise in prominence. GotJ didn't bring it out just yet, but once he did, it was a cracked artist. So now, hopefully, Idol is going to be ready for this, because when GotJ picks a character, I mean, we have that Joseph one that he brought up, but when he picks Itakwa, the meta character, it's gonna be. I mean, he's definitely put in the work, especially with how well he is with other hunters as well. Considering that Itakwa is it has enhanced other hunters' play style. And on GotJ's hands, I'm looking forward to this one.
Exactly, I'm looking forward to this one as well. And as you can see, it's 12 Posh. I don't think the Gardener is gonna be able to counter much of Itakwa here. Except with the burst, with the bubble, the guardian bubbles. But hey, Idol MX is gonna take the sus spot as usual, which is in the middle of the map, almost as if saying, "I'm here, chase me, I'm by the tree." Honestly, you don't want to play with fire, because in open air, he's gonna be able to attract you closer and closer with the suction, and I don't know, man, leaving Leah all the way to the other side. Why is he trying to protect the rescuer or something?
It's MX's strategy. We just have to see there's a method to the mayhem. We can't. I don't know. I feel like with us, we can't really understand it in our own rights. But let's see if it's gonna play out. Let him cook, as people would say. Just let him cook. Exactly. Let's see what happens when MX with this Gardener is gonna run rampant up against GotJ's Night Watch.
Yeah. Let him cook. I'm thinking chicken adobo.
You're really a fan of chicken adobo. I should cook you.
I am. I really want to try it at least once in my lifetime, right? Like go to the Philippines, pick up some good food, Enjoy the chicken adobo.
I would have to say you're a big fan of chicken adobo, but you haven't tried it yet. So I hope my chicken adobo is going to live up to the standards for you now.
I'm a fan of the chickens, but you know what?
There we go.
We're coming into the game. Round 2, second half, read the commentaries. What might be the possible last game is me, Mellow and Posh Spice.
So now Godjay immediately has his sight set on MX. This is what MX wants, right? So let's see if he's going to play to his strengths. He has that bubble, and now he's able to actually force attack recovery and gain a little bit of presence here. We do see that the Dancer has set up the boxes in the hotel area, but Itako has 2 charges. He could definitely try to mind game MX here. He's going to try to go for the pull here, and now he's just going to go for the wind force here just to hop over. And now MX is going to use the speed boost here, able to jump over, and now he's able to go for the, it's at the 2nd floor.
He should keep chasing. He doesn't have the speed boost anymore, right? Okay, never mind. And MX jumped down prematurely as well. So Godjay's gonna take his time, you know, the Zen God that we've been talking about throughout Koha, being very patient. Remove the 2 music boxes, and now he's gonna chase MX on foot. And you know what? Since MX is the first kiter, I have faith. Believe, man.
Believe in the idol. We do see that the wind force is going to be taken now. He does have already his first skill that is unlocked. So he's going to wait until the bubble is going to be used. He's just going to jump on over here, and MX still continuing the kite. While now 3 ciphers are about to pop here.
Oh, okay, now MX is going to continue the rotation to the 2nd floor, and this is what Godjay is afraid of. Like, he already placed the pallet down, right? So MX can easily go up again. Okay, he dropped down. Great awareness of mine. Doesn't want to get vacuumed in. And now MX is going to go back. Wait, MX!
Yeah,
You're out in the
MX.
open!
Oh, wow. Is he going to go for the... Oh, he already broke the window with too many vaulting. And MX, he's going to eat the charged up hit. And Godjay has his first survivor down. Again, Godjay has to play for that tie. He doesn't need to overextend here. But it seems like he will be chairing next to Shadow Cypher.
Yeah, I mean... Wow, nice balloon chair as well coming in, but very unfortunate. It breaks down, you know. Just when you think like, yo, I'm depending on this window as my lifeline. Obviously, didn't account for the that much vaulting through, breaking off the window. But hey, the rescue is coming in. Hypnotism is coming in. Shadow only has 1 music box to work with, but what?
He's able to guess. Oh my god, and now MX, he's going to try to get the bubble, but no, the last effort did pop already. So again, a good save by Leah. That was before the halfway mark. You know, Godjay is just going to try to focus down and hunker down on just chairing MX.
Wow. Okay, he shouldn't die too close to a chair. Buy more time. Okay, that's pretty good. Last cipher is being worked on. But obviously, he doesn't want to get pulled back to the last cipher, right? So pretty smart. Last cipher is already at 50% Posh. Shadow. Oh my god, the last cipher is here! MX did not run far away enough.
He did not. Oh wow, I was actually kind of scared that he was going to struggle free. He is going to try to just harass this cipher as much as possible. But, I mean, he's just guarding 2 places at once. And now it seems like the rescue is going to possibly happen here. Gonna get a hit onto the acrobat, but we do see that MX is rescued. The silence has already happened. MX has a magic wand, has a pocket watch here. So now Godjay forced to actually look for another target. Seems like Godjay looking behind himself. Let's see if he's gonna try to control ciphers here. Oh, he's gonna slug everyone at this point.
Yeah. Not a very good choice. I think they shouldn't be greedy. They should start running away.
Yeah.
Because now he's just gonna chair 1% at the last cipher, and you're kind of forced to decode a new cipher, and it's gonna buy even more time, right?
They haven't even started a new cipher here, Nell, so this is gonna be a little tough for them to go for. Luckily, the first officer takes some time on this rocket chair, so now, Shadow out in the open here. Does not have any more music boxes to work with.
Shadow cannot get hit here. No one can rescue if he gets hit. Yeah, okay, now he's gonna go through, but doesn't really matter, right? Godjay can dash. He has a blink to work with. But Shadow's gonna go down almost instantly, and now the rescue is gonna happen. Acrobat!
Right. Yeah, they have to start a new cipher. So now it seems like MX is the one that is starting a new cipher. The slugging strategy seems to be gonna be working here. So he's gonna try to hunker down. He can't leave that cipher unattended though. He needs to still be in this area.
Yeah, I mean, MX has to be really careful. It's his last last chair. Okay, they're getting back. They're going back.
Yo, is it ready? Oh my god, he's gonna pick him up in time. Hang on, able to get it, but unable to get away from the clutches. Again, they forced that pop now.
They forced it, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too late by 1 second. MX could not get the space that he need to run away. And now, but the good thing is,
Acrobat.
GotJ does not have. Yeah, that's true. Slow opening. Oh my god, he knows where they are. He knows.
Does. Uh-oh, he's gonna try to get another win force, but there's still the cooldown time. Can they? They need to get a 3-person escape. If they're able to get at least a 3-person escape, they can get the win. Get the win here. Oh my god, they're able to go out. He's gonna try to pull one back. They pull him all back. Flywheel. Oh, able to get Shadow down.
Oh, I was thinking why I didn't use the wind force, but super smart, using it for the very last moment. And now Leah cannot go out. He's gonna fall here. So close to us escaping, but
yeah, and
they
the
should
thing
stand behind the wall. Honestly,
they should have. But now we're gonna get the heal onto the first. The female dancer here. So female dancer's already spent up the self heal. They need to go for this rescue. They have to go for it. But that was just so close. They have no tide turner, so this is gonna be a really tough task for the side of Idol. And this is already the second chair of the first officer.
yeah. I mean, what can you do here? No one has tide. Gotcha, I swear to God, Gotcha is just so good at getting these clutch escapes. Clutch calls. Oh my god, now Acrobat's gonna go down. I think it's gonna be a 4K here. Because they can't leave with 2-person.
Yeah, they can't. They just have to go for a full slug here, so seems like he's just gonna secure one person that is gonna go on. Oh, he's gonna try to whack everyone, but no, he just chases away Shadow. I think Shadow just has to be the one to escape the game here.
Yeah.
So GG's to GH. Holy smokes, God J. He's terrifying.
Yeah, not a draw, guys. Not a draw. It's a 3K by Gotcha. And with that, congratulations. GH is gonna do a 2-0 sweep. And I want to be honest with you, Posh. For a moment there, I thought it was gonna be a 3-man escape.
It looked so close. I mean, he had to. This is Itakua put on full display. He was able to catch up to the other side of the gate with 2 dashes, and then he was still able to use the wind force to be able to trap them inside the game, and he was able to attract all 3 of them. So, I mean, GotJ just doing his homework. Like, he is the hunter main. He needs to be able to roll with the meta, and now you have to be able to ban Itakua from his lineup.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate though, Posh, because obviously if you see Itakua going to the side, they think they can make it all the way through to the gate. You kind of have to stay with your backs onto the wall, but I guess it's just a pick your poison kind of situation. You stay behind the wall, Itakua's gonna catch up. When you try to run towards the gate, he's gonna wind force you anyway. So
yeah,
I just feel like that 5 seconds, that 2 seconds difference made all the difference in the world.
I mean, if we also look back, also with the 2-second difference on that cipher pop, if it was just a little sooner, if they had a little more progress on that last cipher, because they forced the pop, because again, that was MX's last chair. It could have been a different story, because MX was doing a great job. You know what, GotJ bit. He's like, all right, you want to kite? Be the first kite? I'll oblige. I'll be able to, you know what, allow you to take this first kite. And he was doing pretty well. And unfortunately, that the last cipher was being guarded like crazy at the center of the fountain. So once that happened, it really started to look like GotJ was just camping out and defending, and kind of played to his discipline, and really played very well in terms of waiting for them to overextend, and he'll just punish whatever opportunity comes his way.
Exactly. Like, do you recall the moment when I said, yo, play safe? Because depending on the survivors to get points. I feel like that's one of the moments where you can't really get greedy with anything. You can against GH especially, you gotta have to take it step by step, get the draw first, use your survivors to rake in the points. It's just very unfortunate because they can't. Because of that 3-man escape by GH earlier, right? they're forced. They can't even leave the gate, even if they can get a draw, right? They can't even do that. So it's kind of unfortunate. But you know what? This team has a lot of potential. Idol has a lot of potential. Let's just hope that despite everything, they can stick it out and keep growing as a team.
Yes.
Because it's not over for them yet, ladies and gentlemen. They're still going to run through the lower brackets, but it's definitely going to be a harder match.
Yeah,
to continue
because
there.
they're already on their last lives. They will be facing the winner of tomorrow's match. It really depends on how the bracket shakes out to be, but we will be seeing Idol tomorrow, folks. So do tune in for that. And there's still time to adjust. And if they're able to get the victory here, there's still more time to adjust going into the top 4. So fingers crossed, not the end of the road in their journey here in IVC. But we do have to give our kudos and our flowers and our congratulations to Team GH. They are the reigning, defending IVC champs, and for them to be able to get a decisive victory up against Idol, it says a lot.
Exactly. 3-14. At this point, who can even bring the fight to GH? Because like one after the other, they are proving to be dominating their opponents, and now looking at the most valuable player as well. Yeah, I agree. Gotye definitely pulled his weight there with the 4K and the 3K to follow. Very well deserving, guys. Gotye still making the magic work, so to speak. Yeah, he's like, what do you mean I'm a Thai hunter? What do you mean I'm the god of patience? I'm not, bro.
I'm the god of violence. I want 4Ks all the way, and that's how he's the MVP. Again, it's mostly like we're looking at deduction points, and it was kind of spread out with the survivors, right? Again, we can say that you can't give every survivor the MVP, but it's kind of easily highlighted that yes, Gotye was able to pull his own weight and also provide some points for the team. So yeah, kudos to Gotye getting the MVP, and Idol, good luck to them tomorrow, because we will be watching their matches as well for them to qualify for top 4.
Yeah, top 4. This is where things get interesting. Remember, guys, GH had a similar situation in the previous IVC, going through the lower brackets, but still managed to make it through all the way. So anything can happen if you believe.
Believe. That is the hashtag for believe you are Kenuff, guys. And speaking of which, we will be taking a short break. When we return, it's actually going to be Chocho and Eli in this next match of ADM versus Noir. So please don't go anywhere. More of IVC when we come back.
Thanks for having us.
trailing behind the golden candlelight. The avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Even in the bright spot bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button. I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Time may tell that truth could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is like a step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies and running forward for you. Running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise. Look at from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising, traces more and more. Among the faces through the wire, I must bring it loud. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortune's turning, the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost. Time may tell, but death never can go. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night, I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking up from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Yeah, yeah, Twilight is up, lingered in the mist, even confirmed by the fire in my heart. But I choose to wake up, but I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking right from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising, faces more and more. Here shall the night let's be over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final match of today. My name's ELIO, joined here with Chocho for our remaining match. We saw two very exciting matches before. Actually, the first one, of course, very, very close. That one, I think we expected to be a close matchup overall, but that one definitely having some length and some tension and some back and forth to it. And we saw this last match, GH with a pretty convincing victory. Definitely things got a little interesting in that second round, but GH was able to hold on to the lead here. And we will actually be going into our first match in the losers bracket. That is going to be Noir versus ADM. So this will be a bit of an interesting matchup for sure. I think both of these teams probably pretty even on paper, but of course we will have to see ultimately what happens in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's really important, and it will be an important match for them as well, because if they lose, they'll be out. If they win, they will be facing against, I believe, Idol tomorrow. Yeah, Idol tomorrow. And also good news, we do have two teams that have been confirmed in this top four, which they will be going for the Thailand offline stage. So it will be Utopia first in our first match, and the second will be GH. So of course, congratulations to both teams. Talked to Utopia survivors as well. They were actually very hyped up about it. I mean, I think going against FT they didn't probably expect the win, but well, it was given to them and they did pretty good. So congratulations to them. And also tomorrow, FT will be going against whoever loses in the first match tomorrow. So let's go with this introduction. We do have Noor Doom as the hunter, as well as Night Owl, Oxygen, Suppress, and Chanim on the survivor side in this BO1 lineup.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw Noir. A bit of a difficult match I think it was last week where they competed. Correct. But we are going to see if they're able to turn things around here. The survivor side, unfortunately, a little bit suboptimal, right? In what we used to see in this team in the past, of course. So this will be a bit interesting to see if they're able to really work out those issues and come back a lot stronger here today. Of course, it will be a testament of their skill against the hunter for ADM, which is Lanlan. We talked about how Lanlan also a very strong hunter. And again, I think the biggest issue, if you look into the ADM survivor lineup here, of course, for the survivors, we have Maple Leaf, Skyhunt, Shane, and Shifeng as well. And Lanlan, of course, being one of the so far really propelling this team to their victories. ADM survivors also struggled a little bit throughout part of this tournament, but I think they have been slightly stronger actually than the Noir survivors have. So ADM may have a slight advantage here, but it's really going to be, I think, a close one here. And of course, this is the last chance for these two teams. They have already lost one of the rounds here. It is a double elimination tournament. So the loser of this, unfortunately, will be sent home, and the winner will move on to the next stage of the losers bracket and still compete for that chance to make it into the top four.
Yeah, I mean, of course, definitely agree with you with how consistent ADM survivors have been, or at least more consistent than Noir survivors. So we're just gonna head on to the player stats. We do have Noor Doom with the cloak over here. We see him play the Night Watch, Dream Witch as well, so we might be seeing that possibly. As for ADM Landland, yep, as well, we do see the Dream Witch, Night Watch, and Eli, you want to dive into a bit of stats?
Yeah, so we do see Doom compared to Landland here. Of course, Landland 56% win rate with about 2.7 average eliminations. Definitely very high. Anything above 2 is above average. Over on the side of Doom, only about a 44% win rate, slightly lower here, but eliminations again still above 2. Doom's been pretty strong throughout this event, but yeah, we're gonna have to see. I think Landland, in terms of competitive experience, Landland definitely is holding the edge here. We have seen Landland compete in a lot of these competitive events here in Southeast Asia for quite some time. So Doom, I believe, a bit newer to this competitive scene. So this, you know, they have, of course, played in some matches throughout this event, but we're definitely going to have more of a, I guess, a rookie player going up against a veteran player when it comes to the Hunter faction. Looking to the survivor side here, we do have Night Owl on the side of Noir. Only a 35% win rate here, slightly lower escape rate of 46, but 81 seconds of containment time, definitely above average here, putting in the work on the kiting side. And then looking over at Maple Leaf, we have 31% win rate, only 38% escape rate, but 72 seconds, not too bad overall. Of course, 131 on the decoding progress, which does indicate more of Cypher Rush and decoding rather than overall kiting within many of their matches.
Yep, and also for Maple Leaf, yep, they play the Embalmer, Prospector, and Psychologist, as well as the Acrobat, mainly kiter roles for his team. And now moving on to Oxygen, we do see the Professor over here, but we do know that he played the Cowboy, very known for his Cowboy in this IVC. So we might be seeing that once again, and you know what, maybe we might be seeing new tips and tricks from him. And as for ADM, Skyhunt, a very stable rescuer, mercenary first officer, gravekeeper, and at one time he played the patient in his IVC. So kiting wise, also not too bad, but I would say that his rescues is very, very top notch. Let's see, what do we have here? We do have the escape rates compared over here, 41.8%, and compared to a 48.1%. We do have Skyhunt with slightly higher escape rate, but considering that he's a rescuer role, it's actually quite expected of him to get that at least one escape to secure not that 5-0 point lead for the survivor side.
Right. So yeah, definitely Oxygen. I think we will see, as you mentioned, we're going to see probably some Cowboy gameplay too. We are going to have so I've been told it's pronounced surprise. I've been saying what did I say? Serpix? Serpix. I've been told it's actually pronounced surprise, which Serpex rise, I guess that makes sense, sort of, not really, but anyways, yeah, we do have overall for their statistics definitely having the edge over Shane here, 36% win rate, 46% escape rate, which is slightly lower, but again, 86 seconds of containment time. So these Noir survivors definitely have some strong individual skill, but of course the teamwork has been a bit of a struggle for them in the past leading up to today. So we'll see how they're able to turn things around moving forward. And of course the last two, we have Chanim. Chanim. Okay, just how it sounds, good. 88 seconds of containment time. Again, very high there, so we really need to see some of this come out from the Noir team if they want to have success. And then Shifeng as well with 76 seconds, slightly lower, but still definitely above average here. So, and 46% escape rate. So again, some of these numbers from both of these teams are slightly lower, but we will hope to see some improvement on the survivor side. Of course, ADM and Noir have had seen very much a lot of success with their hunters thus far in this tournament, but the survivor side really is going to need to step it up today if they want to have hopes of staying alive in this event.
And right now, waiting on the screens, we do see the Mad Band pick, Noir having the Moonlit River Park Band, and ADM picking the Lakeside Village. So this is going to be interesting. And as for statistics wise, we did see ADM play Lakeside against Devil Survivors, and results wise wasn't very convincing. We saw a very clutch mechanic escape by Shane against a Spider. And then we saw Lanlan's Dream, which got outplayed by the Survivor strategy with the Embalmer plus Priestess team comp that they had. Yes, outplayed. He got clapped, and yeah, let's see whether we will see whether Norse survivors or Hunter are prepared for this. I mean, we haven't seen them play at Lakeside Village, I believe. So let's see how this might potentially play out for them. And also, I mean, speaking about Shane, I mean, we've seen. Actually, not Shane. I think overall for the survivor side of both teams, ADM wise, we don't see a lot of support coming in during the kite. But as for Noir, definitely we do see a lot of support coming in, but sometimes it doesn't work out very well. So we'll see how Noir has adjusted in the past week and see whether they can go up against ADM, which I would say this team is coming off really, really strong. Actually, much stronger than Noir in terms of performance.
Correct. So we will definitely need to see something click here for Noir today if they do want to keep things going here. Let's see how well they prepared for this event, or for this match specifically. This is going to be very important for them. So yeah, here we go, getting into our band pick system. It is going to be Lakeside Village as our leading map here. Noir Doom on the Hunter side versus the ADM survivors. So it's kind of interesting that we see, so we're going to see Seer and Antiquarian first. They're going to go ahead and give up the Priestess selection here, which I imagine ADM may go for early. Of course, Priestess not quite as strong on Lakeside compared to things like Chinatown or Ever-Saving Town, but still very strong nonetheless on a large map like Lakeside Village. Looks like we're going to have Mercenary and Priestess, the first two character selections. Mercenary early from ADM. Talked about this before, picking a rescuer early on is really not ideal because now you're going to lose out on that Mercenary for the rest of the series. Of course, Mercenary is the most consistent rescue character in the game currently, and Balmer is the next character banned here, which we actually seen ADM lead in Balmer quite often. So I definitely do not mind this, but it does of course open up that that Toy Merchant, which has been very strong on Lakeside Village. It looks like ADM's not even going to go with that route at all. They're going to go Acrobat instead here. So they do allow Doom to actually ban the Merchant, or it could just be that ADM doesn't even have any sort of merchant playability at all here. So looks like Psychologist is the last one.
Yeah, with what they have been picking in this IVC, we haven't seen a toy merchant, but you know, just the moment we say it, they will be picking the toy merchant since Doom did not ban it. Yeah, in his first round, you usually see Doom with the Night Watch. Eli, how do you think a Night Watch is gonna fare against this team comp?
Yeah, I think Night Watch is fine. I do have to say, I think that's a big missed opportunity, not banning the Toy Merchant there. I mean, obviously, you can have the mindset of, well, we haven't seen a lot of Toy Merchant from this team in the past, but Lakeside Village Merchant is one of the strongest characters for this map. It's one of the strongest plays in the entire game currently in the current Survivor meta. So, you know, allowing this as an opportunity after you had 3 different bans and you still didn't eliminate it. Doom, unfortunately, the big missed opportunity, but I think here, overall, Night Watch is definitely playable. Lakeside Village Night Watch is pretty strong. Characters such as Acrobat are not too difficult to chase. Merchants, easy to chase for a Night Watch if you're able to catch them away from the big boat. If you get stuck chasing on big boat, you're going to have a very difficult time actually securing that down, and the probability of the Merchant actually spawning on big boat with this team composition is almost 100%. So I think that it's most likely going to result. He's actually going to go Bon, which is actually interesting. The problem with Bon is that Lakeside Village Bon is typically not as strong, definitely not as strong as Night Watch. It's a very large map, which makes it very challenging for Bon to pressure Cypher machines. Big Boat Loop is very good against Bon. And against this team comp, many of these characters have pretty good kiting potential against Bon. Priestess should have no problem looping areas like Small Boat against Bon. Acrobat can loop around the shack area. Bon has 0 chase against Big Boat Merchant, so I think he's going to be stuck chasing Priestess or Acrobat first, which I think definitely Night Watch would have had an easier time downing one of those characters on this map than a Bon would.
Yeah. So yeah, we do see the confirm pick on Bon already, of course. This will be his debut pick into this IVC using Bon. So we'll see how Doom will fare picking up Bon in BO1. Yeah, we'll see how this is going to be, but looking at spawn locations, but he will be spawning at the small boat area next to the Priestess, and the Acrobat will be the shack. The shack will have Acrobat over there, what am I talking about? And yeah, it seems to be that Acrobat might not be the first chase Priestess most likely, so we'll see whether the catapult placement by Shane, like you mentioned, Toy Merchant 100% at Big Boat. Eli, your thoughts on this?
You know, the nice thing about this is with this spawn, even if the hunter does spawn to the left of you, if you're the survivor spawning at the the small boat area, in this case the Priestess, you do actually have enough time to rotate to Big Boat. So Priestess can make it to Big Boat. We do have double broken windows as well. So the only character to fly is Merchant, which again, Merchant's probably not getting chased. The broken windows definitely being very effective here. It looks like we're gonna have Trump Card and Detention, very standard for Bon. So Priestess definitely will have enough time to make it to Big Boat. So I think overall this is not a bad spawn for the survivors. And yeah, here we go. We have first half of the first round of ADM versus Noir. My name's Elio with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the commentary for this match. I usually let Chocho do that part because I always mess it up just like there, but anyways.
Alright, so we'll be heading into the match. Doom is heading straight for that center. Most likely that Priestess. We'll see whether that will be happening. And yeah, we do see the Toy Merchant setting up the catapult as well, jumping towards the outside stairs area. Maple Leaf, the Priestess is rotating towards, but we see a little bit of double kiting clashing at the Big Boat area.
I think this is okay. Obviously, you want to give Priestess the Big Boat area to kite with. You can't really chase Merchant because she's just going to fly out. Oh, Merchant doesn't fly away. She drops down instead of flying. And now Bon has a very easy chase. So this is the one situation where Merchant's very weak, is if you catch her away from this Big Boat area. He's going to be able to get an early hit here. Now, Merchant can, of course, go back to the Big Boat. I think she should have a catapult here. That's the reason why she's taking this route. Yeah, so she's going to take the catapult. But Doom's right here. He can just walk. Oh, she actually flies away. I thought she pulled a Chocho and flew into the tree, but it looks like she actually flies away here, which is a very smart play here from the Toy Merchant. and she is able to avoid this first set of bombs here, avoiding this one as well. Blink is now available, though. He could potentially go for the blink. Doesn't even need it. Looks like we're going to see Flywheel instead. He needs to blink at the pallet here, and he is going to secure the down. So that's actually a very fast down here for Doom. And only 2 Cypher machines with progress, of course, because the survivors were double kiting on top of each other, that big boat area. So unfortunately, just a big missed opportunity from the Toy Merchant to use that glider early on there. I feel like as a survivor there, you have to recognize that a Bonbon's not going to chase a Big Boat Priestess and will most likely change over to you as the Merchant. So not abusing the glider there does unfortunately work out perfectly here for this Bonbon.
And yeah, we're seeing, I don't know why I was cute there, but then again, we have the long portal set up at the center towards the big boat area. We'll see whether that will be used. I mean, Doom has already expanded his blink. We'll see how the survivors are going to play this out. Or maybe Toy Merchant is going to die at some corner, but it seems to be that they're potentially selling the Toy Merchant. We see Skyhand in the vicinity just hiding it out. Eli, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think obviously because there's no first officer and there's no support rescuer here, such as an entomologist coordinator or something like that, there's no way to make a safe rescue here, especially because the down was very fast. There's no reason to save. Blink's already been expended anyway, so it's not like, you know, maybe you might want to go for a rescue. And it's like, okay, if we go for a save, we can force out Blink. Blink's already been used. So there's absolutely no reason to go for a rescue here. And I do agree with this play. And because it is a Bonbon, right, on Lakeside Village, we talked about how Bonbon's not as strong here, the big boat area, but also pressuring Cypher machines. Cypher machines on Lakeside are so spread out, it is very hard for Bonbon to pressure these Cyphers. Now, his next chase looks like he is actually going to go for Acrobat. You know, keep in mind, Acrobat on Big Boat is a little bit easier to chase something like a Priestess or a Merchant, but it's still Big Boat. Big Boat is a very strong area. We do see Acrobat actually counter-rotating the Bonbon here, and Doom actually doesn't know where he is yet, but Acrobat rotating back into the Hunter here, and we see he does have a bomb to work with. He's going to go for the bomb, does not get to the window here, does make it, and now having the speed boost to make it upstairs, and they do know he doesn't have Blink, so he could have actually just taken the window vault there, but he's going to drop down here instead. And so he's just going to try to last as long as possible, but he does get forced away from Big Boat because of a slight misstep in trying to over-rotate, it looks like. And he is going to continue the chase here at the bottom floor.
Yeah, and Seafong's being really stable with that Acrobat. I mean, using the bomb adequately, but eating that bomb hit, and that basic hit will register, and he will just go up to the big boat again. We'll see whether this time bomb by Doom will be accurately placed and downing the Acrobat. I'm not too sure where the basement is, Eli. So
he runs back into the Bonbon again here, and he's going to go down. I think maybe try to predict the control bomb, but he didn't even throw it. Actually, as a survivor, if you look behind you, and for those of you watching, it's actually really important. As a survivor, when you're kiting a Bonbon, when they go for the control bomb, you can see them holding the control bomb. It'll show the yellow part on it, and then you can also see when they throw it. It takes a full second or two for the bomb to fly over and land. So you have plenty of time to try to juke it or predict it. If you try to do it before he even releases it, then you could fall into that trap of just running into him and giving a free down, such as that instance right there. So unfortunately for the Acrobat, did not work out there. Looks like we're going to see first trip onto the Mercenary here. Gets a second. Nope, does miss that one there. He is out of bombs right now. He's going to drop a 5-second. Goes for the basic hit. Trying to wait it out, but he does recognize it is a 5-second bomb. So nice rescue there from the Mercenary. Of course, saving against Bonbon, not easy. Does hit the control bomb on for double downing the Mercenary here. This could actually be the difference between a win and a loss now for the survivors.
Yeah, that was a blind one, and right now it seems to be that it's a double down situation with that Blink. Cyphers are completely not enough, but Mercenary is just trying to push for that fourth Cypher that we're seeing. That 64% is on halt right now. Priestess is still pushing for that 76% Cypher. I'm not too sure whether there's still a long bottle set up. It seems to be there is. I'm not too sure where it... Is it from small boat? Wait, is that center?
It's from middle. It's from middle to small boat, I think. I think it's
11 bottom
11,
left.
yeah, small boat. So I think here the problem is that nobody can make this rescue. Priestess could take the portal, but I think she still doesn't make the save in time. Actually, she is gonna try. Okay, she can technically. No, she's gonna. Yeah, there's just no way. I mean, if she tried to make that rescue, she might have made it to the chair just in time. But it's so hard to rescue a Bonbon. She wouldn't be able to dodge any bombs. She'd have to run in a straight line to make that. And she does acknowledge she does not have enough time. So now it comes down to a single survivor escape, of course. Now, Bonbon is one of those characters that can struggle a little bit in endgame kite if you don't have a blink available. He has already switched his trait. So there's a chance for, of course, endgame kite with both these characters, Mercenary and Priestess. Priestess can stack 3 portals, Mercenary still 2 elbow pads. So both of them have an opportunity to kite to that dungeon. So 1 escape should be pretty easy for ADM here. And 2 escape is definitely still possible.
We do see that Skyhunt has already expanded his self-heal. Priestess is equal to 6 Cypher, and teleport will be up in 24 seconds. If he manages to down Skyhunt over here and teleport towards that Cypher, which I don't think will be primed by then, there is a possibility for that 4 kill. Missing that timer, unfortunately, we'll see Skyhunt potentially kite this out with still one more elbow pad, but he's kiting nearer and nearer towards Maple Leaf.
Yeah. Yeah, he does draw him right to the last Cypher machine here. And the other problem is Mercenary only has a single elbow pad. You want to well, he needs at least one if he wants to go for an ending kite here. But he does kite, as you mentioned, to the Priestess Cypher machine. So now it's really challenging for them to actually finish that last Cypher. He's going to go ahead and portal through here. He's going to make it to the shack window. But Mercenary needs to get to the other side for that 75% progress. If he doesn't do that before the Priestess pops, excellent job from the Priestess. He's going to be able to avoid all these bombs here. I think if you're Doom, you just hold your teleport. He's looking around like he wants to teleport to wherever Mercenary goes to, but I think that's incorrect. I think you want to hold your trait here. Try to... Oh, Priestess actually portals the short way. You want to try to down the Priestess here and just sort of go with the down endgame and then teleport.
Yep, and on the bottom left, we do see the Mercenary has really rushed towards the big boat Cypher. It is at 77%, it's being pushed. One hit resistance Priestess. Will he teleport or will he continue to chase?
He's going to continue the chase here. Priestess does have the long portal, so chasing Priestess endgame is not as strong. Hits the snipe onto the Priestess. He's going to go for the chair first here, which I think is right. If you teleport to that Cypher machine's ready, you could just pop right away, and then you lose your chance for a 4 kill. Now, 4 kill is still on the table here for Doom. The biggest, he needs to go break the portal first. If they don't break the portal, then the survivors can utilize that. Mercenary can potentially take it, go for a rescue, something like that. So you definitely want to go take down this portal. He can actually see the Mercenary there. So if you're a hunter and you walk along this way straight towards middle and you look towards Big Boat, your camera you can see the silhouette of the survivor there as a hunter. So if anyone who plays hunter and you're walking towards that area and you look in that direction, you will be able to see the silhouette, and Doom does see that. Of course, it does show on our screen, but it actually will show on Doom's screen as well, believe it or not. So he's going to go ahead and chase onto the Mercenary here. Last elbow pad is expended. Mercenary needs the side of Mercenary for a second. Okay, he does catch up again, but yeah, he needs to Mercenary needs to stay alive until this survivor has expired. Doesn't matter, he can go down to the space again. We're going to see a 4 survivor elimination with a Lakeside Bonbon in the first round. So Doom going with a bit of an unexpected pick here, which didn't seem like the best character for this map or for this team composition. It actually ended up working out perfectly here as ADM, I guess, not really prepared for this character. I think they were more expecting the Night Watch, and the Bonbon ended up being a really good character. I mean, we don't see 4 kills with Bonbons very often, especially on a large map, but yeah, Doom just playing really well. I think the biggest key to that match was right at the start, where the Merchant missed out on using that glider, and from there on, it's very easy for the Bonbon to secure a quick down because he's already finds the easiest chase target away from the area that she's really built to be in, which is the Big Bow area.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I mean, like you've mentioned already, Lakeside is not a map that is great for Bonbon, but he still managed to secure that 4 kill very easily.
Right.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think back about what really happened. I mean, we did see how Toy Merchant was sold, so I mean, you mentioned that it was a great move as well, I mean, to prevent a possible double down, possible prevent rescue. But do you think there was something that the Acrobat could have done? I mean, he was at the big boat area, he had 3 balls, or if not 4 balls to use, so do you think there could have been a possible long kite over there? How could he have possibly played it out better, Eli?
I think that a lot of players, they try to predict where the hunter's going to... If they don't know where the hunter is on Big Boat, one of the biggest things about Big Boat as well, it's a great kiting area for survivors. It can also backfire if you get a little too impatient. We see a lot of players, they try to predict where the hunter's going to go and they rotate the other way. I mean, sometimes you just end up rotating right into the hunter instead, which we saw in that case. So I think in that instance, it's better for the Acrobat to... you want to stay near the bottom of the stairs. If you stay near the bottom of the stairs, you can look up and you see the hunter walking around the corner from the upstairs. Then you can rotate through the bottom and vault the window and go back the other way. And if you see the hunter coming from the other side, coming down the stairs on the other side and coming from the bottom floor, then you just run upstairs. If you go to the upstairs part, that's unfortunately a big mistake because then it's very easy for the hunter to just walk around the corner. Which is what we saw, right? You just walk around the corner and they're right there. But you want to create as much distance as you can, so if they do walk around a corner, you can see where that's coming from, and you can go the other way. So yeah, Acrobat just unfortunately he went for a prediction to where the hunter was going. It didn't pay off, and that was sort of the biggest issue. So you want to definitely wait near the bottom of the stairs as a survivor, or you want to wait near the upstairs window and you can vault out. Did you see the hunter can vault out the window outside of Big Boat that way? So you definitely want to be in one of those areas as a survivor.
Yep, and now just gonna dive in right into the stats. We do see the toy merchant with a very short kite, unfortunately, 39.5 seconds. And the follow-up kite from there onwards was the acrobats, 159.7 seconds, not the longest as well for that rebound kite, and thus things kind of got snowballed. And of course, with the teleport, it was very pressuring for the survivors as well. And yeah, ultimately Doom did everything that he could at that point in time, and he did amazing with that 4 kill too. And right now it will be back to Noor's survivors. And just to let you guys know as well, last week Noor didn't really perform very well against FT, and on average they were getting a 0 escape against both Night Watch as well as a Dream Witch. So right now we do have Lana with the Dream Witch as well as the Night Watch for potential first picks at Lakeside Village. So whether Noor will perform better this time or what is a possible strategy, we're not too sure. But this is ADM map selection. Maybe Lana is gonna surprise us with a very strong, maybe a spider pick. I'm not too sure, but considering that he has to get this 4 kill to balance things out instead of giving their advantage through their map selection, Eli, how do you think Lana's gonna go about doing this?
Yeah, I think that one of the issues here is that there's already a lot of pressure here. One of the hunters that Leyland likes to lead with, of course, is Dream Witch. And Lakeside, obviously Dream Witch, what makes Dream Witch so good is Dream Witch has playability on every single map, and it's not really too much of an issue if you go into a map that's not as strong. But especially because Leyland has to play super aggressive and go for a 4 kill, you are technically playing Dream Witch on not one of the best maps for Dream Witch. Of course, it's still playable, but it is difficult. So now that Land has to 4 kill, you could go Night Watch, which is pretty strong on Lakeside, but Dream Witch not so much. Of course, Dream Witch does have more 4 kill potential. So it's a bit of a trade-off here. So we'll see what Land opts to go with. I imagine a very common strategy in this instance is that Land will go for a Dream Witch sort of ban strategies. You'll ban a lot of characters for Dream Witch, and then you'll just see the comp at the end, and then you'll decide, okay, well, out of this team composition, is Night Watch better here or is Dream Witch better here? You're still trying to get the best comp for Dream Witch because that's your best chance to 4 kill, but you'll end up going with whatever hunter works best for the comp you're going against. So that's sort of that should be the approach from Leyland. I'd imagine that's probably going to be the approach. But yeah, it's going down when you know a lot of pressure right away. Having to get a 4 kill just to tie this around is really not easy for a lot of hunters for sure.
And yeah, of course, coming into this, Noor as well as ADM, I mean, they are the top 8 teams that have prolonged further all the way until today. Whoever is gonna proceed forward will be in the top 6, and whoever don't will remain in the top 8 and will be sent home. So hopefully they all do their best. I mean, of course, live with no regrets. And I think Doom with this 4 kill, solidifying this first half. Noor survivors just need to capitalize on that, and hopefully they will be able to. But for Lennon wise, it's 4 kill, or if not, it's just gonna be a deficit from there onwards. Second round, it will be Noor's map selection, and we'll be diving in right into the ban pick phase, Eli.
Yeah, so this is definitely pretty good for Noor. I think they do need to see this from the hunter side, a strong hunter performance. Now, the biggest question is, are the survivors prepared here today? We talked about how the Noir survivors have been a bit underprepared, struggled a little bit in the previous weekend, especially last weekend. So this is going to be really important for them today against Land. Definitely, again, a testament of their skill against a very good hunter here. Looks like we're going to see Seer and Merchant right away. Obviously, not wanting to have to deal with that Merchant character here on Lakeside Village. Obviously, we talked about at the start of this round how Merchant on Lakeside Village is one of the strongest survivor plays in the current meta. It looks like we're going to see Ford and Cowboy first. So we actually see Noir is going to sacrifice, and typically I would never say this, but we're going to see them sacrifice their Cowboy early. But obviously this is something that Oxygen is known to play. So I don't mind Ford here. If you go Ford early, that's perfectly fine. Obviously you don't really care about playing Ford later rounds. You can always go Mercenary or the First Officer. Cowboy as well, usually not too relevant in later rounds, but it's very interesting we're going to see this early because Cowboy is typically not as strong against something like a Dream Witch, in that you can just patrol her and the lasso is pretty ineffective.
And yeah, speaking of Forward right now, I just gotta thank you, Eli. I mean, you were kind of during GH's match, you kind of explained why Neru's Forward kind of managed to get the stun onto the hunter at the second stop at Molero Park. Yeah, because of that flywheel. I'm only today's years old, knowing that you can actually ball and then flywheel and still get the stun on without stopping the ball. So really amazing stuff from there, I gotta say that. And yeah, thank you, Eli, for kind of explaining to us the chat. And also, Posh and No, actually, I mean, the screens were kind of blurry, so they couldn't really catch it, but amazing stuff that we really see there, man.
Right. Looks like we're going to see Mechanic again from Noir. We've seen them play Mechanic many times throughout this tournament, and so far it hasn't been the most successful character for them, but they're going to stick with it here. Let's see if they're able to adjust their Mechanic strategy to a more optimal situation. And it looks like we're going to see Patient as the last character. So, see, I don't know about this, right? Because this team comp is not very good against Dream Witch. You don't really have a lot of Dream Witch counters. In theory, I guess it's not too bad against Nightwatch. You have a tie character with Mechanic, so getting a tie against Nightwatch probably won't be too difficult with Mechanic on the team. Cowboy's not a bad kiter against Nightwatch. Patient's very good against Nightwatch, especially on this map. Ford's a good rescuer and support character. But against Dream Witch, this is not great. Cowboy's a pretty easy chase target for Dream Witch. Believe it or not, Dream Witch can actually chase forward in a lot of situations, especially here, if it is a patroller Dream Witch. Obviously, Mechanic's very easy to chase, and Patient without Flywheel is a pretty easy chase for Dream Witch as well. So I'm a little confused on why we don't see any Dream Witch counters at all. Like any direct. When I say Dream Witch counter, I'm talking about, you know, Psychologist, Acrobat, Barmaid, Mercenary would be a counter in theory. You know, there's a lot of ways that you can go about this. We did see the Psychologist and the Barmaid banned, but we do see Acrobat available, and they're going to shy away from it here. They're going to go Patient instead. So really just gearing up for Nightwatch, I think. And yeah, Lan just is like, well, if you're just going to do this, I'll just play Dream Witch.
Yeah, so actually I would kind of like to see a possible Embalmer pick over here over the Mechanic. But then again, I do understand that Cowboy and Forward are slow decoders, so picking the Mechanic is just trying to boost that Cypher Rush that they want to have at the start. We know that last week they weren't able to really pop those Cyphers as well, so maybe this Mechanic is the reason why they decide to pick this when they kind of have the advantage of that 4 kill from Doom. So we'll see whether that's going to be possibly play out. But what I'm interested in now, Eli, is the spawn location. So what do you think could be possible here?
Yeah, I think we'll probably see. Well, I actually do like the idea of Embalmer. I actually think that would have been. Embalmer's also a good character for against Dream Witch. So I definitely would have liked to see Embalmer instead of Mechanic here. But we're going to see Mechanic instead. I think Mechanic will probably go Big Boat. We'll see Mini Boat is Patient. Yeah, Mini Boat is Patient. Looks like we're going to see Forward Shack, and we're going to see the Cowboy next to Big Boat. And keep in mind, this Dream Witch can chase really anyone. Probably not going to go Patient chase. If Patient does have Flywheel, of course, the Dream Witch doesn't know. Patient is probably the best character for kiting Dream Witch, but again, anybody here is chaseable. So I don't know. Noir, I think, just does miss out. I noticed how, is that right? How everyone is NR and then Night Owl is NR2. Is that how it's supposed to be?
I think he didn't change his name from last time. Last time we also had that name, and I think we got scolded because we added the 2 at the back. So I'm not sure that this
bro's lagging out here. What's going on?
But looking into the personas over here, we do see a Flywheel on the Cowboy, only tight turner on Forward.
Yep.
Oh, double tight turners on Patient as well, and a 9 onto Mechanic. Trump card in detention, very basic persona from Dream Witch over here. Why do you keep laughing? And
basic.
So I'm not too sure. I feel like Chanim might be a possible choice considering the performance that Chanim has been giving. It's not the most stable, I would say. But let's see what Melan's gonna pick here, and we will be heading into this match, BO1 second half, with your casters Chocho and Eli O bringing the live commentary of this match.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to see Lan is going for Big Boat Mechanic first. Mechanic does not have Flywheel, so this is going to be a relatively easier chase than some of these other characters here. We're going to see an early leash onto the Mechanic here. It's going to go ahead pushing them away from that Big Boat area. It's definitely a smart play from Lan. Mechanic needs to not give a spawn follower hit. That is the worst thing you could do, is give a spawn follower basic hit here. Should have time to get to this pallet. Does not drop the... just gives a spawn follower, does not drop the pallet, and is going to give a free hit because of it. So, unfortunately, I'm not really sure the reasoning for that, I guess maybe he thought there was a chance Dreamwitch could have gotten a hit there, but the follower looked pretty far away, so interesting choice here. Unfortunately, for the mechanic, this will backfire significantly, as now they do give a free spawn hit, and they can potentially go, looks like they are going to get the leech down, which is definitely better than dying to the spawn follower, but it is a relatively fast down. So Lan, is there any chance for a 4-kill here? It's definitely right now. We do see the bot, I think, is on Big Boat. Yeah, there's a little bit of energy expended, so the bot should be on Big Boat, which is going to open up an opportunity for that extra decoding here. It did die close to Cowboy as well. Cowboy cannot save. He does not have Tide Turner, so he's just going to get pushed away from the Cypher machine, and he can't go to Big Boat either because the bot is there as well. So the decoding progress will be slowed down a little bit here, unfortunately, because of this kiting route.
Yeah, so able to pressure the Cowboy Cypher right now. Cypher's are on a standstill except for Channing's one, and Patient will be coming for this rescue with that Tide Turner. Hitting the chair, so it will be a free rescue on Patient. Patient can body block this for Mechanic to extend the kite, but just gonna leave her alone so that, you know, later on, if he's gonna be leashed, at least it won't be too much of pressure for Surprise. I'm thinking that is the game plan they're having here, and also pulling away Nat Owl's leech. Surprise able to decode this Cypher very safely, even though he's being leeched on. So let's see, Channing Cypher will be popped very soon in the check area. We'll see whether there's a potential OB situation. Oxygen is near. Oxygen and Channing is both near Night Owl right now.
Yeah, I suppose if they went for like a double harass, it would be challenging, but the problem is you can just use 2 followers and Ford can't really do. He's gonna try to stun this, doesn't get it. Yeah, and this is why you can't go for a stun against the Dreamwitch 2 followers, because you'll just have one or the other. We're gonna see the double harass though. Cowboy's gonna try to go for this as well, and nope, he's just gonna have to leave. So we're gonna see the chair, and unfortunately now Ford can no longer go for rescue. Ford really cannot afford to get hit there, and that Ford is going to be the main rescuer with that Tide Turner still available. Looks like we're gonna have to have a no Tide rescuer with Patient. Landline is aware that this Patient does not have Tide Turner. They're gonna try to pressure down this heal. Potentially could switch to Blink here. Looks like no, it's just going to go for the camp here. And again, because there is no... Oh, he could have just gone for the farm, but it looks like he's actually just going to go for this. Does have Blink switch available, but you cannot Blink just yet because of that broken windows. So Mechanic does have an opportunity for a potential rebound kite. We're going to see Ford come in for the harassment as well. But I think that injury that the Ford gave for free there might be the difference. Oh, gets the down through the pallet. This might be the difference between a win and a tie here for the survivors. But I mean, Noir, I think they're probably fine with securing a draw overall. But it looks like Ford really is trying to play aggressive here yet again, but I think they really should back off. It looks like they are going to not make the same mistake again here and play a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah, and we do still have 3 Cyphers remaining, so objectives-wise, it's still being pushed, but not very fast, Eli. 3 minutes, 40 seconds into the match, almost the 4th minute already, and last Cypher still hasn't been touched. And Surprise right now, half health, and Lennon is chasing him down. He wants to lock onto him, get him down, get the snowballing happen, forcing them to not decode. So we're seeing the Patroller being used here, unable to even force out the Blink. So how is Surprise going to cut this out, Eli?
Yeah, it looks like, just notice how far, the Cypher progress is very, unfortunately, lackluster here. He's going to use a hook to avoid the follower catching up here. He needs to time this bite here. Does he just take the, oh, he does get the bite right before the vault there. So unfortunately, the timing not working out there. And again, this is why, if you're going to play a team comp that's weak to Dreamwitch, you have to give your Patient flywheel. And they did not go with that. They went with the Tide Turner instead. So, yeah.
Something I don't really understand as well is that at that point in time when Surprise was getting chased, both the Cowboy as well as Forward was decoding a new Cypher, which is the 5th as well as the 6th Cypher, instead of decoding the 2 Cyphers that have already been decoded. So they're just wasting time decoding new Cyphers, which does not make sense. And right now it's going to be a double down situation. Hunt's going to leech on the channel. It could be a double chair situation, and Cyphers is completely not enough.
It looks like, yeah, even with the Mechanic spot, putting a lot of progress early, they are really somehow far behind in Cypher progress. I think it came down to when the Forward, I think the issue is when the Forward went for the harass, he gave a free hit, then one survivor to stop to heal him, the other survivor had to come to the rescue, so the Cypher progress was completely halted. There was no one decoding at that point. And on top of that, the Cowboy and the Forward tried to double harass at some point, which means nobody was decoding again, because the Patient was just rescued and they still hadn't got back to a Cypher, so still nobody was decoding. And then the bot has gotten a lot of progress, but even with the bot doing 85% of a Cypher, they're still behind on Cypher progress here. So, yeah.
I guess, adjustments have been made. It's just that Cypher Rush is still really slow on Tomorrow's Survivor side, and a rescue has been made. Oxygen, oh, I believe a blink might be potentially hitting onto Oxygen. Will he be able to play this out? Oh.
He does try to fly with that, but still able to get the down there. It's hard to go for a fly wheel predict in that situation. It looks like we do see Leyland does secure the down. We're going to see Forward trying to de-leech here, but is able to get that leech off. Patient still has a leech at play, though, and they still don't have the ciphers ready. I mean, you see an extra cipher machine there. Look at, they're doing an extra cipher. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but unfortunately for Noir, they're doing so much extra decoding here. And if you add up, you know, that cipher's about 54%. If you add up that progress and you put them into those other 3 ciphers, they would have had all the ciphers ready by now. So them spreading out that extra cipher is unfortunately costing them the potential tie here. And with the leech on Patient, with the leech on Forward, the probability of them able to even get to the endgame situation here is unfortunately for Noir very low as of right now.
Yeah, things are looking very difficult for North Survivors. Chanim is still trying to cut it out, bowling away to prevent a possible blink hit from happening. Yeah, they're just trying to remove leeches by themselves right now. Nobody is going for this rescue, and Lanlan knows that very well. It's going to capitalize on getting any free hits onto the Survivors, but Forward able to get that leech off of him. We'll see Chanim potentially pushing for that 85% cipher at the big boat area, but Surprise is being pressured here. Blink hit will be happening onto Surprise, and the down does happen. But he still hasn't used a self-heal, so... Oh, but Lanlan is just going to capitalize on objectives.
I suppose if Ford could pop this cipher right now, then Patient could self-heal and go to the last one. That is... I mean, the last cipher's 81. Ford is able to get the pop, and Lanlan's already switched to Blink. So there's a possibility for them to reach endgame. Even if they do somehow make it to the endgame, they're still in a spot where it's very easy for Dreamwitch to pressure both Survivors endgame and still get a double kill endgame. And now Patient's self-heal has expired. Lanlan went back early here, so they're already going to catch wind of the Patient. And basically what Lanlan's going to do here is they're just going to down this Patient with the blink here. And then they're going to use the leech of the Forward to just down the Forward. Now the question is, can Ford actually get the leech off in time? Looks like that's not going to be the case, and that should secure the last kill here. Ford does have some football to work with, and there is no blink for a while, but Lanlan can simply just walk after this Ford until he has nothing left, as this Patient can never actually get back up at this point.
Yeah, and it seems to be that the team comp itself, it's really biting North Survivors in the back, and it seems to be a slow slugging situation already. Chanim will be down. We'll see a little bit of the mind game over here, but no ball left, no flywheel, just mind gaming with his own leech. We'll see a hit registering now, and that will be it for Lanlan. 4 kill right back in North. Right back to North Survivors, and yeah, things are kind of balanced out right now. 5-5, I would say. ADM, they picked this map selection. They won the advantage, but Noir in the end, thanks to Doom with that 4 kill, ADM wasn't able to get what they hoped at the point in time. But any spectacular plays that you have to talk about Lanlan's Dreamwitch in the second half?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that were... I mean, obviously Lanlan played quite well. I think Noir just had a lot of misplays. I'm not really sure exactly what to call it, but it was sort of like there was a few plays where the Survivors, obviously the mechanic giving an early spawn hit is definitely not ideal. I think if they potentially went to that pallet, they threw down the pallet, they could have avoided the spawn hit and forced the leech hit, which would have been way stronger. So I'm not really sure what happened there. The mechanic sort of just ran through the pallet and opted not to throw it down. And then also the decoding progress, even with the mechanic spot being in play, was somehow just very lackluster. I think they just missed so many. I mean, doing an extra cipher machine, having to heal the Ford after the Ford gave that unfortunate free hit. The mechanic, or the Ford and the Cowboy was trying to almost double harass at one point. It was only for a little bit, but the Patient also wasn't decoding at that point because they were the one going for that last rescue, I think. Or maybe it was before that. I'm not sure. I think they had like only one person decoding them. So there were so many points where Noir only had like 1 or 0 survivors decoding the entire point throughout the match, and they started another cipher at the same time. I mean, with all the time wasted, I feel like they could have easily had enough cipher progress to easily secure a tie, have an end game, and just sort of play out the match like it normally would. But they really just sort of, I think they just missed out on a lot of opportunities there. And that's exactly why Dreamwitch is so good, because if any team misses out on decoding or anything like that. It's so easy. I mean, you see the accelerated decoding. Accelerated decoding happens, and only one cipher's been finished at that point, right? And so it's just, and that's exactly the problem, is they had so many extra ciphers there, and of course Landland was able to stop all of them, and that's just how it goes against Dreamwitch. If you miss out on decoding, if you miss out on certain plays, Dreamwitch will easily take over the game, and that's why Dreamwitch is one of the best characters in this game, and has stayed as one of the strongest hunters for quite some time.
Yeah, and yeah, we're just gonna see quite slow progress. I would say that if Nor really wants to get at least a 1 escape and above, they need to really focus on that cipher rush, and try to tie things out. I mean, coming into this, they've already used up both their forward as well as Cowboy. There is still very crucial picks coming into BO2. I mean, there is still the Mercenary, there's still the Embalmer. We'll have to see what kind of map selection they're gonna pick. And yeah, the mechanic though, yeah, I mean, the kite wasn't very long as well, and somehow, I mean, that chairing by the mechanic at that point in time, I think it was also near the center. I mean, it still managed to camp out the Cowboy cipher. So yeah, like you mentioned, since Cowboy cipher was the one getting pressured, Patient was the one coming for the rescue, Chanim, the forward, one of the slowest decoders in the entire team, was the only one that was decoding, and because they kind of wasted a lot of time deleting, trying to go for the possible harassment, even, yeah, it just kind of slowed down the progress a lot, and we didn't really see that Cowboy being played out as effectively as I think Nor had expected. So kind of wasn't up to their own expectations, I would say. And let's see whether they can come back in this BO2 with their own map selection and possible strategies that they have been planning for just to go against ADM, especially Landland. I mean, Landland is a very strong hunter. We've seen it time and again, and Doom-wise, I mean, he's performing very well today, and we'll see whether ADM survivors can come back and, you know, possible 3 escapes or if not 4 coming from ADM. I think that's very possible as well, Eli.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also the team comp was also a problem. And we talked about before the match and how, you know, obviously you bring a team comp like this, it's pretty good against Nightwatch. Obviously Patient, Cowboy are not too bad. Patient's a very good kiter against Nightwatch. Cowboy's not bad as well. Mechanic's good for Cypher Rush. Forward's fine for rescue or support. But against Dreamwitch, it's just not going to work. And I guess the survivors of Noir just sort of thought that Landwind was going to play Nightwatch and not Dreamwitch. And based off of the map selection, that would make sense. But because, you know, again, we talked about, because it's a 4-kill situation, Landland's approach, it's not going to be to play Nightwatch, it's going to be to play Dreamwitch, because Dreamwitch has more win potential. If the ADM survivors didn't get 4 killed, for example, if they went for a tie, Landland would probably go for a Nightwatch approach. But Landland's not going to go for a Nightwatch approach when Landland has to 4 kill. So we're going to see Landland banned for Dreamwitch, which was the case. We saw Psychologist, we saw Acrobat, we saw Psychologist, we saw Barmaid, we saw these other characters that are very good against Dreamwitch banned, because obviously, you know, Landland's going to want to play Dreamwitch, and because they gave such a great comfort playing Dreamwitch against them, it's too easy for Dreamwitch at that point to work things in their favor. And yep, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and I mean, we've always been seeing Oxygen's Cowboy, I mean, and now that it has been permanently banned in this global ban system, we'll see him play other characters. Yo, why you gotta always do this to me? And yeah, ADM will be banning out the Ever-Serving Town, knowing that that is, I believe, Nor's best map, or the map that they will most likely be choosing. We do see Nor coming in with this Chinatown pick, and what some possible strategies that Nor can go with? I mean, right now they no longer have their Cowboy. I would say, who do you think ADM's gonna let out first? Is it gonna be Landland, or maybe the survivor side at Chinatown?
Yeah, I think we might see. I mean, obviously, a lot of teams will lead Survivor because it's, you know, it's about sending the momentum in a Survivor-sided meta. But obviously, Landland's been very strong in propelling this team to success. So we'll most likely see the Hunter faction lead first here from ADM. Just sort of try to gain an early lead in this round as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it looked good from both sides in terms of the Hunters. The Survivors obviously still talked about ADM versus Noir is going to be a matchup of can these Survivors pull things together, and so far it's looking like that's not the case, but obviously we still have 2 more rounds to go here, so Again, which team is going to come out on top here? It's so far a battle of these two hunters, for sure. So
yeah, I think it will be quite interesting to see how they're gonna go through with their ban picks. For North's Hunter, Doom, he played in Chinatown before as well in this IVC and played the Night Watch, so he got a 3 kills. So I believe ADM survivors, they most likely won't be banning out the Bonbon. It will most likely be the Night Watch, correct, Eli?
yes, I believe so.
Yeah, considering how Bonbon's map control is not as strong as Night Watch can, so it will be the case. As for Land wise, right, Eli, for Chinatown, do you think the survivors of North is gonna ban out the Dream Witch, or is it gonna be the Night Watch?
I think it should be the Dream Witch. Dream Witch is a little bit better in Chinatown than Lakeside, so I think it's fine to you go ahead and ban Dream Witch here. And then I guess you can take an approach of trying to counter Night Watch. I don't know if even the comp they played last round isn't the best way to counter it, but I don't know. It's very interesting. I mean, Noir has played some very interesting comps. We see them continuously go to this mechanic character, and it's unfortunately not been working out very successfully for them. So I really would hope at this point they would try to have a different approach in these later rounds. You know, they tried it last week, tried it today. So I think today, for the rest of these rounds, it needs to be a little bit different if they want a chance at continuing along here.
Yeah, I think picking characters also leaning towards the current meta as well is very important. Studying up the current meta, and of course having interesting picks is very surprising and of course very pleasant for us viewers, but that requires them to train a lot behind the scenes as well. We'll see whether Noor is prepared for this Chinatown pick, and of course them picking the Cowboy as well as the forward. They have already considered what's at stake, and I believe we might be seeing some things that is very, very interesting. Hopefully, I mean, Mbama is great at Chinatown as well. Haitian Acrobat, these are very great kiting characters too, so hopefully they will pick that. But I was just looking through my statistics for this IVC, and Lan actually picked the Spider at Chinatown the last time when they went against Utopia. So, could it be a possible pick onto Lan?
Maybe. I mean, obviously Spider is very strong on Chinatown as well, so it's definitely possible. I think Landland has a lot of options here, so yeah, I don't know. I think yes, Jojo.
Yeah, I think coming to this, Landland's character pool, I mean, Dreamwish, Night Watch, Spider, and Geisha is very playable at Chinatown. It comes to beg the question whether Noor really are they trying to target the ADM survivors, or are they trying to target ADM's hunters? Because if it's ADM's hunter Lannan, his character pool perfectly fits into this Chinatown pick that they have kind of studied for. Yep. So yeah, I think it's really interesting that Noor has picked a Chinatown map, considering all of that at stake. And you know what, since we have some time, I'm just going to give a little bit of shout out since we're on the chat. I do see Clays, one of the members of Noor, in chat. Noor can do this, of course. Encouragements for your own team. Right now, they are balanced out at a 5-5 tie situation in BO1 Lakeside. So we'll be moving on to BO2 Chinatown, first half of this match. So yeah, of course, we do see Reina. Welcome to my depressed era. Hi. Reverie. Hanako as well. Kino, hi. Welcome to the stream. Will. Yeah, so yeah, welcome to the chat as well. And yeah, I think it's very important for them to secure their wins. Yeah, like I've mentioned, if they lose, they will be out of this match, and if they do win, they will proceed forward, going against, I believe, Idol tomorrow. So it's gonna be a huge thing, I would say. Idol didn't really perform very well today, but I believe they will bounce back tomorrow. We'll see how it's gonna play, but heading into the ban picks, it will be Noor's Hunter Doom coming up against ADM Survivors. No change in the lineup. We'll see whether things will be different this time around.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to see, of course, Mercenary and Priestess will not be available. Looks like we're going to see Seer and Antiquarian as the first two bans here for Doom. And this does open up, we have a few options here. You have Dancer. I'm surprised we don't see Officer. I mean, you could ban Officer here because considering they're probably going to ban Nightwatch. If you ban Officer, then they're left with no safe rescuers against Bonbon if Doom wants to play Bonbon again. So I think that Officer might have been slightly better here. But it looks like we're going to see Seer and Antiquarian. Obviously, of course, the Nightwatch will be banned away from Doom here. So Chocho is looking like a Barbie.
Oh. Huh?
Someone said Chocho looking like a Barbie.
Is that Baby Talk?
I don't know, bro. Somebody.
Dude, man is distracting us. Let's focus into this. We do see the Barmaid as well as the Entomologist pick over here. Yeah, we do know that Doom has. Getting back to the bad
Tom
pick,
distracted me. I can't. Yeah,
Focus.
I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna. I can't talk to Tom no more. This is. All right. Yeah, looks like we're gonna see. Okay, Barmaid and Entomologist here. So actually gonna go with getting rid of the Merchant this time around. And again, had an opportunity to ban Officer and did miss out on that. So a little bit interesting that we see them now are able to pick a Stable Rescuer. If Doom wanted to play Bonbon, getting rid of Officer would have been very beneficial. But yeah, looks like that's not going to be the case here. So maybe he's going with a potentially different option.
Yeah, that would be interesting. We'll see how that's going to go about. I feel like they're kind of gearing up towards a possible Dream Witch or Night. Oh, the Night Watch have been banned, so I believe it might be a potential Dream Witch that we're seeing. Or possibly Naiad? Dream Witch or Naiad from Doom's side. I don't think there's anything else that Doom will be possibly picking here, unless he really, really wants to go for this, or they're actually picking a comp that's forcing Doom to play a Bonbon. So, Eli, your thoughts on this team comp and what possible picks does Doom have at this point in time?
Yes, Professor's interesting. You don't really play Professor. I mean, you play Professor for countering Night Watch and things like Night Watch, Geisha, and Clerk. So maybe that's what they're worried about. Because if you're going Professor against Bonbon, it's not great. If you're going Barmaid against Bonbon, it's not great. Even Ento against Bonbon's not that good. So this comp is actually not that good against Bonbon. So I'm not really sure what ADM's idea with this is. It looks like they're trying to counter a Clerk with this team comp is what it looks like. Or maybe, in theory, maybe a Naiad as well. Maybe Geisha as well. But if Doom just plays Bonbon again, this comp's not very good. With the exception of the Officer, this comp is not very good for actually playing against a Bonbon. None of these kiters are too proficient there, so I don't know about this. Looks like we're gonna see Soul Weaver. I guess this. Let's see, Ento. Okay, so Ento is very good against Soul Weaver. Professor's pretty good against Soul Weaver. Barmaid is not. Barmaid is pretty weak to Soul Weaver because you can just hit them and they just drop a bunch of webs and catch up right away, get the second hit before the drink activates, or before the drink heals all the way. So, I guess they're maybe aiming for Soul Weaver and just having Barmaid as well for some reason. So, Churchill, any ideas?
Oh, it's kind of interesting. I do know that Doom has a spider, but I didn't expect him to bring it in such a situation where it's not really calling for such picks. But we'll see how Doom's gonna perform. I mean, usually, he's the type of hunter that kind of pick characters that are not what people expect and perform exceptionally well on it. So we'll see whether that's going to be the case for Doom. And of course, spawn location is going to be really important. It's kind of like a little mind game between the hunters as well as survivors already. So we're going to head right into the spawn location that will whack by that spider in our screens. Spider will be spawning at a connected double story area right next to the Entomologist. Not the most optimal one, but Eli, do you think Doom is going to make it all the way to the other survivors just to chase them?
No, I mean, I'll probably just go for the closest target, which is the Entomologist here. But I think well, here's the thing, is that you could actually rotate all the way over towards Barmaid, because Barmaid's not going to be able to actually do that Cypher Machine. It will be blocked, because the Soul Weaver did spawn in the opposite corner of the map. I think what's going to happen is you do have to rotate up to the tunnel area, which is the square right above where the Barmaid spawned, and do that Cypher Machine, which means that there is a chance for the Soul Weaver to actually rotate over to the Barmaid and go for that chase. We do see Flywheel as well, so no broken windows, which is fine for Entomologist here, but I think Barmaid, still is definitely the best chase target.
Yeah, so we'll see that happening soon, and we do know that Shane has been a very consistent, stable kiter of their team. We'll see whether that's going to be happening again. Flywheel on the Entomologist, like you mentioned, and 3-9 on both the other kiters. We'll be heading into BO2's first half, Chinatown map. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this match.
I was trying to fix my hair there. All right, so we're going to get into the match. It looks like we're going to see Soul Weaver is going towards Shane first, who is that Entomologist, and is going to that rotate. Oh, but there actually is 2 Cypher machines that spawn at hotels. That's actually a very nice set of spawns for the Cypher machines for ADM. Now, Soulweaver is actually one of the few characters that actually likes chasing in the hotel area. So Barmaid is actually not safe in hotel. So it's not like other characters where it's like, okay, well, I'll just go hotel and I'll be safe there. And he actually is going to rotate here. If he finds Barmaid early here, which is the case, you can chase here pretty easily. In that it's super narrow, super easy for Soulweaver to place webs, very easy to catch up. You cannot loop. Oh, but Entomologist, I guess really wanting to take the kite here, but yeah, Soulweaver acknowledging, well, Entomologist is a pretty difficult chase for this type of hunter, whereas Barmaid is actually very easy. And I think what Doom's going to do here is he should not use a lot of webs right now. He's going to use a lot of webs. I would like to see him. He is going to get that first hit. I was going to say, I would like to see him blink for the first hit. Oh, Barmaid just stays here. He can actually just blink for the down right now. He may not even need blink. He can just use the speedless catch up and get the down. And Barmaid, just a big missed opportunity. As soon as you take a hit as a Barmaid, you need to use that speed boost that you take from the hit to make distance so you can use that drink and cut out that heal. But the Barmaid just took the hit and just stayed there. And Doom just gets down, not even needing to use blink at all here, or even needing to use any extra webs. You just reuse the ones that are already there. And Barmaid does not get the heal off, and this is a really good start here for the Soulweaver.
Yeah, we did see that his window boost was actually on cooldown as well because he used it at the hotel area, so he couldn't actually bot out a lot of distance as well, even if he vaulted, because there was no boost for him at that point in time. So a really interesting play on the Barmaid side, but we're seeing a chair hit, so it'll be a free rescue onto Skyhan. Skyhan will not be body blocking for this, but Doom wants to be a little bit greedy over here. We'll see whether Maple Leaf can kind of lose sight of Doom. Doom, will he be able to see the footsteps though? I'm not too sure. We can't really see it from our direction. Doom seems to have potentially lost to the Barmaid.
Yeah, does not see where this character went. Looks like he's gonna check 2-story, not here obviously. He can't really chase first officer, has watches. He may go for officer, just try to get this watch out. Using all the webs here to catch up. Goes for the blink, does get the down, but still has the watch, so it's quite easy for this first officer to rebound kite here. And so Barmaid's going to be able to use their heal as well. And it's actually looking like a winning position for ADM. So yeah, if anything, this is exactly what they want to see. You know, obviously ADM, they need to see some success on their survivor side if they want to win this match here against Noir. And so now, yeah, it's just really tough. Obviously, Officer has increased chair time, still a pocket watch available. It doesn't matter, there's no tide turn. You can just use the watch off a chair and rebound kite quite easily. So we need to see Doom actually go for a farm on the chair here. He needs to farm this officer twice if he wants to tie this game. If he's able to do that, he can tie the game. If he doesn't do that, most likely will not be winning, or not even be tying this match.
We're seeing the mind game at the chair area, but it will be a free rescue once again. The hit does not register onto first officer.
Yeah.
So
and he can just rebound, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So we do see the watch being utilized already. Oh, he's trying to kind of create that distance to prevent Skyhan from using the watch again. We'll see. Will that be possible? Seems to be the case. And right now, Doom will try to chase him up, but missing that web and still has 68%. 68 web to use, but missing that swing. Skyhan able to dodge that out once again using that watch. Amazing stuff coming in. Yep. And eating that web once again. Skyhan, I think he will be down here. Hunter has full view of Skyhan, even though he has that watch even at that point in time.
And this is why Officer's such a good character. Even if they do get out of range of one of those watches, you can just tap it again and use it again once they get closer. And that's exactly what happened here. And so we're gonna see he's trying to go for a web shot. You can go for a web shot, you can have no attack recovery, and then just try to get it down quickly end game. What needs to happen here for Doom is he needs to wait for 2 things. He needs to wait for more webs to stack up, and he needs to wait for his trait. He should not drop any webs at all here. He should just follow. He should just trail the officer. Trail the officer. He's still trying to hit. He's trying to web shot. You just want to stack webs. You got to wait for your trait. If you can get a web shot down and then instant down with the attack recovery after they pop a cipher, they can pop. Do they go for the pop? No, they're gonna go for another. I think he has one more chair, right? So they can't actually go for another rescue. So they're gonna go. Oh, this is safe route. I actually don't know if it's safe because you can still go for the same play. Barmaid also waits their item, which is not really ideal because he's not gonna hit the Barmaid. He doesn't want to force attack recovery. He's just gonna try to go for a double web shot yet again and stack webs at this character. They can't pop the Cypher machine too soon because he does have blink. He can just use webs to catch right away. If he can get this down without using a blink, and then he can teleport to the next gate. Gets down without using blink. He can cocoon them. He doesn't need to teleport just yet. He doesn't even need to chair. He can just cocoon and teleport right away here. He's gonna pick up, which is a little bit slower. He might still have enough time now. He's 70% of the way done. He needs to, I think he actually sees the barmaid. I think the barmaid had a web on them, and it highlights the barmaid. But the question is the dungeon in the vicinity? If he can catch the barmaid before they make it to dungeon, he can still win. He actually switched his trait though, which means he can't blink. And barmaid does have some distance. It's gonna come down to a foot race here. She's gonna vault that, get a speed boost. He needs to use all the webs here. I think she's gonna have enough time to make it just in time. If he had blink here, he could, he still makes it. The spider's speed boost is just too fast on Chinatown. She's trying to crawl up, but can't get it. It looked like barmaid had enough distance to secure that dungeon there, but that's just the speed of Soul Weaver on this map. There's so many places where you can just spam those webs, create so much close so much distance, and you see exactly why Soul Weaver is so good on Chinatown. It looked like an easy. I think most hunters in this game would have lost that match, but Soul Weaver just on Chinatown has so much potential. This is the one map where Soul Weaver actually becomes sort of like an S tier hunter, and that's exactly, you can see why. You saw a very quick down at the start of the game, and then a very quick down in the end game, in which Doom was able to secure a tie from obviously a losing position.
Yeah, so at the start though, I mean, it was a very fast down. I mean, Doom had a winning position, correct? But then because he kind of got greedy with that hit as well as the spit onto the first officer, Barmaid was able to completely disappear from the face of that map area. And then when he downed the first officer, was as if that it was still the first chair from the survivor side, and there was nothing that Doom can kind of snowball from there onwards. It wasn't even the survivors kind of stopping the snowballing, it was just Doom just getting a little bit too greedy there for his own sake, and it kind of costed him quite a lot over there, and almost a 3 escape though, but able to get that clutch blink hit before Barmaid got into the dungeon. I think that was amazingly done on the Doom side, and yeah, very standard kind of expectations to see Spider getting a tie at Chinatown, but we'll see how the North is going to perform. For right now, we're not seeing them just yet, but looking into the statistics, we do see Barmaid with 61.6 seconds, and for the first officer, Skyhan, a very stable rescuer, and from today we do see a very stable rescue, kiting when he uses this watch as well. 143.5 seconds, I think definitely gotta be the MVP for this match itself.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just, again, first officer is you can see why it's such a strong character in this man. This is why I would have liked Doom to actually ban the officer. Even if he wasn't planning on playing Bon, I think still banning first officer is just so strong. Because think about it this way, right? If you ban officer, what do they have left for rescuers? ADM doesn't really, we haven't really seen them play forward too much. Also forward's not that strong in Soul Weaver. And then you can go Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper just gets shot at a shovel by web shot. Or actually, although did the Gravekeeper adjustment actually happen on the tournament server? I don't think so, right? So I think you'd still get shot out of shovel by the web shot. I'm not sure exactly on the tournament server adjustments, but Wildling as well, not too strong against a character like Soul Weaver. Actually, Soul Weaver can technically knock Wildling off board because Soul Weaver's so fast. So in reality, if you eliminate that officer, they don't have a very good rescue character for this map. And even Gravekeeper in general, Soul Weaver's attack recovery is very fast after using a bunch of web stacks, where if you hit the Gravekeeper out of shovel, you just catch up to them and hit them a second time. You can even chase a Gravekeeper as a Soul Weaver, especially on Chinatown. So I think that Doom really should have taken the opportunity to ban the officer. And you obviously saw how strong officer was in this instance. But yeah, I mean, I think still able to secure a tie there is super important, considering that we were watching this and it looked like he already switched to teleport. So it's like, okay, well, he doesn't have teleport anymore, so there's no way he's going to catch this barmaid. And he just drops 2 webs, and it looks like, okay, well, he's still too far away. He drops the 3rd one, and that 3rd stack, that 3rd speed boost is so fast that he immediately just catches up to the barmaid and is able to secure that down right before she makes it to the dungeon. And I didn't even, it looked to me like it wasn't going to be possible, but still was able to catch up there and get that down. So that's just really Soul Weaver on Chinatown. So I think a tied result for ADM is not too bad though, because again, Noir survivors, they've been struggling quite a bit, so they really need to work something out here, or they're just going to fall too far behind. So this is really important for them in this second half of the round.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to kind of secure the advantage that they won in their own map selection in this BO2, which means that Nora Survivors has to get this 3 escape. Or if not, coming into BO3 ADM's map selection, I don't think it's gonna be they won't be as lucky as they were in BO1, where Doom got that 4 kill for his team. So it's gonna be kind of tough. I mean, from that tight situation in BO1, this would be a definite BO3 match throughout already. So we'll see how that's gonna be performed. Before BO3, we're gonna see how Nora Survivors is gonna perform first, and whether, like you've mentioned, they would ban out the Dream Witch or the Night Watch. So we gotta wait a little bit on that. You know, we just want to prepare everything for them, and also just to let you guys know as well, they are in the tournament server. I think someone was asking as well. I'm not too sure about the Gravekeeper adjustments, but from what I heard from the players themselves, there isn't the coordinator buffs as well as the little girl cancel the attack recovery thing. Yeah, I think all the adjustments haven't been made there. I'm not sure whether Gravekeeper was in that same adjustment phase that they had, but yeah, I mean, considering all of that the coordinator didn't get the buff, we still see quite a lot of coordinators being picked in BO1. So
just like their coordinator, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they do.
I don't know. I don't know, dude.
I don't know too. I don't know anything. But we'll be heading into
anything, is that what you just said?
But we'll be heading into this VO2 second half. Alright, Chinatown. For now, the first half, like we mentioned, it is a tight situation. So everything is still the same point, 7-7 since VO1. This will be a crucial match to see who will be getting that advantage, or if not, once again, a tight situation. And it will just be solely on BO3. Oh my goodness, I feel like if this gonna be the case, it will be as intense as the ST versus Sing Idol match. That one was very, very way more intense than I thought. BO3 overtime, they made it the first. So we'll see whether there will be a second, and maybe I'll be claiming the OT King title once again. But looking into this, Blended has let out the Toy Merchant, banning out Fiona as well as Eli. I think this is a very interesting pick from the Survivor side. Eli, what do you think?
Oh, Seer. I was like, what are you talking about? What is going on right now? Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna see Seer and Priestess banned here, and it looks like yeah, as you talked about. So Embalmer and Toy Merchant is interesting. This is one of these things where you don't really see these two characters in the same team composition because actually Weeping Clown as well. So Weeping Clown is actually a pretty good late round character. But you know, I don't know, because the thing is, we've seen Noir take very interesting approaches to team compositions, and the other interesting approaches have not been too successful. Let's see if this interesting approach will be successful this time around. So the issue with Merchant and Embalmer in the same team is that you want to spawn one of them towards the hotel area, right? Because as an Embalmer, you can set up your coffin there, or as a Merchant, you can utilize the two-story or set up your catapult there, something like that, right? But the problem is, if you get both of them, where do you spawn the other one, right? So you could technically spawn Embalmer at the hotel or near the tunnel area, and then you spawn the Merchant near the Umbrella Gate, which is near the hotel, or you can spawn Merchant in the other two-story. There is a few ways to go about this. Let's see what the last character is. They're going to go no Rescuer. So Landland bans no Rescuers, and they don't pick any Rescuers. And we're going to see the one character that has been... and I how do I put this lightly? This has been, unfortunately, Little Girl has been one of the least successful characters throughout this tournament thus far. I'm very curious to see if Noir is able to make Little Girl successful this time around. And it's not. Let me rephrase that. It's not Noir that's been unsuccessful. It's just been anyone who's played Little Girl in this tournament has not been successful so far. So I don't know, Chocho. We'll see if maybe, 10 times a charm or something. I don't know, but
10 times a charm. That's a lot.
Whatever it was. I don't know.
But 100% have to agree with you though. 0 success rate on this Little Girl pick since the start of this IVC, since the preliminary stage. So very interesting pick on the server side. But then again, though, this is the team comp that I kind of saw before IVC preliminary stage started. Like, I saw them practice using this team comp, and this is the first time they are kind of showing it. And I just, from what I saw at that point in time, I feel that this is actually a very disgusting team comp. We'll see how they're gonna perform against the Geisha though, but I'm not too sure whether they're kind of prepped against the Geisha using this team comp. So what do you think, Eli, this team comp?
Yeah, it's interesting. Noir goes for, so basically their strategy is to play interesting comps, and I guess they have these characters in theory, could have good synergy. I guess Little Girl could have good synergy with the Clown or the Merchant if the Merchant's in a good kiting area. But they don't try to counter the Hunter in any way. They just go with like I guess like a unique comp that in theory could work well together, right? I guess is sort of the idea. But the problem is Geisha can chase anybody on this comp, no problem. There's no Geisha counters on this comp. There's really technically no Night Watch counters. Like Geisha Night Watch can chase any of these characters literally with no problem. So I feel like here, I guess it must be again, Chocho, you know more about this strategy than I do apparently.
I forgot about it already, but from what I remember, it was very.
I don't know.
But it was actually this spawn location is kind of different from what they practiced last time. I think it's because they weren't really expecting a possible Geisha pick, possibly. I'm not too sure, but the last time I saw it, the little girl was actually spawning inside the connected double story area. So,
right.
I think this is the adjustment they are making towards this Geisha that we're seeing here, Lan.
Yep.
Night Owl will be spawning right at the top. We do see the Embalmer at the hotel area. Do you think Geisha's gonna go for this Embalmer, or will he go for the little girl instead, Eli?
I think probably go Embalmer. Geisha has no problem with Embalmer because once you down the Embalmer, if they use the coffin, even if they kite away from the coffin, you can just dash back. You can catch up very easily. You have teleport, you can teleport back. There's plenty of ways Geisha can deal with an Embalmer. If you go Little Girl Chase first, then Little Girl has no borrowed time, and Embalmer has no borrowed time. So Embalmer having no borrowed time is acceptable in that you can. That's no borrowed time, right? Yeah, it is no borrowed time. So Embalmer having no borrowed time is acceptable in that you can sort of set up your coffin and use that as like your regeneration ability, right? And you don't necessarily need borrowed time. In some instances, you don't need the borrowed time. Little Girl also, in theory, kind of can be like that because you can combine with someone and then go for the end game. But having two characters without borrowed time in the same comp is extremely risky. And so I don't know about this. But again, Chocho, this is Noir's secret strategy that you know about but apparently forgot. So I'll let you go ahead and start the commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. But we'll be heading into this BO2 second half of this match between ADM Hunter Lan going against North Survivor caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this match. And we are starting this kite, like you mentioned, Eli, with Chanim on that Embalmer. It's not scared of him at all, and might be potentially getting this hit registered onto the Embalmer, unable to transition out.
Yeah, also has teleport as well. So this is a fast pallet breaking speed with detention and no blink and no trump card. So if he does get this down on his, we are going to see the Merchant here supplying that support, so that's going to buy some distance here for the Embalmer. I was going to say if he does get the down onto the Embalmer here, he can of course teleport back to chair. Looks like we're going to have Little Girl, not Little Girl, Merchant is throwing an item, but Embalmer can't pick it up, so I'm not sure what the idea with that is. Maybe it's to distract the Geisha. That's literally the only thing I can think of. And it looks like we're going to see the Leaping Clown actually picks up the Embalmer here, so that is going to help get some distance. But unfortunately, it is a Geisha. She can just catch up right away here. And Leaping Clown is also going to lose out on decoding and going for the strategy. Nice flywheel to avoid that hit there. But Embalmer's going to flywheel himself. Oh, avoids this hit as well. Dashes, cancels the dash, gets the vault off, needs the vault again. No, he has the pallet speed boost because he does have flywheel and the broken windows here. He has another broken windows boost here as well. So Bomber's doing quite a good job here. Cancels that dash too. Can he make it back to this pallet? Looks like it's not going to be the case here. But he does actually die far away from the coffin, which will force out the teleport at least from Landland. Now the question is, maybe there's a chance Clown can actually cancel the teleport, but looks like he's actually just going to leave instead here. I wonder if they're going to go for a rescue first or a coffin first. I think a rescue first actually makes the most sense because the Leaping Clown is already here and it looks like that is going to be the case. But the only person, Clown actually doesn't have Tide Turner though, so interesting.
I think Toy Merchant, yep, she's coming from that side, surprise, and we'll be getting this rescue onto Chanim. Chanim needs to get far away from where his coffin is located at, which is at the hotel's double story area. Let's see whether that will be happening. Chanim, yep, getting that hit. Toy Merchant's not gonna body block even for a second there. And yep, Cyphers are looking actually definitely faster than the first match that we saw. Right now, they do have 2 Cyphers left. One has been deployed, one has not. So, it's gonna be difficult. I think. Yeah, I mean, of course, we'll see the chairing, the coffining, the teleporting happening, but... Oh, Night Owl is here for that
Oh, could he stop the teleport? Can he stop the teleport? Wait, no, Night Owl's not here. What are you talking about?
He was behind that wall. Was I blind?
Oh, maybe he was. But I don't think I don't think it stops the teleport, does it? The little girl page. I don't think. Little girl page doesn't cancel anymore.
I think it does.
Believe.
I'm not sure.
I think that removed, right? I could be wrong. Oh, we see the little girl is actually teleporting here, but it doesn't matter because he's already given a hit. Little girl, maybe it does. Who knows, right? Like, who actually knows these things? We probably should know these things ourselves.
Yeah, I think we should.
Anyways, we're gonna see Disc get the hit onto the toy merchant here. We'll go ahead and figure that one out later and get back to you on that one. Go ahead and leave that message on red and respond in 24 hours. And it looks like we're gonna see. Gonna go ahead and share the embalmer is dead on share. 10% on the last, or 14% on the last Cypher machine here. But this is definitely looking like a tied position. So Noir is gonna go ahead and heal up, slow things down, and looks like just play for the late game here.
Of course, and right now, destroying that catapult. Things are looking kind of calm right now. Nobody's really decoding because they know that Hunter has teleport, but it's on cooldown right now, so Weeping Clown should take this opportunity to kind of decode as much as possible.
Yep.
Right now, both catapults are being destroyed, so yeah, endgame-wise, Toy Merchant has nothing to work with against the Geisha. And little girl, she needs to be away from the Geisha during endgame because she does not have 3. Alright, so that's something that need to take note about. Oxygen is at the hotel area. Lena is picking up on this tinnitus. We'll be chasing...
I just remembered.
What's
It's
up?
actually, so the little girl can no longer cancel attack recovery with the page, but I think she can cancel the teleport. So I actually do know, just kidding guys, I actually do know these things, I just didn't pay attention. Alright, we're gonna see the flywheel through the pallet here, but still registers that hit onto the Weeping Clown. Still 2 rockets available. It's gonna go ahead and hold on to one of them. And he's gonna go ahead and use one of them now. This is definitely the correct play. Tries to get the hit, but does get the dash through, able to avoid that hit there. And stay alive a little bit longer. We'll probably see this down before the Cypher Machine is primed. But they could easily just go for the rescue, and Weeping Clown definitely wants to save one of these rockets for the end game.
Yeah, and it's very important for Nor to get at least a tie instead of giving the advantage to Lan. You see the down happening, and Toy Merchant should be the one. Yep, we do see her rotating towards the center area already, coming for this rescue. It's important for her to not be denied of this rescue right before the pop happens, of course. We do see the Cypher's prime right now. Lan has caught sight of surprise. Let's see whether the butterfly is really accurate. Oh, missing that swing. Missing another swing. Surprise! Eating that butterfly, eating that swing. Okay, so right now the rescue will be very stable. I mean, you throw the butterfly onto Toy Merchant and she gets the hit. It means cancelling out the butterfly, but Toy Merchant, let's see how she's gonna play this out. There's nothing that she can work with, so both gates are not being open right now.
Yeah, so the good news is, for the survivors, is that this is one of the characters with borrowed time here. Trying to mind game here, tries to go for that. Goes for the swing, does get the down onto the merchant here. Lan does have enough time to chair and teleport. If Lan instant teleports, they could potentially still win here. Of course, we do see the little girl stay towards the middle of the map to pressure that rescue. But he does get tinnitus, so if he spots out the little girl here, you could go for that. Little girl actually flywheels? Teleports. Can he get the hit? Oh, actually makes it just in time. See, that was... Wait, why did they flywheel? I don't know. Because that was really interesting. If they actually saved their flywheel, and the Geisha teleported there in time, and is able to stop the survivor from getting out, and they didn't have flywheel, then that could have been a 3-kill. If he teleported a second sooner. If he teleports a second sooner, goes for the hit, little girl actually would have died there without flywheel. So the accidental flywheel, was that the Weeping Clown or was that the little girl that used flywheel? Someone accidentally used flywheel. I
don't think it's Weeping Clown. I believe it's little
girl that accidentally used flywheel. But yeah. So that was sort of just interesting game. Just another day in the
blind gang.
Yeah.
The blind gang.
Another day in Southeast Asia IVC. We have another tied match. So this is a very exciting match between both these teams. We talked about how this would be very even for sure, and it looks like both these teams definitely living up to our expectations in how this match will play out.
Yeah, very, very intense indeed. From BO1 it was 5-5, right now it's 4-4. Which means that BO3 will be the determining match, possibly, to to see who will be continuing this until tomorrow, and who will be the one that will be sent home tonight.
Yep.
So it is going to be important right now. ADM will be having the map selection in this BO3. But before that, Eli, in this match itself, any highlights or anything that survivors could have done better that could have potentially turned things around?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think exactly. I think the problem was survivors were pretty fast, but they were also slowed down in some unnecessary situations. For example, the Embalmer running past the toy merchant and the toy merchant trying to throw an item at the geisha. I don't really know what. Okay, I think the only thing I can think of is they're just trying to distract the hunter. Maybe it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll get distracted. The hunter will get distracted and they'll try to go get a free hit on me, and then it'll allow the Embalmer to escape, something like that. But I feel like Embalmer getting chased is actually better than Toy Merchant, because Toy Merchant has Tide Turner, right? So you don't want Merchant to get chased. And you also don't want Merchant against Geisha. Merchant's not that strong as kiting Geisha. Geisha can catch up right away. So I think in reality, the Embalmer chase is good. Now, I do like the Waving Clown support. Of course, against a Geisha, it's very easy for Geisha to catch up. But it was definitely nice. Definitely nice support. But I think, yeah, just a little bit of a mistake of kiting through the little girl's... the Toy Merchant Cypher Machine did slow down the coding a little bit more than they would have liked. And I think if Landland teleported a second sooner, right, that would have been a 3-kill. But, yeah, just a little bit short there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very risky situation that we were seeing there. A little too close for comfort. I mean, I was actually getting really close to the Hunter, such that Hunter was having tinnitus the moment she kind of walked out of that area where I believe the toy merchant was kind of chat at. So, yeah, so we will be seeing this BO3 coming into us very soon, and it will be ADM's map selection without any bans on Nora's side anymore. Let's see what map selection that they would have. They do have Moonlit River Park as well as Chinatown. They've performed exceptionally well in those maps, especially Ever Slipping Town, with 3 escapes on the survivor side and a 4-kill onto Landland as well. So it could be possible Ever Slipping Town would be picked here, but if they do want to counter, well, it's actually kind of difficult to counter what Doom is going to play, because Doom is actually having this very unexpected picks coming into this match today. Firstly, we had the Bonbon in first round. Second round, we had the Spider. Not so sure whether they were prepared for that as well, but considering the results in the second round, I think ADM is definitely kind of adjusting a lot better. Nor servers as well. The ciphers are actually being decoded pretty fast compared to the first round, of course. So
I thought you were gonna say ciphers actually being decoded this time. I was a bit like,
actually being decoded. It's okay. They're all my friends. We're cool, so they're fine with it.
Chojo knows all these dudes. So.
They're my babies, but. Like I mean, right before this, I kind of told them it's fine if you guys just do your best. I mean, I know they are like on the verge of being eliminated, of course. I mean, coming into this, you want to
no pressure there, right?
No pressure. I mean, you want to put your best run. So I just want them to just kind of enjoy the process as well. And maybe Doom was actually having that mindset as well. Coming into this, picking a Bonbon right from the first half with like absolutely nothing going on yet. Bonbon, and then the Spider. So yeah, it's definitely showing onto Doom's side, but. Survivor side, I hope they kind of show what they really have, but let's just put that thought on the pause, and we do have the Moonlit River Park being picked here. Eli, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so Moonlit here for ADM, most likely is for the Hunter side. We will see, of course, probably Dream Witch get banned, and then either Nightwatch or Geisha, and then Landland can just play whichever character is not banned. And both those characters are good for Moonlit, so I think that definitely works out nicely here. As for Doom, obviously, Sawyer's not good on Moonlit, so we won't really see that. Bonbon's not as strong as on Moonlit as a smaller map such as Church or Arms Factory, so that benefits ADM more than anything. So I think this is a pretty good map for not only for ADM's Hunter, but also a little bit weaker for Noir. So going into this last round, even though we are tied up completely, I definitely do think that ADM has the advantage, being able to pick Moonlit River Park here. I think it benefits their Hunter side, and it benefits their survivors going against the opposing Hunter. For sure. So, yeah, Noir definitely, obviously, both teams looking very even throughout the majority of this match, but I think ADM does have the slight edge going into this third round right now.
Yeah, so we'll see that will be happening. And as for the entire IVC at this moment in time, we haven't seen Noor perform in Moonlit River Park, so I'm actually quite interested to see what they're gonna pick, considering that Embalmer and Toy Merchant has already been globally banned out already. Exhausted, yeah, that's a very good word for it. And we'll be seeing more survivors coming up first, going up against Lan once again. We'll see whether the bans onto Lan. What do you think it would be, Eli?
Yeah, I think we'll see. Actually, I don't know. It depends on what. It looks like we're gonna see Dreamwitch and Nightwatch. So they do want to take Geisha again. I guess they're comfortable going against Geisha, but Geisha on Chinatown. Not only Geisha's good on Chinatown, but Geisha's even better on Moonlight. So this is slightly more challenging for Noir. Now they do have an option to go Antiquarian. I would have liked to see Lan not ban Priestess here. I would like to see Lan ban Seer and Antiquarian, considering the survivors will probably ban Nightwatch and Dreamwitch. Priestess is actually not very strong against Geisha, because Geisha, you know, obviously you want to go through a portal, stun the hunter so you can make some distance. Geisha doesn't care. You can just dash and catch up. You can dash over the bridge. Geisha doesn't even have to take the portal if she doesn't want to. She can just dash over the bridge in theory. It looks like we're going to see Acrobat here. Lan actually opts to ban Psychologist and not Acrobat, which means that Noir gets to go Acrobat, which is not really a strong character against Geisha. It's also quite strong on this map. For the last ban, who would Lan opts to go with here? Because you could go Entomologist. I mean, Lan wants to play Geisha, but already this comp is not looking good. I hope Noir doesn't go Mechanic. I really want to see them just pick a Geisha counter here, and just kind of go all out encountering Geisha, force Lan onto a hunter they're not as comfortable with. Looks like Professor, so this is a Geisha counter Lan doesn't want to have to deal with. Still trying to get a good comp for Geisha, but it's going to be very challenging. We'll see Entomologist last. Again, not too bad here. Entomologist pretty strong against Geisha, also very versatile against other characters as well. So Lan is really, this is a good ban pick for Noir. Yes, so the first two rounds we saw them with some unique ban strategies and whatnot, and it didn't really work in the first round. The second round it was okay but not great. Now they're going to go very standard. They're going to counter the hunter here. I really love to see this from them. I think this is absolutely the correct approach in this situation.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Usually we see like the normal team comps in BO1, and then coming into BO3 we'll see more of the unorthodox picks coming in, the non-meta ones. But for Noir, it's a complete switch, right? We call this a little switcheroo that we always like to talk about. Yeah, BO3 we see BO1 we see very interesting ones, and coming into BO3 we're seeing them becoming more and more normal in their picks. So it's really interesting, right? I mean, third generation Noir that we're seeing here. Actually, if Lan is actually going to pick a Geisha here, I'm not too sure, but if that's the case, I'm actually quite curious. Do you think Entomologist would be a better pick, or Perfumer? I mean, we know that...
I think Entomologist is fine, just because Entomologist is not only it's good against Geisha, it's also just good against any other hunter that Lan can play, whereas Perfumer is just not really going to be good against most hunters. Lan could go Bloody Queen as, I guess Perfumer counters BQ, so if they went Perfumer, that would have also made sense. But Lan can actually still play Bloody Queen. I don't think you play Geisha here. Geisha's just so bad against this team comp. Like, I don't really know who to even chase here. Like, Ento, but you'll just spawn Ento in, like, 2-story. So, I don't know what Lan actually... I feel like Geisha here is just too weak. I mean, it's tough. It's really tough for Lan. We're going to see Lan definitely going to think about it here for a bit. I think Bloody Queen would be a lot better. Obviously less aggressive, still gonna go Geisha into a very hard team comp to play Geisha against. So Lan really having a lot of confidence here.
Yeah, this is hard countering already, but Lan is just very confident with what he can put off with this Geisha, and we've seen actually quite a number of spectacular plays on this of Geisha in this map particularly. I believe if we kind of go back, you know, in our memories, we do see Malpai actually going against MP. With this Geisha pick, he was being really, really aggressive with that Geisha, and we will see whether Lan is she gonna go as aggressive or maybe more than that. So we'll see whether that will be happening. But going against the team comp is very hard. Any possible first chase here, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely just Entomologist would be the easiest, but even then, it's not great. Obviously, you're not gonna chase Mercenary. Antiquarian is very strong at countering Geisha. A very good. Every time Geisha dashes, you just stun, and you avoid the dash. And Geisha is such a hard time downing Antiquarian. So I feel like Antiquarian's not going to be an ideal chase target. Acrobat obviously has Force Stop to work with, and also Acrobat is a very good kiter against Geisha. You can hold the skill check. If you hold your bomb, your charge bomb while looking at the Geisha, you skill check them infinitely. They can't do much there. I'm curious if Landland goes Excitement or Blink. You might see Blink here. Could actually go I think he's going to Acrobat Chase first. I think that just makes the most sense. But Acrobat, if utilized properly, does counter Geisha. So it's going to be hard for Landland to secure the down here. If Landland has Excitement, Acrobat can kite here for a long time. If Landland has Blink, could still get the down within 60 seconds. We're going to have to see here. Looks like Entomologist is, again, technically the easiest chase for Geisha. So, and they are in a very safe area, being on the other side of the map here. Antiquarian. Interesting they spawn Anti in 2-story. I understand why, because you want, if they chase the Ento first, you want to have Ento kite take the roller coaster, kite into 2-story, and then Antiquarian can support. But Antiquarian is actually the least likely to get chased. You spawn them in a very safe area, such as 2-story. It's a little bit interesting. But it looks like we're going to see triple flywheel from the survivors. So they definitely are prepared for this Geisha here. And so here we go. Looks like we're going to have the ADM Hunter Landland versus the Noir survivors in the 3rd round. Everything tied up. My name's Eli O with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the commentary for this final match.
And we are headed into this. We do see Surprise will be that first chase like you've mentioned. Unfortunately enough, Surprise hasn't really been seeing a lot of success in this first kite against any hunters in this IVC. So hopefully this will be his redemption match. And we do see that he's kind of trying to use his ball to get a possible dash. The pellet down very fast. And on Surprise side, oh, that little glitch that we're seeing there. But yeah, Surprise will try to prolong this out, but will be eating the... Oh, using his ball to successfully dodge that out, but... Oh, was that intentional?
But yeah, it looks like, yeah, he kind of trapped himself back there. You really don't, they trapped themselves back there. You don't want to really go trap yourself in an area like that. Maybe try to get better positioning. Landland dashes too early here. He actually wastes the bomb, so an unfortunate misstep from the Acrobat. Obviously didn't need to use that, but still able to stay alive a little bit longer. Looks like Landland does actually have Blink to work with and not Excitement, so this will help secure the down onto the Acrobat. Trying to predict this. Acrobat still has... Oh, he just goes down to the swing. You never want to position yourself in an area where you're just gonna try to bomb over the hunter. So unfortunately, Acrobat, twice in a row trapping themselves in the same area, is gonna give 2 free hits. Typically, Acrobat, yeah, very strong character at kiting a Geisha. You want to get yourself to a palleted area, such as near that 4-stop. You go to the 2 pallets closer to the 4-stop area. Instead of going back that way, I think it would have been more sense to go the other route. And then you use those pallets. You can tight kite around those pallets. If the Geisha does dash over, you just fall back over the pallet. They can't get you, and you still have flywheel. So Acrobat could still rebound, but they've used a lot of bombs, and the first kite just definitely not as long as it should be. We're going to see, not as long as it should be for an Acrobat. Looks like we're going to see, coming for the rescue here, Antiquarian comes all the way from 2-story to harass Chocho, so they're going to lose a lot of cyber progress here, but is going to come in for the early stun. They were able to finish their cyber machine. Blinks through the wall here, does needs a flywheel, does have that flywheel and the stun to keep them alive longer. Tries to go for the glitch dash, doesn't get it. Twice in a row, doesn't get it. You can actually dash through that, but it is incredibly hard to do to get the timing right, and Landland unfortunately missing it twice in a row there. And we're just going to see the Antiquarian is going to come for the harassment and try to keep the survivor alive as long as possible. I actually agree with this. I think this is correct. And Geisha does struggle against Antiquarian significantly, so I think I do like this play here.
Oh, but the field flywheel onto Chanim, that's really unfortunate. Right now we do have Entomologist trying to drive a beast here to give that support. We do see that support coming in, but Surprise is coming out of that area, so the beast support ends up not mattering at all. And we'll be interrupting the Owl Cypher at the bridge area. We'll see whether... Body blocking for Acrobat, so they're just trying to make this Acrobat survive as if he's on his last chair. So, changing targets to Night Owl right now, he will be on his first chair and will be downing.
Oh, goes down. And Ento had flywheel and just didn't use it. So unfortunately, I feel like Ento could have been able to live through that quite easily, but unfortunately, just not able to use the flywheel there, and that's going to backfire significantly. So they do trade targets here, which is not too bad for Noir, in that the Acrobat has escaped, but Leyland's actually just gonna it's gonna go for I think you go back to chair. I think Acrobat should be able to kite back there pretty easily. So it looks like we're gonna see the Antiquarian come in for the rescue here. Trading shares I think is okay for Noir. But I do think that Entomologist could have definitely survived that a little bit longer if they utilized that flywheel.
Absolutely, and we'll try to missing that swing.
Oh, but does get that swing. Can they get on the coaster with them? No, it looks like that's not the case. Antiquarian's gonna go down. They had one more stun, right? And the flip.
Yeah.
And they didn't use it, unfortunately, which means that's another trade on the rocket share. But it's another fast down. They are trading time on share, but the survivors that do trade with them go down very fast. So that's not always worth it. They're not really gaining as much time as they would like here. And Geisha does know where Acrobat is. They are decoding the Cypher Machine near where the survivor went down. But Leyland's actually just going to go ahead and camp this out instead. I think that they do acknowledge that, you know, if Leyland can get a double down on Mercenary, that could be pretty strong as well here.
Yeah, and we do see the Entomologist still has actually a little less than 1/4 of her stick left. We'll see how she's gonna make use of that. Bible will be up in 1 second. She does have everything geared up. We'll see whether this rebound kite will be enough for them to kind of decode it. But
wow, this is yeah. You really want to go for that flywheel first. As an Antiquarian there, you need to go for the stick while they're dashing because they can actually swing pretty fast, and that can be a bit difficult. They could have also gone for flywheel. Now the question is, if Acrobat can pop this Cypher, they can go for the rescue, but they cannot pop it in time. Landline can actually have normal this Cypher Machine. I think an abnormal play here is definitely correct. Or you can just blink. Flywheel's the blink, has the bomb to work with, needs the bomb back, avoids the swing there, and this could be game changing. Acrobat needs to try to live through this. No, he's gonna go down here. And that means the Antiquarian will expire. Acrobat's now in share for the second time, and all of a sudden this goes from a winning position to actually not even a tied position, possibly losing, in that Acrobat's on share for the second time now. And they still need to pop that Cypher Machine. It's only 93%.
I'm not so sure how they're gonna play this out. Of course, Mercenary is gonna come for this rescue. The last Cypher is behind double story at 93%. Now I was pushing for that 94 Cypher that we're seeing at the bridge area. So, even if he pops it, Mercenary gets this rescue that hit registers before that rescue, he can just target whoever goes towards that Cypher, camp it out, and it seems to be like a 4-kill situation, Eli.
Maybe. They can still make the rescue. Acrobat needs to live until Entomologist gets all the way to that Cypher and primes it. Mercenary can body block only for a few seconds. They will go down. Gets the hit onto the Acrobat. Entomologist is not to the Cypher yet. They're going to spin on top of each other. Picks up the Mercenary. It's actually going to chair the Mercenary, which Entomologist has to make it to the Cypher. I don't know if they... No, Entomologist is running away from the Cypher. Entomologist actually runs to the Cypher and then runs away from it. And so they can't even pop it anyways. So there's no chance anymore. So now you're right, Chuck, it looks like this will potentially be a 4-kill position. I think if Entomologist ran straight for the Cypher, maybe they could have made it before they went back to the Acrobat. I'm not sure. It would have definitely been come down to a matter of seconds. But Entomologist actually just opted to run away from the Cypher Machine. Landland does have Tinnitus. They know that the Entomologist is in the area, but they're not sure where. But I think Landland probably acknowledges they're somewhere in 2-story here.
Ooh. Oh, but missing that slightly over there. But dungeon is not in this area, Eli. It's at the bridge Cypher area. So how Entomologist is gonna rotate there right now. We do see the beast being utilized to give that speed boost.
Oh, but he's going to cross the bridge. Geisha can just dash across. He needs to position closer to dungeon. Landland does see blood on the ground, so he knows survivor's close. He doesn't know where. Doesn't know exactly where though. Is gonna go ahead and camp the dungeon here. Entomologist could. Okay, so Entomologist needs to touch a Cypher, because you will get crows right away here. Entomologist needs to go to the Cypher right now and touch it. If they don't touch the Cypher, just yeah.
Oh.
And now they have crows. Yep, it's too late. They waited too long here. A little bit of bees to work with. They need to use the bees one more time here. They need to use one more time. They need to flywheel the dungeon. It's still a possibility. It's still a possibility. We're gonna see Landland try to cut off. He can actually flywheel past the swing though. If he times the flywheel, no, he runs away here. He needs to time this flywheel perfectly. Honestly, this is so intense.
That is, yeah, it is.
Landland's gonna dash. He flywheels early, and he flywheels too early and gets clipped by the swing. He needed to go for the instant flywheel on the swing there and wasn't able to get it, and that means Noir falls a little bit short of the 1 escape here. Landland with a 4 survivor elimination against an anti-Geisha team comp here, and this puts ADM in a really, really strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ADM did pick this map, and of course, Nor didn't ban out the Geisha, so Landland kind of made use of that factor. Even though it was anti-Geisha, Landland was confident, and I mean, the confidence definitely did show in this match itself. She was able to capitalize on the the opportunities that survivors were able to give, the ability that they kind of wanna just make the acrobats survive. Everybody was just body blocking, giving that support. Cypher progress once again was slowed down so much, Eli.
Yep.
And yeah, it seems to be that that's Nora's biggest issue coming into our match today.
Yeah, and also I think in this game the Cypher Rush was a little bit better. I think there's just a few things that were pretty, I suppose, suboptimal for them, and that one of them was the Acrobat's positioning in the first kite was definitely, you don't want to trap yourself in the back corner. They just sort of trap themselves back there. It makes it very easy for the Geisha to eliminate them. What you want to do is you have a few routes you can go. You can hide out for a little bit and try to buy some time that way, or you can go to the 2 pallets near 4 stops. So I'm trying to think about explain that. So for example, like when you take the roller coaster and you come down onto the 4-stop platform, the 2 pallets like right below it, you know what I'm talking about, those 2 pallets there.
Yeah.
You can go there, and those are pretty good. Those are hard for Geisha to down a survivor. You can loop around there. As an acrobat, you can even throw the pallet down, wait for them to dash, and just bomb back over the pallet. And they can't really do much. And you'll fly well. There's plenty of ways for acrobat to kite there. So acrobat definitely positioned themselves in a bit of a weaker area, which allowed the Geisha to get them done relatively quick. Allowed the Geisha to get them down relatively quick, which is really not ideal for an acrobat, because acrobat is usually a strong kiter against Geisha. Additionally, they traded times on share, which isn't exactly a bad thing. But the problem is, if you're going to go down right away and then get placed on the rocket chair right away, even if it's trading, if there's no kite at all, which, as you saw, the entomologist traded with the survivor, but they went down right away and they got placed on the chair. There was no kite. They could have fly well, they could have used bees, and they missed that opportunity. And then also the antiquarian didn't fly well. They went for the stick and they got hit anyways, and they just didn't have enough time to finish the Cypher. Now it's kind of interesting, if acrobat, if they had a few extra seconds, maybe 3 extra seconds, acrobat could have finished that god kiting Cypher. That was at 93% of the way done, and then gone for the rescue, and they could have popped the Cypher machine, and maybe gone for a win. But yeah, they weren't able to pop it, and I do think the acrobat just missed a lot of opportunities to use bombs there, and they could have still potentially won escaped if entomologist hit that flywheel at the end. But unfortunately, a little bit of an early flywheel, and Geisha's the very corner of the Geisha hitbox just clipping the entomologist there, and also entomologist not going to the Cypher machine, right, to avoid the crows, I think unfortunately did hurt them a little bit there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was going to dive right into our stats. For BO3 first half, we do see the acrobat 155.4 seconds of kiting time. We do see that this is a potential kiting plus rescues. We do see 3 rescues onto that acrobat, 3 rescues onto mercenary. Yo, just adding up all the rescues is a total of 7 rescues. We don't usually see that very often in the survivor matchup right now nowadays. So that's really interesting. I mean, the trading did happen, of course, but because during that period when someone was possibly trying to kite it out, they were trying to heal up, which kind of hindered the Cypher progress once again. So that's really, really unfortunate for survivor side. Yeah, and harassing wise, I would say actually Chanin did a pretty good job after that first rescue.
Yep.
From the acrobat side, we did see Lena kind of slipping a little bit with that 2 field dashes through that wall. Really unfortunate. That kind of requires quite a high level of I mean, how will you do it? I mean, because personally I don't really play Geisha. Eli, you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
Against, sorry, what part you're talking about?
The Geisha, like she wanted to dash through the wall 2 times, but
about the glitch that. Okay, yeah. So basically, how that works is there's 2 ways you can do it. If you try to do it from a distance, it has to be like one of the thinner walls. If it's more of like one of the more like I'm trying to think of like an example, but basically like a wall like that, you can use that. You can dash through there. Basically, what you want to do is if you start your dash when you throw the butterfly, if you start your dash as the butterfly is passed in the middle of the wall, like in the middle of the wall as it's passing through, because when you throw the butterfly, you know it goes like and then it stops, right? And then you dash, right?
Correct.
If you start your dash as the butterfly is going through the wall, you'll continue to follow it, and you'll just follow it through the wall, and you'll dash through the wall. That's what we call a glitch dash. And so it's kind of weird. It's super hard to get the timing down. You saw Landland try to do it twice there, unfortunately missed both times. You can actually do it from a distance as well. If you throw the butterfly and wait as it's about to pass through, and as it's passing through the wall, then you dash. You can do that. Or you can do an instant one, which is also hard to get the timing. You have to get the timing right as it's going through the wall, basically. If the butterfly's already stopped, if it's finished its throw, I guess, and it's stopped, then you can't see it anymore, right? You have to see it as it's entering the wall and going through. That's the only way you can actually you can get that dash off. So Lanlan tried to do it twice, but unfortunately did miss out. But the Antiquarian was there at the right time. They were able to pop a Cypher Machine and then come support, try to support the rebound kite. And I think the problem is they just kited onto the Entomologist Cypher. I think that's definitely... Entomologists can support from a distance, right? They don't have to be there to support. So I think it's better to actually just let the Entomologist bring the bees instead of kite towards the Ento. I think that was a bit of a mistake there. Or they could have just continued to kite around the Antiquarian and let the Antiquarian continue to support. I think that also would have been fine. But because they kited to the Ento Cypher, that slowed down Cypher Rush and allowed the Ento to go down relatively quick.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you on that. And yeah, I mean, coming into this, they definitely do want to win. But looking at what's at stake and what's the winning condition for ADM, we do see that one escape would be their only winning condition, correct? One escape and above. Which means that Doom 100% must get this 4 kill to prolong this to a BO3 overtime. And if anything less than that, it's gonna be a GG for Nor versus ADM. ADM will proceed further into tomorrow's matches, and Nor will say goodbye for this IVC after today. So we'll be heading into this ban pick phase that we're seeing here between NR Doom versus ADM Survivors, Eli.
All right, so we do have the 4 auto ban characters. It looks like it's gonna be Ento, of course, Ento, Barmaid, Mercenary, and Priestess here. Now for Doom, I don't really know what they can actually play here to 4 kill. They're not gonna ban Bonbon or Soul Weaver, and that both of those are TIE Hunters and it's Moonlit. So they'll definitely ban Night Watch and something else. Looks like it's gonna be Night Watch and Wax Artist, because Wax Artist, of course, having more 4 kill potential than a Bonbon. It's gonna be Seer and Antiquarian as well here. So yeah, ADM, they just need a single Survivor escape. So there's plenty of Survivors you can play to go for a 1 escape. Looks like it's gonna be Acrobat and Officer first. That's perfectly fine. You don't want to give an option to ban the Acrobat because you want Acrobat on this map. You also want to have a Safe Rescuer with that first Officer. So I think if you're Doom, you shouldn't be banning regular characters. I think you should be banning more towards characters like Embalmer and Mechanics, so they don't have options to get potential free ties here. And so I think that's going to be the best approach. But he's actually going to ban Patient, which means they still have Embalmer. They still have Mechanic available. Let's see if ADM opts to go with that route here. Looks like they're going to go Postman. Okay, so Postman obviously is considered it's considered a decoding character because you have the decoding letter, can help promote Cypher Rush that way. However, it's not as safe as Embalmer here. It looks like he is going to be a Mechanic now, and I think ADM should just go Embalmer, right? Coordinator is, I think, also fine. I mean, again, they only need 1 Survivor out the gate here, so I think this is not too bad. Acrobat can easily spawn 4th stop. Coordinator can spawn 1st stop, but Postman 2 story, and Officer Bridge. I think that would make the most sense here.
So we'll see whether that would be the case. Yep. So right now it might be potentially the last match. We do see confirmed picks onto ADM side. First Officer, Acrobat, Postman, as well as the Coordinator. We do see Coordinator, I mean, it has been known to be a rescue character, but nowadays we've been seeing it more as a kiting character with that gun that she still has at hand. So we'll see whether Coordinator might be the potential first chase, but we have to see what Doom decides on after this Night Watch as well as Wax Artist pick. We do know he has a Geisha as well, but I'm not sure how proficient he is in Geisha. Is it as good as Lanlan, or is it better than Lanlan? I'm not too sure. And of course, ADM as this Survivor team, they of course practice with Lanlan's Geisha for sure. I mean, their whole team itself. So if it's a Geisha, ADM is definitely prepared for that too, if that's the case. And do you think a Blood Queen would be? Oh, it's gonna be kind of difficult.
Probably not. I mean, you have to 4 kill. Bloody Queen's probably not gonna be able to 4 kill. So I think probably, yeah. I don't really know what Doom is gonna play. Like it's so, his options are unfortunately their options are so limited, right? Obviously, Bonbon, you 4 kill within the first round, but it's so much harder here now that they're prepared for it. Obviously, you have a Cypher Rush character against Bonbon, which is very good. Coordinator, very good rescuer against Bonbon. Officer, very good rescuer against Bonbon. Acrobat, you can just put it 4-stop. Bonbon can't do much. It's gonna go Breaking Wheel. So Chocho, what do we know about Doom's Breaking Wheel?
Oh, I totally forgot about his breaking wheel already. It's been quite some
okay.
time since I last saw his breaking wheel. But actually, this is the right time to pick the Poland, correct? I mean, we've seen many other teams pick Poland when it wasn't really a crucial moment. But this, ladies and gentlemen, this is the crucial moment that Eli is talking about, where your team needs that 4 kill and that breaking wheel does happen. But Eli, you can elaborate a little bit on it.
Yeah, so we talked about this a lot last week. For those of you who were here last week, we were talking about how breaking wheel is a character. It's like a do or die character. It's a super high risk, high reward character. It's that character that you play in like the last half of the last round. You have to get a 4 kill or nothing. This is that spot, right? So definitely, this will be the place to play breaking wheel. Go for a 4 kill. You know, we talked about how there was a few instances last week where we saw hunters play breaking wheel when they're already leading. They're just going to maybe play a safe hunter would be a little bit better. Who knows, right? But here you have to go all out. It looks like that is going to be the case. We do see the Postman 2 story, the Coordinator first stop, as we mentioned, the Officer Bridge, and the Acrobat 4 stop. Someone makes the most sense here. And Doom's actually going to go to in between 2 story and 4 stop. So maybe going to go Acrobat Chase first. Problem with this is Acrobat can, of course, use that 4 stop to their advantage. Going 2 story is tough because, you know, Breaking Wheel doesn't really want to have to deal with that 2 story area if possible. Not going to chase Officer Coordinator here, so let's see where they opt to go first. But yeah, Breaking Wheel definitely, if there's any spot to play it, it's Moonlit River Park, in a spot where you have to 4 kill. High risk, high reward hunters is definitely a do or die situation.
Yeah, so we might be seeing these, Insolence and Trump Cup, definitely the correct persona to go with for that 4 kill. And we're looking with Shane with that flywheel, it's just triple fly, Maple Leaf with no 3. Flywheel as well as the Broken Windows 9-12 build. And 2 people with Flywheel as well as 1 Titan on the Mercenary. We're seeing a team comp that they're just trying to go for at least a 1 escape. Seems doable, but we have to see how Doom is going to perform with that Breaking Wheel. And it's going to be interesting. This might potentially be that last match between ADM versus Ignore. This will be your casters Chochu and Eli O'Brien, the commentator of this match.
We're gonna break them. Actually, gonna go 2 story first here. Looks like he's gonna go for the Postman, but Postman not gonna get baited out. Just gonna go ahead and stay up in this upstairs area, and wait for the wheel to come up after them. Continue to wait till they see that red light, and just go for the vault. So very good discipline from that Postman there. And let's see which route they opt to go. I would like to see them push the slide. The correct route is to go to the slide here. But he's actually going to run away from the slide here, unfortunately. So a slight miss route from the Postman. Now I think maybe potentially pushing the slide here. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and utilize it now. But yeah, doesn't get the second spot. You see why slide is so good because you can simply just run circles around the slide. It's very hard for the hunter to get you there as a Breaking Wheel player. And it looks like he is missing that one as well here. So Postman, okay, finally gets that second spike. There does have Blink available to work with, but he does have the Blink and okay, so he does have Flywheel. Both these all these survivors bought Flywheel. We see First Officer maybe trying to body block here. He's gonna walk straight through the pallet here. He's gonna get the Flywheel out. Now he can just go for the Blink here. He's gonna use that Blink. There is no more Flywheel, so he's gonna secure the down. First Officer Cypher only about 20% of the way down is that. I just realized the First Officer actually is at this Godkite server, but he spawned at Bridge.
Correct.
So interesting choice. He came all the way over here. I think what happened is that Coordinator Cypher was locked. So she opted to go all the way to Bridge. So then First Officer went all the way to God Kiting, but I feel like Coordinator could have just gone to God Kiting instead. So unfortunately, ADM is actually going to lose a ton of Cypher progress because of a little bit of mis-rotation there.
Correct, and also I think if I saw that correctly, Skyhunt actually pressed onto that second stop also since he walked past that area. So we'll see whether Shane can make it towards this first stop to kind of take that tram, but seems that it's going to be kind of difficult, and free rescue does happen, Eli. So Skyhunt, we're seeing Doom getting a little greedy once again. Shane, yeah, I think he really needs to kind of tunnel him down to get this down. If not, Shane might potentially get onto the tram and just say bye-bye to you.
We're going to see the dog, but he runs right into the wheel. You got to use that dog while running away, obviously, to the distance, but unfortunately just ran back into him there. And so I wonder if we're going to see Coordinator try to buy some time. Probably not. You usually don't use Coordinator for that. Against a wheel, you could, of course, because wheel can catch up if they go for the flare gun after the save. But they do have, considering that the Cypher progress was very slow early game, they actually have pretty good Cypher partners right now. They have one Cypher 75, one Cypher 30, and 40. So they have all the Cyphers ready here for the most part. So he's going to go for a spike onto the officer, but he does allow the free save to the coordinator. Coordinator will trail his postman and go for the flare gun as the wheel gets out of wheel form here. Looks like the coaster is here as well, and they're going to take it without him getting out of wheel form. Of course, the spikes could potentially knock you off the coaster, so I guess just playing it safe. But the biggest issue here, Jojo, was that coordinator didn't go with the postman, so she's not going to be able to keep him alive if the breaking wheel goes for them.
Yeah, especially when he's really expanded his blink. Of course, Simon wouldn't be there anymore. It's safer for coordinator to go along if they're trying to aim for more escapes. But yeah, Chiffon is here to potentially try to body block this out. The red bomb is... Sorry, he changed it to a black bomb instead of a red bomb, so let's see how it's gonna be happening. Acrobat need to follow closely with that red bomb so as to bomb the hunter when he becomes into human form again. Let's see how they're gonna play this out.
Yeah, I mean, the last Cypher's not moving, so nobody... Okay, so they're now pushing it, so it is 30%, so they have started it here. We'll see if Acrobat can potentially keep this survivor alive. We should see the second spike here with the extended one. Does get that there. Does have flywheel to work with, so you can flywheel to snap here. Does not flywheel to snap, unfortunately, and that means that because there's no coordinator here, this will be a chair for the wheel. I actually think he should teleport. I don't think if he goes wheel form, he might not make it in time. I think he should actually just teleport away here. Yep, he's going to teleport to the Cypher. I think this is the correct play here. This does give him a certain degree of control with that teleport late game. Of course, he doesn't have detention, so that will make things a little bit difficult, but he does stop this Cypher from moving here. We do need to see a new Cypher machine started, and already looks like the Acrobat can jump on that.
Wow, so we did see that flywheel being utilized in that gunshot as well. So yeah, maybe we'll be able to get that distance as well. We haven't really been seeing Doom getting that traps accurately placed onto the survivors as well. So that's on a downside for him too. And Skyhunt is still in that area, still with one pocket watch to use. So we'll see whether that will be used in this case. But Acrobat on about that, we do see him pushing for that last Cypher.
Alright, so it's like officer. You definitely want to hold on to this watch for endgame. You know, try to extend that endgame kite as long as possible. You're really trying to get this other spike here. He's going to be able to now use the full presence. I think officer should hold the watch. I don't think he should use it here. And it looks like he is going to hold on to it. Goes for the swing at the pallet. Beautiful mind game from the officer not to give a free hit there. Cypher machine now 80% of the way down. He's going to snap and change targets, but the teleport is not ready. And that last Cypher machine will be primed now. So ADM can now push the end game now. Because he did switch to teleport, I think this is pretty good. You can down this coordinator and then maybe teleport. He didn't have the full presence though, so he can't actually down the coordinator right away here. You can get this hit, but it's not a down. Oh, misses the swing there! And actually, coordinator's going to live a little bit longer. He needs to down this coordinator and then teleport to the gate. That's his only chance to potentially win. It has to be a 4 kill, so he needs to get out of wheel form right now. He needs to instantly trap. He needs to down the coordinator super fast here and then teleport to that exit gate. Coordinator baiting both sides here. He's going to trap one side. Misses the swing. I think he's not got enough time here. 67%. He needs to teleport now if he wants any chance at this. Goes for the trap. Misses that trap again. Coordinator going to the other side yet again. Missing the swing again. Excellent job from the coordinator. We're going to see 2 survivors make it out the exit gate here. Coordinator's just going to keep going around here. He can just trap the bottom of the slide, but she goes the other way. And
I'm sorry.
Just keeps going here.
Just keep going and going, but right now we'll be heading out of that area. Yeah, and we'll be done in coordinator at this point in time. It will be a tie situation between Norse Hunter Doom versus ADM survivors, and 5-point lead, and we'll have to congratulate ADM for winning this, entering the top 6, and we'll be going against Idol tomorrow. Wow, Eli, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, for sure. ADM, of course, will be advancing here, but things will just be even more challenging for them. Of course, the winner of Idol versus ADM will be advancing. I think that goes on to the top 4, right? The winner of that match.
Correct.
Yeah. So ADM does get through the first round here, but of course things will get definitely more challenging for them. Yeah, but a very close matchup between these 2 teams for sure. We saw, tied all the way up to the last round. We did definitely think this last map would benefit ADM more than anything, and that was the case here. And actually, it was looking pretty good for Noir against that geisha, but they did fall a bit short, a few little missteps, and Lanlan taking full advantage there. So excellent job from ADM's Hunter for sure.
And actually something that's quite interesting as well from ADM survivors is that we don't really see any harassing and much support wise. So Cypher Rush is actually very, very fast. We do see that every round they do get, except for the first round, every round they usually get all the ciphers decoded, and usually they have more than enough people to work with at the end game. So yeah, I mean, I think this is the perfect way to kind of see things already. ADM with 0 to no harassing / support, and then Nor with a lot of supporting, but Cypher Rush being really slow. Definitely ADM kind of reach the top of that, and of course with that 5-point lead, we're gonna congratulate ADM for this win against Nor's third generation that's coming into this IVC. So
3.0.
3.0 indeed. So
we get the NR3.
Yeah, the NR3. I'm not sure whether it's 3 though. It's been quite a lot of changes. Maybe it's 4 or 5. I'm not too sure. But that's not important. Important is that it's still Nor as a core. So let's see the statistics over here. We do see 130 seconds on this kite from Shane. Yeah, it was, I mean, definitely a lot of discipline at the start, right? Not to just prematurely jump down, assuming the hunter's gonna come up. Not even getting a single spike at that point in time in that double story area. So amazing stuff from Shane. Very great discipline. And 134 seconds kite onto Maple Leaf. Really interesting things that we're seeing there at the slide, Eli. I think having 2 ways at the end of the slide, it's definitely a huge mind game for Doom at that point in time. But regardless, I think Doom kind of already know that at the point of he couldn't really get that 4 kill also. But do you think there was anything that Doom could have done to potentially have a different outcome?
Not really. I mean, Breaking Wheel, you see why Breaking Wheel is not one of the strongest hunters in the meta currently. It's definitely difficult. I think his down onto Postman was reasonably fast. But there was a few, I think he gave a few free rescues, if I'm not mistaken, and that sort of allowed for him to miss out on some presents and miss out on some free hits. But the side rush from ADM was pretty good as well. I think ADM just played overall really well in this match against Wheel. You can see why a lot of teams are very prepared. They also had triple flywheel, so they were really prepared for this Breaking Wheel. They kind of knew it was coming. Obviously, Breaking Wheel, you know, if Doom had what? Bloody Queen, Wheel, Geisha. So all those hunters are going to struggle against flywheel. So definitely makes sense for ADM to just go all flywheel there, and it did work out for them. But yeah, I mean, I think Doom definitely did what they could. In a situation you have to 4-kill, it's so hard. And so definitely did their best. But yeah, close match here overall. It is of course 16-11, but yeah, tied in the first round there, tied in the second, and ADM coming out on top in this third round. They're able to pick map first. Worked out for both sides in a way. Pick map in this second round went to the map pick in the second round went to Noir. They were able to tie, but they weren't able to clutch up there. And then we do see that ADM with that Mill River Park gave him a huge advantage here, allowing Landland to play Geisha on the best map for Geisha, which is Mill River Park. And it did put Doom in a bit of an awkward position because you can't really play things like Bon on a map like Moonlit.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, in this top 8 teams that we have here, Nor will unfortunately be the first one to head home first. We do still have the 17s, but before that, we're just gonna put that thought in a pause. We do have our MVP player ADM Landland 975, a reduction point of almost full score of 12,000 points, 11,950 over here, and elimination 3.3. It's very high, I would say, 3.3, and remaining time of 0.7.
Yeah, 3.3 is very high. I mean, we talk about how the average is, you know, around 2. If you're able to consistently secure draws, that's very good. 3.3, so 2 4 eliminations and the 1 tie, the 1-2 elimination. But yeah, the average remaining ciphers of 0.7. So for the most part, survivors aren't even able to get to that end game. And so yeah, just Landland really coming out to play. I mean, we talked about this before when we were talking about the match. You know, behind the scenes, we were talking about how one of the ways ADM can win this match is Landland just comes out and plays really well. And that's exactly what happened, right? Landland just came out, played really well. The North servers just really struggled to deal with Landland's hunters today. And yeah, ADM with another victory, definitely with Landland propelling them there. So definitely a hard match for them next time, though. That will be, of course, against... they'll be tomorrow against Idol, right? So Landland's really gonna have to step their game even more, and the ADM survivors are gonna have to come out and play very successfully against Meowpie. It's gonna be really challenging for them But again, the winner of that match will advance to the top 4 offline stage. That is going to be another do or die match between those two teams, as they both have already lost one of their rounds, and it is of course only double elimination.
Of course, and yeah, I mean, all of them actually played a huge role in winning this. I mean, of course, decoding itself is a huge role, of course. I mean, it is the name of this game, to decode, and also decode fast, and they never forgot about how important decoding can be as well. So we're gonna see today's results first. We do see UTP winning against FT. It was kind of surprising for a majority of us, I would say, 2-1, but very close to a 13 to 12 points that we're seeing here. It's only 1 point, but we see how important it can be with a potential 4 kill or 4 escape with that 5-0 points. GH versus Idol, it was a 2-0 sweep, 14-3, and ADM versus Noor, 1-0. Because of BO3 winning with that 7-2 lead. Other than that, BO1 and 2 was completely tied up. It was very close, but ADM fortunately enough able to reach to the top against Noor. And yeah, I would say that they are all very stable. Skyhunt as a rescuer, he's never failed a single rescue, I would say. He almost actually kind of got quite a few free rescues, but we'll talk a little bit about that in a bit. We do have some time. Brackets wise, yep. Tomorrow's first match will be between ST versus Rio. ST, yeah, I think we have a very memorable match last week against Idol. We go through overtime. And Rio. So it's gonna be interesting for the first one. As for the second match tomorrow, it will be Idol versus ADM. And for the third one, FT versus whoever wins against that first match, ST versus Rio. Eli, any thoughts on all this?
Yeah, definitely ADM, they got to the first match, but it gets increasingly more challenging here against Idol tomorrow. That'll be a very tough matchup for them. And FT does not have an easy road. ST and Rio both played really well. ST notably incredibly strong in their first match, almost able to take down Idol. So FT is going to have to go up against them if they want to advance to the playoffs. That is not an easy match for them in any way. And I think ST, assuming that if ST of course gets through Rio, then it's going to be really difficult. I think FT versus ST would be a great matchup, but I also think, again, Rio also a very strong team as well. I definitely don't count them out. We saw them play very well in their first round, then they struggled a lot against GH in the following week. But if they're able to go back to how they played in that first weekend, then they definitely could potentially take down ST. But I do think that's a hard matchup for them. I think ST has a lot to put out. After we saw them play in their first round, with players like Love Theo being very strong on the kiting side, I think that it's definitely going to be a challenging matchup for them. And then FT versus ST, if ST does manage to take down Rio, that will also be a very close match as well. Definitely one to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, all of them did play very well, but unfortunately, no one will be heading home. I think they tried to show whatever they can with their very interesting picks, and I definitely have to give kudos to them with their cowboy picks as well.
Yep.
Very interesting things that was going on, and yeah, any final words for them, Eli? I mean, you've known some of them personally as well, Night Owl especially. So, any words for Noor coming in the future tournaments that we'll be seeing them?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they're able to just some stuff on the Survivor side. Obviously, maybe more. Hopefully, we'll see more standard meta comps in the future. But yeah, definitely like the unique approach as well. It's always fun to see. I know a lot of you guys watching enjoy that as well. So hopefully, I expect we'll see Noir back at some point. So definitely looking forward to that if you are a Noir supporter. But we will be ending the stream here for today. More matches to come tomorrow. The final 3 matches before the top 4 offline stage. So definitely be back here tomorrow for those. We're going to sign off for now. It was great to have everybody here watching. Thank you guys so much for support. All the positivity in the chat is always welcomed. Chocho, anything else you'd like to say before we sign off?
Thank you guys for being here with us, and we really appreciate it. And we will be ending for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow once again. Goodbye.